he was on the Green Hornet, and he threw him in a trash can, supposedly, when he was on the set. It was kind of similar, the way he set that scene up. Instead of, like, he threw him into a car, and in the real life, supposedly, he picked him up and threw him in a trash can.
Rogan asked him,
based off that.
Joe Rogan had Tarantino on the show, and he asked him about it, but I forget what the answer was. You can find it on YouTube. It's actually clipped. It's a separate clip that they put out, yeah, but...
I'll go look around for it.
Yeah.
But it's interesting because that movie...
Oh, well, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, the whole movie is very subversive because it keeps like building shit up to make you think that something's about to happen, and it never actually delivers, right? Like, there's like the scene where they go to the ranch, right, and it's like standoffish. It like seems like something bad's about to happen, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like it's like shot like it's a fucking like a Western shootout, and then he goes and finally sees his homie, and he's fine. You know, he thought he was dead or something, and he's fine, right? Or like the fact that, like, you know, you have the leading man who's a fucking loser, right? You got Leonardo DiCaprio's character as a loser, but he's like the leading guy. And you have the dude who's not even in the movie, Brad Pitt's character, who's a fucking badass. You know? It's like it switches these roles. It's all about like the veneer, the fake, and then like the worker below, right? I don't know. There's a lot of components to it. I think it's a really good movie. I think it's going to be like evaluated very well, like about 10 years in the future. Like from now, people are going to realize that it's a really good movie, but they just don't get it yet.
Yeah, maybe because it wasn't an action.
Just to give you blue balls, is what you're saying.
Yeah, just like fucking movies, because movies are by nature fucking voyeuristic.
Yeah, you know what though? That reminds me a little bit of the I don't know if you've heard of Michael Haneke. I don't know if that's he's an Austrian filmmaker, and he made a movie. He's renowned for a movie he made in the mid-90s called Happy Games, which is it's filmed in a way that, like you said, he uses all the techniques of building anticipation that something's.
Wasn't that called Fun Games? Is that the one you're talking about with the two killers?
Funny Games.
Funny Games.
It came out in the
late
'90s.
That's the one. Yeah. Funny Games.
Mid-90s, yeah, mid-90s, and so in other words, he's doing the same thing. Spoilers too, but it's art house movie where these two guys invade a house and then they start murdering the family members one by one, and they make you think that something's gonna happen. You know, the family members are gonna, like in a horror movie, the good guys are gonna get away, and then at the end, no, they don't. It's like Shazar said, they're subverting expectations. In fact, LL, who's in the VC right now, he told me, and I quote, "He's my favorite filmmaker ever." Wow. That's corroborated. That's corroborated by the evidence. I'm not making that up at all.
From what one film?
I'm kidding. But anyway, no, but because
I thought he told me his favorite movie was Amelia Perez.
No, but that Michael Haneke. Look, listen. I understand what movies aren't necessarily supposed to be entertaining. You know, it's like, and they're meant to be watched over and over. Like Stanley Kubrick said that one time. He says, "How come with everything else, music, paintings, you can watch them and listen to them over and over, but with movies, people think, oh, you're only supposed to see it one time. That makes no sense." So I agree with that. But Haneke, what he did was, he's a bit of a one-note guy because he's almost always replicating the same thing. He's pointing the finger at the audience like, oh, you bastards only want to see violence. Tarantino, on the other hand, I guess it's more acceptable if he did that with Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, because he has done violent movies that are entertaining, like Kill Bill.
Yeah.
It's cartoonish in a way, the violence, but he knows what he's doing. So with him, I respect. But Haneke, that guy's a bit of a...
He's a weirdo.
I've never seen Tarantino movies. Check it out. The best Tarantino movies are the ones he wrote and didn't direct.
He wrote... Fu actually mentioned the movie earlier. I think he said it was his favorite movie. He wrote that movie. I can't think of it.
Well, From Dusk Till Dawn?
Yeah, From Dusk Till Dawn is fucking sick. I love that movie.
Did he write that? That was directed by Stone.
Robert Rodriguez.
All right, everybody, welcome to another episode of Expert Panel. You're watching Expert Panel on the Real Food TV. Remember to subscribe, people. The greatest channel known to man really effing is.
That was a wild-ass movie. I like everything about it.
The battle's going on right now. People are going to jump into it in a second. But once again, remember to subscribe to the Real Food TV. And if you want to support the Real Food TV monetarily, our Venmo is in the comments section. Give 1 second. Our panel of experts is on right now and ready.
One more note, real quick, BDA, before I forget. The name itself, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, it harkens back to Once Upon a Time in the West, which is a subversive western, and Once Upon a Time in America, which is a film about the death of the
Jews.
genre, the death of the
Jews.
you know what I mean? The death of like the
It's a Jewish mafia.
It's itself. It's like a
I had no idea.
Gangster film.
Yeah, but
I
don't
don't
the
like that
Asians
movie. I
have like
fucking
their
hate
own
that
version of Once Upon a Time?
Yeah, it also makes you think of
But yeah,
fairy
I
tales,
think
right?
so.
Once upon a yeah.
Yeah, it's like that. Yeah, it makes you think of like it puts you in a fantasy mindset. Yeah,
But that's interesting because that whole I was interested when I remember when I first read about the movie that it was gonna when he was working on it, and they said it's gonna be based on a stunt guy and he's the movie star, and they center around the Manson murders. Like, what the fuck? How's that gonna work? Like, I was interested because the Manson murders, they really did. First of all, let's rewind. Hollywood has always been decadent. And then it starts from the 1920s, the silent movie, and then even the 1940s and the 50s. These guys were just as decadent as the ones from today. It was just, there wasn't any internet. It wasn't acceptable to talk about such things back then. It was too salacious. Then in the 80s and 90s, of course, now the tabloids come along and everything's fair game for the most part, even though a lot of things are still well hidden. But it's true. The 1960s, late 60s, you still had that. Boomers were just kids still, or maybe teenagers, or young adults at the most, and there was still that sort of like a shimmer around the country that made it seem dreamlike. Like, we're living in the golden times. In fact, that's what people still say. But once the Manson murders took over, and then that was also during the Vietnam War, and then it was that also followed the death of JFK. It sort of traumatized
with Purdue
Yeah.
University.
all
There was
those things that
Switch.
happened. Yeah.
To my right is Bounty Law Series lead.
Yeah, it's like it's almost like a what if. Like, what if this didn't happen? Like this, like you could this dreaminess can continue on. This this nostalgia, because the whole movie is nostalgic. But it's like it's talking about these things. These darker things are like creeping in. They're coming in.
Mm-hmm. And I wonder if Tarantino knows about, because that's the thing is Tarantino very open with his foot fetish, right? So evidently a guy who wants to put on his fetish on screen, there's something going on. And he was
I think he's
witness.
just feeding into it as a joke, because like I said, like, the whole thing is about movie. It's a movie about movies.
Are you
in
kidding?
some sense. So I think he was feeding into like, I mean, obviously the dude likes feet, but I think him being so upfront about it is like he's kind of laughing at himself.
Oh, he's a
little
fucking
bit.
weirdo, huh? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Well,
I
and what's
noticed
the
that in
thing
Jackie
is-
Brown, right? The feet shots. I
You know
noticed
what?
that.
Oh yeah, I remember.
There were some
Margot,
feet shots in
yeah.
there. She had like jewelry on her toes. Remember
yeah,
that?
those. Yeah, her feet were all dirty too.
Now
bro.
you bring that
White
up. I'm
girl?
like, is that for real? No, Bridget Fonda. Bridget Fonda was actually pretty fine when she was younger. When she was younger, I don't know.
No.
She was good
She
looking.
was kind of, yeah.
I
In
thought
that
she
movie,
was.
at least. Yeah.
I thought she was
Yeah,
good
what's her
looking in Point of No Return. I thought she was good in there. She's a pretty lady. She's like 400 pounds now.
Pam Grier's fucking sexy in that movie, dude. She looks
Oh
so
god,
good.
I think Bridget Fonda looks a little better. Look, she got married to Danny Elfman. The guy that makes all the music for Tim Burton, and he makes that band Oingo Boingo, whatever it's called. I actually got some of the music here.
Yeah.
She
And
married.
Duende knows about
Devil's
Elfman.
Party. We've heard it before.
Yeah, she married him, and she got very, 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 very fat. What do you think that's about?
Dead Man's Party, rather.
Dead Man's Party, yes.
El Duende, he thinks Elfman's the leader of the elves, so don't get him started on Elfman. But she
he's
got
a
fat, man.
dude. He looks like Red Dragon. Like, you ever seen the way he looks? He's like 80 and he's like jacked and got tattoos everywhere.
Elfman?
Yeah, Danny Elfman. You ever seen? The dude looks
Oh, no,
creepy as hell.
No way. Post a picture.
I'm going to put up a picture. Just so you know, I'm streaming you right now.
I thought he was a nerd.
Oh, he's a creepy
he was
motherfucker.
too.
He is creepy as hell. He just he did a song with Nine Inch Nails recently, and it's really creepy.
So you tell me he looks like that dude from Gears of War?
He looks like Red Dragon. The guy's sauced to the gills. He's got a face that looks like your grandma.
Here, I'll post a pic. Hold on.
I'll put a pic.
Mrs. Shields transformed. Do you see?
Danny Elfman shirtless, looking jacked.
No, but you know what I'm talking about, right? The Red Dragon,
Look at the chat.
where he's showing the photographs of the people.
I never would have guessed.
That's a red-haired Mickey Rourke. What are you talking about?
I'm going to show you this motherfucker. This motherfucker looks like somebody that killed Carrot Top and tried to take his identity. Let's see.
Yeah, that's a demon who put on a Carrot Top skin, man. What the?
Oh yeah, for real. Did you see it? You see the picture?
Yellow's final
I'm
level.
looking at it right now. Yeah.
Oh wait. Is there somebody put up a
Well,
picture?
that's Timothy Figueroa. Timothy Figueroa posted it in the chat.
Oh well, I'll put up a picture on my screen right now.
Nah, please, no more.
I got to show you a little bit more. He might not have the right one.
No, please. You're like the Red Dragon, not like
I
the
gotta
Red
show you.
Dragon. You're showing me photographs.
Red Dragon.
Wait. Let me show this. I don't know. I got to put my screen
You
in the
guys are
Discord.
making me think of Tropic Thunder.
Give me
Remember
one.
that?
Give me one.
Red Dragon.
Give me one F in second. We're gonna read. You guys got to read into this right now. I'm live streaming. Look at this. Look at this shit. All
Are
right,
you live streaming?
Yeah. I just started right now.
Console.
I'm sorry. Sorry, I caught you off guard. Sorry.
That's it, right?
Damn,
Call it
what
a
the
night.
fuck? I never
Alright.
knew he looked like that.
All right, can you guys see this?
No.
Yeah, I can see it now. Yeah.
That's a great picture. That's very high quality. You can see all his nasty
What the
tattoos.
fuck?
Look at this. This guy
How old is he?
He's like got to be like 80 or something, or in his late 70s.
So this is the guy that made the music for the Tim Burton movies. and all
Yep,
that?
like all of them.
And Spider-Man, bro. And Spider-Man.
Oh, he made
Oh,
music
fuck.
for so many different films. He made a song one time back in the day that was for sure a pedo song. You ever heard? He's like, I love little girls. That's the. He says he loves little
Definitely
girls.
on TRT.
Do you remember that one when he says
Definitely.
I love little girls? That song.
No.
Oh, I can't play it because
Why
I
would
think
I?
I actually played it on my show one time. I think that dude's weird, man.
Yeah, makes sense.
You know
Makes
what?
sense that
I
you
just
play that
realized
shit
this
on
guy
YouTube.
Oh,
He's
shut up!
supposed to
Shut
be
up!
in
Look at
his-
you! Look!
in
You
the
got
70s. So,
You got it. Dude, we got to expose this stuff. That dude is
bro, what
creepy.
the hell was that?
What is what? It's
Look at
gender.
the screen.
How to change your? What is it? How to change your gender? What?
How many genders are there really?
Oh, okay. So I misread that. Sorry.
Yeah, that's for a show. That's for a show. I'm not trying to change
I'm
anything.
Wow.
dyslexic.
How many genders are there really? I think there's about 18 billion, obviously.
Man,
That's
you're
a-
not gonna be able to play that on YouTube, man. If you're talking about genders. And
Oh
all that.
yeah, I was gonna do.
Good luck.
You know, Jazz Jennings. I was gonna make an episode of my what I call it, Trust the Science, about that. That is, it's completely against science. There's nothing scientific. It's bullshit, fake pseudoscience trash. Just saying, just like Danny Elfman's hair. He ain't a real ginger anymore.
He looks like Mickey Rourke. Come on, man.
He does.
He
He
does.
does. He really does. You're
Red
right.
hair. Look at it.
Yeah, you're right. He's
But
a fucking
real
mess.
quick, going back to the Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Yeah, that I was very interested because the Manson murder. If you dig into the Manson murder, you start seeing that there was something way like you're talking about how the movie. They're talking about the American dream and all that, but that beneath the surface there's something bubbling up. That's exactly what was going on in 1960s in California. You had all these cults who had connections with some unknown entities that were providing them money. The whole Manson murder thing is still stinks to high heaven. Something went on there, man, and what exactly and for what purpose, people still don't know. But it was weird. It was a weird.
They were trying to
You know,
start like a race war and shit, man.
Yeah. I mean, it's all happening. It's still happening. I mean, do you remember they carved X's into their heads? There's a whole thing that what are we seeing right now? We're now seeing the X. That's symbolic.
You know, one of the people that got killed in the house, right?
Yeah.
The FBI, they were watching him because they thought he was like a communist or whatever.
Yes.
So
Hmm.
the FBI, they actually wiretapped the house, and they heard those people get killed actually.
Then they're like, "Oh, thanks,
Yeah.
all according to plan." To a bunch of fucking Sith lords.
Well, I mean, one of the things they were trying to do was disillusion people with Hollywood. And that's what we're seeing right now with all
Well,
yeah.
at least in those times, only fools go to Hollywood, or they went to Hollywood, I should say. Like, what are the odds?
Why is that?
What are the odds that you're gonna make it big? But they
So-
want to go be a star.
You
right?
got to, in order
Yeah.
to really make it in Hollywood, you got to meet people. So you got to go to the industry.
But yeah, that's what I'm
Nepotism.
saying.
You got to go to the parties.
that's what I'm
That's
saying.
really the place you go. And Danny Elfman's 71 years old. Just to let you
The
know his
music
age.
business
I'm
is
gonna
worse
put down the
than
pictures, man.
Hollywood.
Just to go back to it, you know.
There's that
because-
story of I think it was what was her name? Animal crackers in my soup. Who's that?
And
Shirley
what?
Temple.
Yeah, Shirley Temple. They were like
Oh boy.
when she was like maybe 12 or something. I don't know how old she said she was, but she said like she was with her mom, and some producers were trying to get her to get in a movie, right? And they separated the mom and Shirley Temple, and both dudes like fucking showed themselves, like showed their fucking wieners off
Yeah.
to each of the women. And Shirley Temple was confused. She didn't know what was going on, so she started fucking laughing at the dude. The guy got fucking pissed and kicked him out.
That's a good move. Yeah,
Wow.
but see, they're all. I mean, yeah, what is it, 1950s?
That had to have been like the fucking 30s or 40s, maybe.
Oh, really? That's okay.
Yeah, that was
Because it was like Shirley Temple. She said she was pretty young when it happened to her.
Oh fuck! See, they're all a bunch. I mean, most of them, like, I've heard these stories where they go, "Oh yeah." I mean, I don't know. Listen, Hollywood's fucked up, and it's true, man. There was for a long time there was that veneer that movie stars were these upstanding people, and man, the whole business was corrupted from that.
I mean, from at its core, it's all about being self-centered, right?
Right.
So at its root, but not always. I mean, it could just be a place for artists to kind of express themselves. But the people who don't play big parts in it, like the writers and the cinematographers and so on, the people who have the smaller roles are the ones that really get sucked in because they don't really have anything outside of just, it's all shallow. You know, there's no depth there. They're not really telling stories. And a lot of them just get picked up because they're cute or attractive. So, I mean, what do you think they're going to fall into? They just get a bunch of money for play acting. Of course, they're going to fall into
that's what's scary though about it though, because you see these people they get famous, and then they get thrown under the bus. For example, Ellen DeGeneres, she's got all this money, she's powerful, she's a cunt to people, and then all of a sudden from one day to the next, boom, they just greenlit her.
Yeah, they threw her in the trash.
Her and they go, yeah, she's fair game, take her out. And then all of a sudden, all these people come out of the woodwork. It's like with the Harvey Weinstein thing. People go, "Oh man, Harvey Weinstein, what a monster!"
She was a piece of shit.
It's like with that. It's like with Jimmy Savile over in England. People knew. In fact, they took that story out. There was a woman who took her story to the Washington Times, I think it was, and they refused to run it. They weren't interested. Then now, when somebody greenlights Weinstein, somebody far up probably, and they go, "Yeah, you know what? We got to take this guy out. Let's bring out all these women from the woodwork." Like, you know, in other words, everyone knows everyone else's secrets, but it's only until the higher ups say this guy's greenlit.
Yes.
Then because Weinstein wasn't the most powerful guy in Hollywood. Come on,
it wasn't.
He was a producer. The producers don't. Wouldn't you think that it's the studio heads that have more power than that dude?
It's like what Bane says, bro. They expect one of us in the wreckage.
Well, Weinstein had his own studios, no?
Weinstein Productions. He did like.
Oh no, they had Miramax too, no?
Films.
I thought.
I guess he did do Miramax. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, but it was always supposed to be. You know, it started off as an independent thing, so he was an old studio type. You know, he's got to contend with the agents and the produce and the studio heads from the big ones like MGM. What were the other ones back then? Maybe they've merged now, but Paramount, Universal.
Oh yeah.
Right.
What's the one with the woman holding the torch?
Oh, Columbia.
Columbia, yeah. Which again, you look at the symbolism. That's the other thing. Hollywood. Apparently, they say that it means wormwood. And then you got that Paramount. Whatever the Columbia with the one that holding the thing. That's like the Statue of Liberty that goes back to Ishtar. So they've got all this symbolism plastered over there.
Well, what do you think about this? This here was released back in the 1980s. Steven Spielberg, his company, the company that made E.T. put this out. What do you think of this? You see that? Isn't that kind of a weird toy? Was E.T.'s finger this long? What the fuck is that?
Fake, man.
No, it's not fake. It's real. This is something they actually released. They actually released this.
Finger glows when in a warm spot.
They actually released this. No joke about it.
What the fuck?
You didn't know about this? Steven Spielberg, he has some interesting stuff in his movies when you really read into it. You look at the movie.
What do you think, Fu? You think the allegations against Spielberg are true? Or?
Probably.
How many did you buy it, Fu?
Did I buy it?
Did they say that he?
No, I tried.
That he killed a little girl.
Oh well, they didn't say he killed her, but she did die, and there's a lot of speculation that maybe she was violated and she got dysentery as a result of that.
Fuck.
Because she died very young. And there's some weird stuff. If you look at his movies, especially, there's a scene in the movie Goonies, and there's this kid who's like, they're playing with the statue, and the dick falls off, and the little kid says, "That's my mom's favorite toy." Like, there's this weird, and then it's like right next to the kid's face, the statue. He got some weird stuff in his movies, and he has.
Well, you ever see the behind the scenes? It's type. It was written on a typewriter. Somebody was taking notes, a secretary, when George Lucas and Spielberg were pre-production for Indiana Jones. They were coming up with the story, and I don't know if you guys remember Indiana Jones. He meets up he meets up with his old girlfriend, in Tibet or whatever. And she, in the script, they're like, okay, so he had to have been a professor at the time, young professor, and how old would she be? They wanted I think it was Spielberg or Lucas. They wanted to make her 12 when he was 24 or.
She has to be 12.
Look it up.
Guys, just so you could check real quick. Sorry about going off the subject. This is the guy that actually purchased all those ET toys.
Come on, what's the matter with you?
What?
You gotta throw-
He's sitting on one right there in the
Yeah,
photo.
he's like, well, that's
no.
I need some more of those ET toys.
Y'all got any more of those ET toys?
Yeah.
That's what he goes on. He goes on eBay. Y'all got any more?
He's like, it's got the perfect amount of ribbing. Well, look at the texture.
Ah, jeez, Louis. You know what? That
Leo,
actually looks
stop.
toxic. If that's from the '80s, I'm pretty sure that plastic is toxic or something.
Yeah, it has to be. I'm surprised I'm surprised it still exists. Look at this thing.
It's
Where's
probably
it?
wrapped in
Where the fuck? Where the
asbestos.
fuck is the fingernail? There's no fingernail.
Exactly. Yeah, you gotta. Yeah.
Battery included. It just lights up, huh? 1982.
vibrates too.
That's when it came in 1982. Somebody has that. It's for sale.
A battery for that. That'd be even
Like
weirder.
whose idea?
Jesus
Look at
Christ.
that shit. Look at that. What the f?
Well, why does it say Adam Knickerfucker? What?
Why is this finger so fucking long?
Can you zoom in on the bottom of the package? What does it say there?
That's a girthy finger. Look at it. What is this?
Knickerbocker.
Knickerbocker. I think it's Bach Knickerbocker.
The hell is that?
Knickerbocker.
It's
I think
prob-
it was a company.
It's probably a toy company.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
Knicker, it sounds like Knickers, and then Bocker.
Yeah,
sounds like
Knickers. Yeah, that does sound. That's coded. That's coded right there. That's obvious.
coded.
I
That's
think it's
fucking
somebody's
obvious.
last name. If
We
I'm
just
not
broke the code.
mistaken.
Nah, we just broke the code.
We broke the code.
Guys,
We broke it, and it's on a leather floor because there's a fetish happening. Why is the floor? Why is the floor covered in leather? What the fuck?
That's true.
No, I'm kidding, but that is pretty damn weird, right? That he put out I feel like they're laughing at the public because this is basically a kids movie, and they put out a product like that. You know, I've seen a lot of weird stuff
Okay,
like
could you
that.
do me a favor, take that photo of the Elfman. Yeah.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
guys
him right
just
behind it.
don't look at any of this right now. Who knows what I have here? I have no idea.
I'm gonna disconnect her.
I researched a lot of
But-
stuff.
Hey, BJ, what do you think about the rumors? Or have you heard anything about Francis Ford Coppola?
Anything bad about him?
Yeah, because you know the guy who did the Jeepers Creepers movies, right?
Oh yeah, that dude. Sealed
Yeah,
or
well,
something? yeah. Oh, by
yeah,
the way,
I
I don't
did
know
see-
him personally because I don't know if you were asking like, do you know him personally? Like, no, I know about him. But
Okay.
yeah, but-
Have you? Yeah, right. Yeah, but I remember reading right not too long ago that he helped them. He helped produce the movies after he got convicted, whatever. And then when he was making the movie Clown Show, the one that kind of got him in trouble,
Mhm.
I guess the kid, he would complain to his parents or whatever, and then Coppola, he would try to intimidate them, like, oh, you better not say anything, right?
Whoa, really?
Yeah, and supposedly, he would send people to, park outside their house at night to like intimidate them. I don't know if it's true, but that's
Get
just
the fuck
what I
outta here.
read.
Yeah. Huh. I didn't know that about Coppola. I mean, I know he used. You know what was interesting about that is Coppola is one of those dudes again. 1970s, him, Spielberg, Scorsese, De Palma, Lucas in a lot of ways, although he was more like Lucas's mentor. Those guys came up in the 70s, and if you remember something about the 70s, people, the girls go out there unshaved, get the full muff, a lot of drugs. Even if you look at a lot of rock stars, David Bowie, Mick Jagger, their groupies were like in their 14 years old, 15 years old. It was weird times that were just people didn't turn up. I don't know. It was acceptable back then. It was weird, man. So I don't know. Hollywood, anything goes.
What'd you think about Michael Cimino? He looks like a freak.
Is he still alive or?
Nah, he's dead. He's been dead.
Okay. Well, he didn't do did he have a comeback after he had that bomb? Heaven's Gate, was it?
I didn't mind Year of the Dragon. I thought it was pretty good.
Oh, no, wait a minute. Am I confusing them? What was the name? The guy who
Yeah, that was
directed The
Cimino,
Exorcist. Cimino. Okay. Because I'm.
No. Okay, Cimino did Heaven's Gate, and Friedkin did The Exorcist.
Right, but then Freaking also had a streak of bad luck, right? And then afterwards he
He had
sort of disappeared.
yes, I don't know.
All those directors is what I'm saying. All those and that's the thing about Kubrick. Kubrick, very little is known about him because he didn't do that many interviews. And for people that don't know, Stanley Kubrick is the guy who directed Eyes Wide Shut with Tom Cruise, and he's got that infamous scene where he goes to a party, he sneaks into a party in upstate New York, and it's a big mansion. And it's not a celebrity mansion; it's like an old money family mansion, an estate, a manoir, or whatever they call it. So he sneaks in there, and they're all dressed up in robes, and you got naked women, and then they find out he's there, and they threaten to, I don't know, just he should keep his ass against the wall, like our friend or whatever.
You definitely got to do that. You got to do that.
You got to do that. Yeah, apparently that's a technique, right?
That is a good technique.
It's the safest way to approach
It's pretty
it.
good, yeah.
It's the oldest trick in the book.
Yeah,
what they call it.
even
But,
dogs do that, and animals. They put their ass against the wall.
yeah, even gorillas do that. Yeah,
Yeah, they
gorillas,
all do it. They
they're
all do it.
amongst
They're
that.
smart, a lot smarter than us. Yeah.
Right. But anyway, Kubrick had to have been in the know of something, because when he directed Dr. Strangelove, which is
Yes.
about the nuclear bomb and how the
Yeah.
Russian. Okay, yeah. So he did a lot of research into that, to the point where I think it was the Air Force called him up and they said, "Hey, he had the design of inside of one of the nuclear bombers so down to a T, so accurate, that they actually called him up, say, how'd you find it about this?" Because they thought he was spying or something. So after that, he directs 2001: A Space Odyssey, which is this weird film. It's kind of like an art house film in a way, but it's got a wide theatrical release, and it becomes successful. And I'm thinking, wait a minute. When he did Doctor Strangelove, he was hanging around with a bunch of experts for that movie. And when he does 2001, he's hanging around with a bunch of experts too. And what is 2001: A Space Odyssey about? Essentially, it's about humanity being guided by non-human forces. This far more advanced intelligence than ours, guiding us into evolution. So I'm thinking, hey, he's hanging around with different types of experts for every movie he does. Maybe when he did Doctor Strangelove, they found out, hey, this guy's pretty smart. Let's hire him to do sort of like a soft disclosure type of thing, even way back then in the 1960s. And think about it, one last thing about Kubrick. Pretty much every movie he wanted to do, with a couple of exceptions, he managed to get done. He would wait 17 years sometimes in between films, and they always gave him the money he wanted. And the excuse was, oh, well, it's because he was so organized. He always was ahead of time and under budget. And I'm thinking, I don't know. What do you guys think? What do you think about Kubrick? You guys think there was
I
something
love
there?
Full Metal Jacket. He was a fantastic director.
I think in some of his movies he might have been disclosing certain things, possibly sometimes in secret. Like there's a lot of theories behind The Shining, saying that it has to do with the what do you call it? The first flight, the moon landing. Yes, they're saying that it's related to that. He's basically, the whole film's about him exposing the fact that it was fake and he was the director of it. That's kind of the theory I've heard going around.
The Shining?
The Shining, yes, The Shining. That's why he changed the color of the car. And I think that might actually be a reference in The Matrix, right? With the red and the blue and the red pill. Here, give me 1 second. I just clicked the wrong fucking button in my stream.
Right? Because you're not really
No shit. You are the worst operator.
This is not this is not Foo Sports, people. This is a show called Expert Panel. I think I'm streaming live.
Expert.
Yeah, we're all experts over here, everyone.
Clearly.
We are. I mean, these are very analytical people. They're very intelligent. Maybe not as intelligent as me, but they're very analytical. It's a fact. Fucking
when it comes to defending against rape in the showers, we're
yes. No, come on. These guys are philosophers and artists. People. These are analytical people. We're driven. We're very we're analytical. We're driven to analytical spaces because it's just the way we fucking work, right?
We love
Say analytical again.
Yeah, it's very analytical. It's like I say analytical like that other guy said. Like that other guy says, bro. That guy says, bro. I say analytical.
You really got it in for LT.
No. I don't even know him. That annoys me when people say one word. No, I don't even know him. I just thought it was funny.
He wants a steam. He wants a shower steam. The steam shower from the.
Your ass, my dick.
Are you saying that you want to throw stress? I'm fucking confused here. This
God, he hears me say your ass, my dick, and he's like, here's my ass. He just jumps in here out of nowhere. No, I'm
kidding.
I know you're kidding. Except for the whole sexual thing.
Your ass, my dick sounds like a line from some fucking nasty ass rock song, dude.
It sounds like for some weird reason
it sounds
I think
like
that
some 80s porno acting.
I feel like that would be something Tom Cruise would say in like a Jerry Maguire porn spinoff. When in the Sean, I think that's kind of funny that there's a theory about The Shining and the moon landing, and that they swapped the colors of the cars. I think in the film it was like a blue car, but I think in the book it was red, something like that. So that's my guess.
It sounds like something Mr. Bidet did in one of those gay pornos in the 80s.
I plead the fifth on that one, first of all. But
no, I'm kidding.
didn't sound like it. This actually sounded kind of vitriolic towards me. But you know what?
It does.
I'm gonna let it slide. That's how magnanimous I'm feeling today. But you know what? Here's the other thing I wanted to say about the 2001. Yeah, that's the big theory, right? That because the special effects were so advanced, and
Oh, they were too good.
supposedly, and I mean, at the time, supposedly NASA saw it or somebody saw it and they said, "Hey, man, we need you to film it." Because I think, listen, is it possible they went to the moon? Yeah. Maybe the thing is, maybe the thing wasn't that, oh, it's so difficult to go to the moon, but actually to film it with the bulky equipment and all that. How the
Yes.
fuck? So maybe they did film it. They filled in the gaps with some sort of studio filmed content.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know, BD. I
find
feel
it
like I'm
more
dubious.
unlikely.
I'm even dubious of them going to the moon right now.
Mhm.
Yeah. My big problem is when they came out later on.
You know
and
what I'm
they're
saying?
like-
Like, what the-
and they told people they forgot how they did it. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me?
yeah.
This is one of
Did
the
you hear what that?
Looks fucking weird too.
this is
man.
one of the
That shit
biggest
looks-
things in
that's-
fucking
well,
human.
hang
No,
on
no.
for a
This is one of
second.
the biggest achievements in human history, and you fucking lost how you did it.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly. It's fucking weird. It is
No, but that's not the best point I heard made was like think about when Neil Armstrong touches down the ground. There's already somebody filming him technically, so that Neil Armstrong's
So someone's already there.
first man.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not the first man on the moon.
The
And if
cameraman was
that's
the first man on the moon.
Well, technically, like somebody touched down before them. Evident. Like, how the fuck did that happen? Like he could not have been. Somebody had to film them doing it.
Bro, let me say it.
bro.
Dude, it's the fucking cinematographer. Do you not know how movies are made? That's a dramatic shot. You got to get that in there.
I mean, but
I'm
the
just
other
saying-
argument,
I know what you
the
mean.
other argument some people say is, well, if it was all fake, why did the Russians not expose that? I'm thinking, well, first of all, how, like, let's say they got spies. Why, they're just going to come out and say, oh, by the way, that was fake. They're going to come out across as salty or, you know, as butthurt that, hey, they beat us to that.
Like,
So-
sure
or
it is.
maybe also the
Ruski.
Ruskies. Was that?
Like, they're gonna be like, sure it was Ruski.
Exactly. Yeah, you pinko cummy motherfucker. Yeah, and they're not gonna believe it. So that's the thing. So I mean that whole argument of, well, like, what does everyone know? Did the U.S. and Russia?
Oh, wait.
know it?
I think they're silencing you. I think they silenced you. You just went quiet for a second.
He's fine.
What?
You just went.
Yeah, you kind of like
your
blacked out for a bit.
your mic went out for a couple of seconds, so you go back a slight bit.
For
I
like
think you
1
went out for a
second,
couple.
Julio.
What?
I think I think you went out for a couple of seconds.
No, no,
I think
No, no,
you-
I heard the same. I heard the same thing.
I couldn't hear you.
I'm-
for
It
a
was
second.
for like
I'm not-
1
don't-
second though. It was just a quick.
was just
Don't
a-
validate.
You guys-
Don't validate his delusions.
Oh God! You see this guy?
the
You see this
whole
guy?
entire conversation.
Come on,
He's
now.
trying.
The
No,
whole
he's
conversation now.
he's
Let's
trying to-
talk about it.
All right. Go on.
Well,
Yeah,
dude,
no
I don't
shit.
know, man. Maybe I think it's fine. We probably did go to the moon, bro. But maybe they saw some shit we weren't supposed to see.
Come on, he's
I
cooking,
don't
man.
think
He's
we've gone
he-
to the moon. Have you heard what they talked about? Like, why can't we get past the radiation belt now?
dude. He's
Why-
cooking. He's
what
cooking.
The fuck? What the fuck did we have? What the fuck did we have then that we don't have now?
It's called, dude,
That's
it's called
actually.
tin foil, bro.
A budget.
Really? Can you let this
You
man?
guys ever? You guys?
I don't get it.
You guys ever see those portable saunas where they got the PVC pipe, plastic pipes, and then you put like a tent over? That's what the lunar module. It's like a bunch of PVC pipes with some tinfoil. Doesn't look solid
the
at all,
fuck?
man. It
Yeah,
doesn't
it
look
looks,
Are you
it
for
solid.
real?
looks weird, man. It looks like that shit was made in like 6th grade. Like you got project due, you know, and you got to ask your mom for help.
Tomorrow.
Yeah.
Well, I guess you don't
Yeah,
really need much of an atmosphere inside there. They have a suit on, so you would just need to manipulate, like pretty much like everything inside of that tent. I guess that's pretty much how you could get it, like the lift off the ground. I don't even know what the fuck you'd want to do with it. Did you guys ever see The Martian? How they got him to go back in space and how they like try to figure out how to get him in there? They pretty much put him on a
That's a
tent.
Brian De Palma movie, right?
What was that?
Brian De Palma did that movie, right? Director.
I have no. Dude, I don't. You guys fucking surprise
Michael
me with all
Mann?
this fucking director knowledge you guys have. Who gives a fuck?
Which movie? Which movie?
The Martian.
No, Ridley Scott did that.
Okay,
I
whatever.
understand what-
The point
what's with
is,
the language?
the point
That's
is,
the language.
I'm sorry. The point is that they put this asshole into space in a tent, and the whole.
Prags, what's your
And the-
fucking language, Prags?
Then the whole premise is that it doesn't really matter. And I guess they're technically right because he has the atmosphere of the suit to keep him like insulated. But the whole idea for him really going up there like in a like fabric container is kind of ridiculous, isn't it?
First of all, I don't know why you're so upset about the moon landing. It's not personal against you. So maybe I don't know. Maybe because the Italians weren't involved.
I'm taking it
but
personally.
Yeah, you're right. No, you're right. Listen, that's the other thing. When you're discussing the whole it's like 9/11. You're talking about the logistical aspects and the scientific proof or evidence for why it could have happened or why it maybe didn't happen. And then people, instead of arguing that, they'll go, "Well, why would they fake it?" Okay, well, it's not about why. We can't get past the facts before we get down to the motive. You know what
Explain
I mean?
to me the how.
Exactly. Explain to me the how. And I am far from a scientist, an engineer, whatever. I don't know if it's possible, but you got experts who are saying that it's not. So what am I supposed to do? Just believe the experts that say it's possible because they want to? I don't know.
No.
It's weird. It's fishy.
You're in my boat now. I'm the same thing.
Yeah.
Especially with people that are supposed to be smart should be able to explain things in a layman's terms because they have to really conceptualize what they're making, what they're really trying to do. So eventually you should be able really to explain it to people that don't do that whatsoever, but they should be able to really conceptualize the idea and explain it properly. And if they can't do it, that means they don't know what they're talking about. And that's pretty much what they do with a lot of the space shit. They give you a bunch of big words and shit, and it's not substantiated. Well, we can't do this because of the radiation shield. Well, where the fuck was that when we went there the first time? Like there's all this like crazy crap that's all of a sudden appeared now, or things that are obstacles that we overcame, but we can't do it now all of a sudden. But yet we're at the highest tech era we've ever been in, and pretty much in every facet. So I'm having a hard time really accepting that.
Well, it's like food TV also said.
They're using a lot of big words like buzzwords. It's pretty fucking annoying.
Yeah, well, gaslighting. That's the new one. I still don't know what the fuck gaslighting is. What is gaslighting?
It's where you
pretty much you
know something happened.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Just say like you know something to be true, but you are lied to so many times to be brainwashed to thinking it's like fake and that you're crazy.
Well, they make you think you're crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That used to be
projected onto the person.
It's like me being like, like Quags was just telling us about how he's actually Mexican, and then everybody's like, oh yeah, Quags is Mexican. I remember when Quags said that. It's like gaslighting Quags. Yeah.
Quags tries to say he's more Irish than me.
It's like how people tell. It's like how people tell us that not Quags that Amok is alpha, but in reality he truly is.
Yeah.
Well, come on,
it's strange you don't know what gaslighting is when you're an expert at it. You do it all the time, but you don't know what it is.
I think Willie has PTSD from earlier.
Oh, shut up.
No one's ever saying like, hey, you're Guatemalan or.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, you can't.
Well,
I'm just saying.
You can because
don't say that. He might claim it.
Discord's pumping, man. I didn't know your Discord's fucking
might claim it.
over here.
It's pumping in here. It's pumping.
What do you say? What'd you say, Mirage?
All the somebodies of the community are on Sober's fucking channel. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That's where we're at right now. Sober's is real popular. He runs a tight shit over here.
Yeah, that's why I gotta do this shit on Discord. StreamYard. This shit's they want you to pay money just to have like 4 people on the panel. Fuck out of here.
Yeah, it's all good.
OBS and Discord's better.
I mean, if you pay a little bit more for Discord, you can get 60 frames out of some of the streaming stuff.
Well, I mean, we boost this. This server is boost. This is a level 3 server, my boy.
Oh damn, this guy is a whole nother level.
It is.
Dude, I didn't know who I was actually talking to over here.
That's what I'm saying.
Is that really worth it? Is that really worth it? Though?
Yeah, look,
really
dude. If you look, dude, my little profile picture's animated. Look at that.
I mean, for play-by-play, it's worth it to have the 60 frames. Like, you see that video right now, that shit is, like, super slow. Looks like that's about 30 frames.
There's 30 third-party software to force that anyway, and it's free.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember what I wanted to say, though. We were talking about the 80s and movie directors. The one that does piss me off is the... I think he directed American Werewolf in London.
Oh,
that dude!
I think I know what you're talking about.
Segment.
Wait, go on.
Billy Joe Scante, what?
Scante.
Joe Dante?
No, he's his son directs movies now. Was that him?
Landis.
Yeah, I think it was him.
That's the one who directed
He
the
directed
episode of The Twilight Zone where those people got killed.
Well, yeah, well, it was a movie, The Twilight Zone, and he did a
Yes.
segment, and this fucking asshole had this kids and this male actor under a helicopter, and he broke so many union rules. Like the kids weren't even supposed to be on set because it was after hours or something, where you're supposed to pay them more or not have them there at all. And he's telling that the guy, it's being done by radio, but there's a helicopter there, so you can't hear shit. He's like, lower, and the helicopter pilot's like, I can't go lower. He's like, lower, and long story short, he ended up crashing the helicopter right over the kids and the guy. He ended up killing all 3 of them.
God damn.
I have the scene right here. If you guys look at my screen.
Right. And so nothing ever happened to the guy.
They got destroyed by the propeller blade. Actually, fell right on top of him. That's insane.
And even to this day, he makes it. Even to. Sorry, was that?
So he did Coming to America, and him and Eddie Murphy got into it, didn't they?
Well, again,
John Landis.
interestingly enough, that movie apparently they stole that script from an old guy who submitted a spec script for the studio. Spec scripts essentially are unfinished scripts, like they're just like synopses that you submit to a studio, see if they're interested in buying it. So this old guy submitted it.
You see, they actually showed him in the video. They get basically chopped to nothing by that propeller blade.
I don't understand how people. It's like insane that they let these people get away with this kind of shit, man.
Yeah,
that's the other thing.
So wait,
happened to the dude?
Did the helicopter go out of control? Like what happened there? How did that come down on him like that?
Because the guy, the fucking director, kept yelling lower.
Well, you trying to kill these people?
Way too low, and look at that! Look at all those fucking explosions! Look at all those! It looks like they're in hell.
Oh my god! And the thing fell down on them.
Oh man!
Dude,
you keep that.
Yeah, that's incredible.
It reminds me of my days in Vietnam, man.
All right, sorry about that, people that watch it. That's pretty graphic right there.
Yeah, I don't know why you would play that.
Fucking scene.
I didn't think they would really show that. That's a great scene, you son of a bitch.
Jeez, Luis.
You piece of trash. That's a quick death, man.
That's crazy.
That thing just basically chop cut all those people. You get the slap chop right there.
It looked real.
the ninja sniper.
That dude killed fucking 3 people right there.
Ninja chop. Yeah.
3 people.
It cuts through steel. It cuts through butter.
Yeah, so damn.
It cuts through people.
Oh,
It slices. It dices.
He turned those people into mush.
Oh yeah, he chopped fillet.
Oh my god!
Nothing happened to the dude. And actually, that's the other thing is there's a book written about it where I haven't read it, but apparently the guy even showed up. The director Landis showed up to the funeral and started making it all about him. Like you got the parents of these kids, dead kids. He shows up and he starts like, "Hey man, look at me, I'm sad."
Like,
you know how this makes me feel.
Killed. They should be fucking killed, bro.
Guys, you have no idea, man. Dude, you have no idea.
My set is ruined.
I can't even get a good stuntman to do a stunt in my movies anymore. I know you lost.
I lost the helicopter.
I lost the helicopter. I get it. You lost your dad and you lost your husband, but like those 2 kids died. But come on, man, I can't even get a good stunt. How am I supposed to get a good stuntman? All I can get is Tom Cruise. No,
we lost 2 days of filming. Like,
yeah,
that's what he's worried about.
That kind of reminds me of how bad The Island of Dr. Moreau was, the film with Marlon Brando and rest in peace Val Kilmer. Apparently the movie was terrible, but the behind the scenes.
I heard that was horrible, wasn't it?
Yeah.
What's the deal with the behind the scenes?
Yeah, explosions going
on.
Brando go ahead.
I never even saw that movie. My friend saw that.
Wait, I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. Let Quinn explain. I don't know what happened. We're not all old like you, Frank.
Oh.
Hey.
That's messed up.
Not old.
Well, I mean, there was obviously Marlon Brando.
He is in his prime.
Based off of a novel. But originally Richard Stanley was supposed to direct it. Then later John Frankenheimer came in. There was a bunch of delays. Set explosions kept going off when they weren't supposed to. Brando and Kilmer kept getting into it. It's a pretty interesting documentary if you guys ever want to watch it. It's way better than the film.
It's better than the movie.
That is kind of weird, right? You're trying to act as random explosions everywhere. You're like, what the fuck? This is a love scene.
Really, really hard to work with.
This is a love scene. Why is there a giant explosion?
I heard that as well, Shazar.
Yeah, that's the thing. They're both hard to work with, Kilmer and Brando. So it's yeah.
Apparently, Kilmer and Brando were in a competition to see who could fuck up the movie more. I'm not kidding. Like they wanted. Like apparently there was because they hated each other, right? So Brando wouldn't come out of his trailer, and then Kilmer were like, "Well, I want him to come out first." And then Brando heard about it. He's like, "No, I'm not coming out first. He's got to come out." And so they wouldn't come out, and they would waste the whole day. They would waste the whole day just waiting for them. And then that's the other thing. Quentin mentioned that they replaced that director at the last minute, and this dude had been working on pre-production for months. I think like it was a passion project of his. So they fired him. So I don't know how he made it, but he still had some contacts in the movie. So he went to the special effects people who were still friends with him. Said, "Hey, give me some makeup. Make me one of the beasts." And he snuck into the island, and he was there with the extras, dressed like a fucking leopard. He actually infiltrated. To what purpose? I don't know. I think he wanted to start a mutiny or something.
Well, maybe he was ruining like small shit of the movie if like you look close and shit. You know what I mean?
What? Maybe you're right. Maybe it was all his fault. Maybe that's why the movie went to shit. He sabotaged it from the inside.
Okay.
He was planting explosives. Yeah.
Good for him. Can you imagine like working on something that long? They're like, "Yeah, you're fired." You're like, "What?" You're like, "Oh, okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna ruin all this then. I didn't waste all my time on this, for the hell of it. Fuck all of you too."
You know, and you know that little midget that's in the movie? There's a little midget Indian guy, right? Apparently, he would start sexually harassing the women on set. And Brando, for some reason, became really infatuated to the point where people said that he was, quote, obsessed with the midget. And he always had him near him. Like, he was just supposed to be there for one scene, I think. Yeah. And then Brando's like, no, he's got to be in every scene that I'm in. It's like, what the fuck?
It's like, I need the midget.
With a midget, man?
He was like, it was like Austin Powers, right? With the mini-me.
Exactly, yeah.
He's like, he has to stay with me. He makes me comfortable. He makes me comfy. He makes me comfortable.
I remember whenever I first watched it, I was like, the premise sounds awesome about like a freaking duck hides away. He's like got all the feds after him, and he goes to this island where he does half human, half beast experiments. I was like, oh, that sounds awesome. Then you watch the movie, you're like, oh gosh, what happened?
Yeah, it's a movie. It's they ruined it. Something similar almost happened with Coppola in Apocalypse Now. That's the one that's infamous for how it was hell to shoot that movie. But it's funny because there's there's a documentary called Hearts of Darkness or something like that, which is
I think I've seen it before.
Yeah, right. And it's behind the scenes, and then he's like, there's a part where everything starts going wrong little by little. Like, for example, there's floods that delay. There's something. I think one of the actors falls ill. Then the Cambodian government that's supplying the jets, they get into a war with Vietnam, or I forget whom. So they actually have to recall the jets, and they lose 2 days.
Very inconvenient.
Dude, he got Martin. I think it was Martin Sheen. He got him so stressed out that the guy literally had a stroke.
Jeez,
he actually had a stroke. He was like I think he was like in his early 30s, and he had a fucking stroke. I think they actually filmed it because I think he had it during one of the scenes.
Well, there's a scene where after everything's. There's a scene where after 5 or 6 things go wrong for a month, he's talking, someone's recording, and he goes, that the script is going off, I don't know how to end it. It's I don't know where it's going. At this point, we're just doing so many rewrites, and I think at this point it's clear to say that I have no clue what's going on. It's like, what the fuck? You're in the middle of shooting, you spend so many minutes, you don't know what's going on.
The amazing part, the amazing part is that it came out to be a great movie. It's a really good movie.
It's not that bad.
It's really good.
It's good. I think it's good.
It's amazing. It's amazingly shot. It's one of the most beautiful movies you'll probably ever see.
Okay, the cinematography on it.
Cinematography is amazing.
That's fine, but like, you really think the story?
I thought the story. I think the story is good.
Like some kind of just some rogue general in the middle of the jungle.
Yeah.
It all comes down to almost like what you thought it would be in a weird way. You're like going down. Go ahead.
I didn't get it either at first. I'm not very good with the subtext and all that. But once I started reading about the subtext of the movie, and then I rewatched it, now I can enjoy a little bit more, because it's a lot of things. It's about not being able to let go. That the Martin Sheen character, he can't let go. He's fucked up. The French people there, the who are still the colonists, who are still there, and they refuse to go. Why? Because they lived there for so long, they refuse to go. And it's also about the Vietnam War, how it was unwinnable, because they were trying to bring American comforts along to Vietnam. That's why when he's reading Martin Sheen's character is reading the Kurtz's dossier, Marlon Brando's dossier, Marlon Brando's saying in a memorandum or something, not a memorandum, like a cable there, he's saying, As long as we have fresh beer and meat and hamburgers here, we'll only be dilettantes in this country. Meaning we're not real soldiers. When when we got all this. Meanwhile, that's what Martin Sheen says later on. He says, Charlie's out there in the jungle. His ideas of entertainment is some rice with a little rat meat in it. He's ready to go, and it's true. That's why it's emblematic of the Vietnam War. They weren't gonna win. For mentality that most of the U.S. soldiers didn't want to be there, and the Vietnamese were defending their home. So it was a different goal. They were, they were smashing from one side, the other one didn't have it.
They were hungry.
Necessity
they were hungry
versus what do you call it? When do you have a necessity versus duty? And duty is very strong. Like somebody drafts you into the war, you don't have a choice either. But you're right; they don't want to be there. The Vietnamese, on the other hand, were kind of like, I don't want to be here either, but I have nowhere else to go. So it's kind of like two bad situations, but one guy has it worse.
Well, I mean, I don't know if it's simple as saying that they didn't want to be there. They're just saying that there's only beating you or death. That's it.
No, but I mean, like, go ahead.
Real quick, Gonzalo made I suppose only a veteran who went through it could understand. He said that when you got there first, you're like, the Iraqis are our enemies, blah, blah, blah. But then he said he ended up respecting them. At some point, he ended up respecting him. He's like, hey, man, these fuckers are fighting for
you would have to.
Country. Well, he said he felt compelled to respect them. He felt real, genuine respect because these people are fighting. They're not laying down. They're fighting for their. It's all for maybe people in the West, we might see Iraq as a shithole. Look at them, blah blah blah. But they're fighting for what they got.
Yes.
They
got a foreign military with tanks in the street. What do you think would happen if they did that in America? It would be on.
Oh,
so you have to understand. We understand that,
I think they reacted pretty much how any human would. Like you would revolt if you could. Right?
Their government's probably also telling them, to fight.
I don't know. You think Americans would fight?
Yes, definitely.
Oh yeah, Americans are fucking insane.
They're a nation. They're a warring nation. This everyone's
fight in what, BDA?
Foreign military.
Well, I don't know, man. They're saying that if there were tanks on, like, let's say the Ruskies started taking over, like in Red Dawn.
Yeah.
You think it would be like in the 1980s?
Oh, it would be crazy.
That would be horrible. Yeah, you wouldn't want to do that here. I think a lot of people realize that you don't want to unite. America's already divided by race right now. I think most of the people that would want to attack us or want to keep that how it is. You wouldn't want to attack the homeland and like unite everybody.
Well, I don't know. Because I'm thinking Zoomers. They don't want to fight. They're not joining the army. And that's proven by the numbers, the recruiting numbers. They're falling below the quota every year after year. There's a whole bunch of people medicated too in the United States. Take away their medication. Was that
shit?
I was just gonna say. I don't think the United States will ever be invaded.
I don't think so either.
As far as like a popular revolt, no, I don't think it'll ever happen. I think Americans are too beaten down to ever fight back. I mean, our fucking rights are being trampled every fucking day, and people don't give a shit.
No, but do you think that's because it's a slow boil, and therefore they don't see it, or?
I think it's a slow boil, but I think there's a lot of components to it. But I think on the broadest level, I think the World War is just like it did something so spiritually nasty to the Western civilization that they've just damn near lost the will to fight. But also, there's like America isn't worth fighting for in the eyes of many.
Well, because they've been subverted. They're subverted. That's why. But
America is full of foreigners now, Quags. Like
but there's not that many. It's not that many.
Hit the fan in the United States, bro. The Mexicans will go back to Mexico.
Okay.
The fucking Vietnamese will go back to Vietnam.
All right.
The Africans will go back to Africa, you know what I mean, like actual Africans, not black people.
That's fine.
But they have no, and then on top of that, like, you're everybody growing up has been told their whole life that like everything's getting better. This is the greatest time to be alive. But you look around you and you just see such a juxtaposition of morality, right? Like you're told to do what's right, and when you do what's right, you get fucked over. It's the people who are criminals and villains are the ones who seem to be doing better.
I understand.
America, that's what I'm saying. America's just, it's like, it to many, it's not worth fighting for.
That's just statistically not true, though.
I know.
That's statistically not true, though. Let's be honest.
What are you talking about?
You're actually going to sit here and pretend that criminals and people who break the law are more successful economically?
What that,
Really?
that dude just
In a lot of ways.
that dude just murdered a white boy and just got a fucking like $1 million. Got
$500,000.
Yeah, but how does
wanted.
that GoFundMe account equate to the Wall Street criminals like Wolf of
What
Wall
I'm saying
Street?
is,
wouldn't they be criminals
but
as
bro,
well? So that's in the same
you really
classification.
think those dudes, the Wolf of Wall Street type guys, are fucking squeaky clean dudes?
No.
What I'm saying is the everyman, the guy who's born middle class, who follows the rules, who does what he's told, gets fucked. He works for somebody else, bro. It's these guys who are willing to break the rules, bend the rules, do shit like that, who get ahead. Do Wolf of Wall Street
I
shit,
agree.
bro. These guys are fucking criminals. That's
Do you
what I'm
think
saying.
that's worthwhile, though? Do you think it's worth it to go down that path?
No, but you're not listening to what I'm
Depends
saying.
what
What I'm
both-
saying is, it's these guys are awarded with success and attention, whereas the
By
little
doing
guy doesn't get much at all, right? And it's
And you know what?
in the middle class life is getting harder and harder for the everyman to obtain, right?
There's
Like I
almost
said
no
this
middle
before,
class anymore.
I'm a product of teenage pregnancy, man. My parents had me when they were teenagers. They had 3 kids, bro, and they figured it out. They could do that shit. That kind of stuff is getting harder and harder for people to do, bro. People are waiting till they're in their fucking 30s to have kids now. You know, they follow the rules and they do what's right, what they're told, respect everybody. And these guys get fucked over, bro. That's what I'm saying. There's a juxtaposition where people who aren't good, who do shit like Foo's showing here, are awarded with success and fame and seem to be getting ahead, you know?
For being
And it's not right.
degenerate in a lot of ways.
Yeah, they're being degenerate.
He's right.
They're
But it's
degenerate.
like, how do you define getting ahead?
Imagine
It's
what
like,
that
well, what's the
means.
definition
Imagine
of
what
being
that
rich?
means.
Like
But
having
real
having
quick,
a-
real quick.
What-
Let me
what's-
just say
what's-
something.
what's
real
the
Got
quick.
too many
Let me just
people.
say- let me
Too,
just say something.
too many
Yeah, let me
people
just-
talking at the same time.
And imagine what that means, though. Imagine if what Shazar is saying is true, that there's people who are not following the rules, breaking the rules, and actually succeeding upward through the social strata of society.
Yeah, BDA,
Yeah,
it's
but
an
the social
age-old
mobility
story, man.
system-
You talk to any old person or the old
Okay,
people
but
they
hold on.
talked
Let
to
me
when
just
they were
let me
young.
just say. Let me
The-
just
the
say.
reality is it's never gonna
Let me
end,
just
but
say. Yeah, I know.
if
I
you
know
have
that.
your- if you have your
I know
definition of
that.
being
I know
rich
that.
construed
But you,
with money,
okay.
you're
But what
never
I'm
gonna be
saying
happy.
is,
Shut
what
the
Shazar-
fuck up.
Let him say. Let him say,
One
bro.
at a time. One at a time.
I don't know who this guy is, but you gotta stop talking over people, bro. Please. It's too late at night to do that. If what Shazar is saying is true, then what does that mean? Then that means the system is broken, because that could only happen in
Yeah.
a broken system, and that is bad news indeed.
Yeah, I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying. I'm saying people shouldn't live like that. What I'm saying is the system is broken, and broken people are being rewarded.
Yeah, I completely understand what you're saying. What I'm saying is, what's changed since Babylon? Like, this is an age-old story to bitch and moan about how things are wrong and bad people get away with all this shit. But if your definition of being rich and happy is having a shit ton of money and being at the top of the pyramid, then you're probably going to be depressed for the rest of your life. But I disagree with this argument. Hold on now. Hold on. Who's interrupting now? Who's interrupting now, gentlemen? I disagree with this retarded argument that the majority of middle-class people are suffering and miserable. Actually, if you go outside, people are happy. They have families. They have goals. They have friends. There's things that are going on that would indicate people are actually happy. This kind of internet narrative you're pushing, I don't really believe it because I actually live in the real world.
There is no middle class
Whoa.
anymore. That's crazy.
Well, first of all, let's just hold on. Yeah, the
If you think life is better now than it was maybe when people were growing up in maybe the 80s and 90s, around like late Soviet Union times when America was on top, people were a lot better off, right? People were a lot better off. Maybe they didn't have much, like they didn't have the fucking internet or shit, but the quality of life was easier. People were having more children. Things are good, but that kind of stuff is happening. The fucking population numbers are dropping because people aren't having kids anymore. There's something wrong. There's something fundamentally wrong.
You think
It's like a late-stage
having kids
empire.
equates to them being happier?
It's well,
It's
yeah, but
crazy.
it's
No, not
having
you,
kids is,
Shazar. I'm asking him. Like, do you think that
Yeah.
equates to happiness? It's like, no, it's ridiculous.
Well, no, on the
People can't
contention of
afford
his argument, I understand in the West, people of Anglo descent are dealing with this birth rate, death rate deficiency. But you're going to sit here and pretend like there's not 4 billion people in 2 countries in Asia? Like, that's not an issue with a lot of people. That's why you're talking about the Soviet Union, but that's why in 50 years, immigrants have created such wealth. According to Forbes, these Asians are making more money, getting more educated, because maybe they're following the American dream and not getting caught up in all this philosophical bullshit, possibly because we have all this technology and all this time to sit on our asses and bullshit about what makes us unhappy. Maybe
I don't think it's really a fair assessment.
Hold on.
and you
Well,
know,
for
actually
one,
place action over your fucking words, you might get somewhere in life. Because all these non-English speaking immigrants are doing just fine, folks.
Interesting.
Well, first of all,
So
we
what's
went
great-
from we went from saying, well, now the immigrants are doing good, but earlier you said I'm looking outside, I'm seeing everyone's happy. First of all, that's not true because now we're admitting that there's a large segment of the population which are non-immigrants. I think white people are still the majority in the United States, right?
Yes,
They're
they
not
are.
happy.
Yeah,
So we can-
60%.
Yeah, so-
They're working. Many of them are working paycheck to paycheck. That's
So
a
would you
fact.
agree that 60% of white
Hold on,
Americans
Paycheck to
are depressed
paycheck
right
is
now?
not
Let BDA
thriving.
finish
It's a
his
simple
point.
question, BDA. Do you think 60% of white
Hold on,
Americans are
Well, I
depressed
wasn't
right now?
finished. I wasn't finished. Take a look at, and this might answer your question. Take a look at the statistics out there. How many people are on antidepressants? How many people are depressed? How many people are committing suicide? How many people are living credit to credit? They got no savings. Does that sound like a happy country to you?
No.
No, but it's probably better than starving to death and having no law and order and emergency services.
I know, but a lot of them
Do you
not
often,
starving to death.
think that maybe living credit to credit and having a roof over your head and the ability to purchase things that you can't actually pay for is a privilege? Or have you just been living in this privilege long
You know
enough
how
that now you
insane
think it's
that
a
is?
nuisance?
Now you're
Now you
leveraged.
think it's a nuisance?
That's crazy.
No, it's
That's
just this
crazy.
idea
Are
that
you
we can all be
are
rich
you
and
really
stop
living
the rich
that way?
people. Why don't
Hang on,
people
that's
do
crazy.
it? Why don't people
Well, let 'em
actually
finish,
revolt
Bags.
against the system?
Okay, well, so hang on for a second. Are you really living credit to credit like that, and you're trying to justify that you're that kind of existence, and you're happy
Well,
with
the
it? That's
majority,
craziness.
He didn't even
of our
say-
economy lives on credit. Even commercial credit
Well,
exists
I'll
for
tell you
banks,
this much.
right? So millionaires, for example, millionaires do not spend their own money on investments.
I know,
will
they
loan
take
that money from
loans.
banks and then turn that
I
into
know.
profit, which
I
then
know how it
becomes
works,
a
bro.
positive investment. Now, hold on.
Thank you.
So when you're going to sit here and pretend like the wealthy in this country don't access credit and the middle class in this country don't access credit to have a better life because they don't have cash on hand to get the nice house or the nice car or whatever, it's almost like it seems like you're ungrateful because 75% of the world doesn't have that. So in the West, yes, we have these issues to deal with. People should probably stop overprescribing themselves, get the fuck out of their house and stay on the internet all the like. It's not good, obviously. Go for a hike, get fucking some exercise in your system, eat better. These are issues we can discuss. But to sit here and pretend like the American population is suffering more than the rest of the world is clearly delusional.
For one, that's
Honestly.
never what we said. I'm not concerned
Yeah,
with the East, but I'm talking about the quality of life within the West.
That was never the
Because I-
Yeah,
argument.
that was
Now-
weird.
now
Yeah,
you're
that was
re-
weird.
That's not it
that
at
was
all.
weird.
Yeah, you're
That was
framing
weird
this
how
how
he
you
came
want
up
it.
with- That was weird how he came up with the fact that he thought we were complaining that everyone else is doing fantastic and people in the US.
BDA, how do you compare the quality of the West if you don't have anything to compare it with, sir?
We're comparing where what you're talking about is what we were talking about was the erosion of like pretty much the middle class, and
Yes.
this, and you're kind of like arguing that it's like alive and well, and it's not.
Yeah, because
What-
they've done
what-
studies.
what-
They've done
because I
studies.
completely
They've done
agree with you
studies.
guys.
They've done studies. They've done studies where they actually look at who's the happiest country, and it's not the United States. It's actually countries that
Never
are
said
poorer
it
than
was.
it's actually
Never
it's
said it
actually it's actually countries that are poorer than the United States. So if you're equating money with happiness, which I think you said is stupid, then yeah, I don't understand why you keep bringing up the
No,
quality of
I'm
life.
definitely
And
not.
here's the thing, and
I'm
here's the other
definitely
thing.
not. What
You
up?
brought up
what-
you brought up the credit too. Like we're talking about everyday people. I don't know why you brought up
Yeah, most
billionaires
definitely.
who live
So
on.
now you guys are misconstruing
you're
what I'm saying, 'cause I actually
why do you
I
keep
actually
interrupting?
agree
me?
with you.
Just let him get to his point.
Yeah.
Just let him get to his point, bro.
Crazy.
Just let him get to his point. Now you're
Listen,
talking over him, bro. You're talking over him. Just let him finish.
Yeah, listen. Can I just say something? It's 1:43 in the morning here. It's too late to be going back and forth with a guy who won't stop interrupting. So either
Well,
you
it's
stop
funny because every time I
interrupting,
talk, you
either you
interrupt me,
stop,
so that's okay.
either you stop
You must have
interrupting,
a bigger
or you
subscriber count, so
either you
everyone's
stop
checking for you.
interrupting,
I get
either
it.
you stop interrupting, or we have to move on, man. You think you can stop interrupting?
Are you going to give me a chance to talk, or are you just going to keep talking?
No, you let him finish first.
He wasn't
That's what he's
finished.
trying to get
He
at.
said I'm finished,
He just
AJ.
asked a question, and then I started talking.
This ain't gonna go.
So
This ain't gonna go
asked a
anywhere.
question, I
guys.
start talking, and I'm
This ain't
interrupting.
gonna go anywhere.
Very
This ain't
loud.
gonna
Just
go
let him
anywhere.
finish, and
These guys
then
can-
just let him finish, and then
Nah,
we'll
foo,
continue
foo,
on.
foo. All I'll say is you're not gonna get anywhere with this guy. It's clear.
Okay.
I mean, he's strong. He's strong in his beliefs.
I'll get out of here and let you guys keep talking about what you
I mean,
think
just
is
then,
about.
just
Yeah,
then.
do that.
Look,
Why don't you do that? Why don't you,
Yeah,
why don't
for
you do
sure.
that?
But the reality
that.
is, I completely.
Now, why don't you
agree
do
with
that now? Why don't you do that now, though? Why don't you
I
do
love
that
how
now?
he's
Why don't you
talking
do
over
that
me.
now?
Nobody's
Why don't you
talking
do
to
that
me
now?
because I don't got a
Why
PDA.
don't
I
you
mean,
do
because
that
look,
now?
because
Why
you.
don't Guess what? Guess what? Now I'm
Dude,
talking
listen, you
over
got
you.
a big
Now I'm gonna
canvas,
talk
so you
over
think
you.
you can talk
Now
over
I'm gonna
people
talk
whenever
over
you
you.
want
Yeah,
to.
that's what I'm
Why
gonna
are
do. That's what I'm gonna do.
Why
No,
are you so
No.
upset?
Boy, all
That's
right.
it.
Oh, what
It's
the
over.
Wait,
That's
because
it.
look, because
Okay.
look, he was talking, and then you started talking before he got to his point. That's why we're telling you to let him finish what he's saying, and then you can go
Yeah.
continue after that. Because look, for the most part, it's you and him talking. Most of us aren't
Well,
even
no, no,
talking.
no. Now it's
Yeah.
gonna be. Now it's gonna be. Now I'm deciding. It's gonna be me talking. I'm not gonna let him.
You see this fucking guy? He took over the whole damn show.
Anger.
The irony, the irony.
That's the level we're at now. That's the level we're at. That's the level we're playing.
So
at.
you were
That's the level
interrupting
we're
too,
playing
but
at.
now because you got a bigger presence, you're just going to continue interrupting. Great.
That's right.
great
That's right. I got a
Bigger
bigger
presence.
bigger
We know
everything.
everybody
I
here.
got a
You
bigger
don't
everything.
understand that. Everybody
I got a
knows
bigger
everybody
everything.
here. You don't just to come in here and like fucking throw your fucking shit around.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
think
yeah,
we
yeah.
care.
yeah.
Mm.
Because
Well, I mean, we'll give you a chance to talk, bro. We're gonna give you a chance
Yeah,
to
yeah.
make your point. We're not
Yeah, I'll
gonna
mute
interrupt.
myself. I'll mute myself.
You just go-
But I won't. Yeah, I'll mute myself. You guys take care of it.
all right,
You
all
see
right.
what I mean?
All right, all right.
That
You-
herd mentality. You guys take care of it. All you guys that know me more than this guy. Take
You
care
want
of
you
it.
want to continue
In
on where
reality, in reality, if you guys didn't just want to be right, you'd understand that I agreed with what you're talking about. These problems have persisted for a long time, not just in this
Let's just let 'em
civilization,
go
or
on.
this country, but all other countries. The reality is, this is the most migrated to nation for a reason, because the living standard here is the best. If you want to criticize how it goes, that's fine. But to argue that the middle class of this country is doing worse than other countries is a fallacy. Point blank period.
Well,
Go ahead and
look.
continue to have your validation on these platforms.
We didn't compare
Well,
that.
the problem
So, okay,
is,
so
wait,
look,
let me say this. Let me say this.
Oh,
The problem is that
who
wasn't
was
that
that?
He
wasn't
dropped the bomb and left.
that was not the
Yeah,
argument. That's
dude,
the
who
problem.
was
Look,
that,
this
dude?
guy.
What
Oh
an
man,
idiot.
it was a straw
How
man.
fucking-
We never never.
That was
Christ.
never that was
guys,
never
guys,
you know.
Wait.
Nobody
BDA,
compared.
BDA, that's gaslighting. So
There you go. There you go.
Wait a second. People need to hear this. I'm gonna hit the beta button right now because that's what that guy was.
Yeah.
There you
I mean,
go.
come on. First of all, Quacks. First of all, you gotta learn. If I may have a little criticism, yeah, you should have let him finish because I was trying to let him finish, but he would keep interrupting me as I was explaining things. But when he was spewing his nonsense, yeah, I don't understand what he was moving the goalpost so much. This guy.
He was.
Is he one of your guys that you've met throughout your YTVC street days, or what's going on here? Is he one of those guys?
AJ. I've seen him.
He hates
on the way
lose.
at the tavern,
He hates lose.
and
He
he's
changed
been over
his
here. I think that's why.
comparison
I think it was his first time jumping on the Discord.
Right. He sounds like a loose cannon.
He was really passionate.
Yeah.
I don't know what he was
He's
trying
So
to
yeah,
say.
he'll get passionate. He'll get passionate.
Like it's like, dude, like maybe he's pretty young because like I never talked about the middle class, American middle class compared to like fucking I don't know the Indonesian middle class, right?
No, we didn't.
What I'm saying is like the middle class in America is becoming smaller and smaller.
You were basically
Exactly.
comparing the middle class of today to the middle class in the past.
You're comparing America to itself.
Yeah, he was comparing
Right,
America to America. That's look,
that's why I
that's
said
what
during,
it.
like, the Soviet Union
that-
times. America during the late Soviet Union when we were on top.
Yes.
things were hunky dory.
But what I'm telling
Like,
you,
you can
look,
see it in the,
let me say this,
the
look.
films, like,
You can
yeah.
go back to it in a second. What I heard from you is that you were comparing it to what America was like, 80 years ago, like that.
Mm-hmm.
He comes in here and he comes up with this whole new argument. Like,
Yeah, exactly.
it's insane.
He was
fucking
he was strawmanning. And here's the other thing. He goes,
Yeah.
it's still the country that most people migrate to. Well, first of all, I don't even know if that's even true. But one thing I do know for a fact is a lot of these immigrants are actually going back. A lot of first of all, a lot of Americans are moving abroad. A lot of them are going to Mexico.
Costa
to the
Rica,
point where
Mexico.
Yeah, to the point where the Mexican government is starting to say, "Hey, man, we got to start putting on some restrictions because you can't just come in here all the time." I mean, we're getting too many Americans. A lot of Venezuelans come here because they still think it's the American dream, and they're starting to find out that no, that the country's collapsing. So I don't understand what his argument was. And also, then he started talking about happiness. Like I said, there's fat people in the North America as a whole. Too many obese people, too many people on antidepressants, too many people depressed. They even have something called the loneliness epidemic. People feel lonely, and maybe that contributes to the suicide rates. Women are also all medicated because they've been led to believe that they got to work in corporations and they got to lead the corporate lifestyle, but that's unsuitable to most women's psyche. So they start going nuts too, and they're on medication. So it doesn't really sound like a happy country. Just because it might have been affluent at one time, which is no longer that affluent, by the way, it's declining. But even if it was affluent, people aren't happy. So what the fuck do you do?
I agree
about
with
that?
you.
Yeah.
And they keep going about, well, you got to compare it to China. Why do we have to compare it? It's not happy. People aren't happy.
That wasn't the comparison initially.
Yeah.
He took that off. That's what I didn't appreciate about that. And I know I didn't mean to interrupt him, but like he interrupted everybody else. It's like I don't really care what you have to say.
And I think he also think I was trying to glorify like that like the rich lifestyle, but I wasn't. I was trying to say that there's a juxtaposition of morality where that kind of lifestyle is seen as like is good, you know what I'm saying, when it's not. And it's like these people are get awarded with like, you know, attention and fame and shit like that, and it, like people want to emulate that. It's like it feeds itself, you know.
I think this all started from you talking about the erosion of Hollywood. I think that's where it came from, right? And then out of nowhere we go on. Some guy jumps on. He's incredibly passionate about something he made up in his head. He's like, no.
Well, you say passionate. You say passionate. I say crazy. But you know, it's interesting because what I don't know if you guys know, but there was a point where I said, okay, I know where this is going. I've been around crazy people on the internet to know that at some point you're not going to be able to debate these guys. So that's why what I did was I put my ass against the shower wall and I just decided to go prison style. So
you know what?
Do that,
and as far as the immigrant,
he just got in it.
If you read like Sir Arthur Glubb's like Fate of Empires, like a lot of early like philosophers and history writers, they say that immigration is like late stage empire. Like he is right in the sense that like he's like this has been around since Babylon, but because it's like history is not linear, like that's like Whig philosophy. It's cyclical, right? And like when empires are in their late stage cycle, they get plundered by immigrants. It happened to the Romans, with the Germans. It's happening right now with America. People like these people realize that the empire is collapsing and they're trying to loot it, so they go into loot. That's why like immigrants come here because they know they can take advantage of certain shit that's not necessarily available or known about by the average citizen. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like you have like Indian dudes who come to America and they like you always know how Indians always buy gas stations. It's because they get loans when they come over here, a certain loan that's available to them
from the country.
So from America, they get loans from the United States to come here and they buy a store. And they run it, it doesn't make any money, and then they sell it to the next fucking Indian off another loan, and it just repeats and repeats and repeats. Like you never see fucking Mexicans running fucking corner stores or Vietnamese people. It's always Indians. Why do you think that is?
They have a lot of Chinese people, like especially in my area. Like,
oh yeah, that makes sense in your area. Yeah.
Yeah, they buy up like half the real. No, I shouldn't say half, but they buy up all the best shit, like and stuff that you're like, who in the fuck's buying that? And it's like corporations really buying it up. Like it's like a Chinese BlackRock almost. And then we let them. We pretty much let people do that here. We let everybody just buy in and pretty much phase everybody else out. It sucks.
Yeah. And with like the Babylonians, or at least the Sumerians, that shit happened with the Kassites. I think it was the Kassites who sacked them. It's like generally the way it goes is a sort of like a barbaric tribe moves into a dying empire, takes it over, and starts to become decadent and adopt the trappings, the culture of the people they conquered. And after a while, they grow tired and hedonistic, and then they get conquered by another group coming in, and just it fucking repeats and repeats and repeats.
Right.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing about where this is all going, because then you start getting into transhumanism.
Yes.
Because history repeats itself, and then you start looking at it from the lens of man. Human history is not really that old, but the story of the cosmos, almost it's infinite, and or almost infinite, near infinite. And so you start getting this thing there where people are starting to say, you know what, I don't want to go. I don't. We want to change history. We want to control time and the environment, and this whole notion of control is like we're it's almost blasphemous. We're gods. And so that whole transhumanist thing is really, I actually spoke to a professor once, and I asked him, this was about 15 years ago, and I asked him, or more, and I said, hey man, what about this transhumanist? I was trying to get a feel for what he thought. I didn't straight, we were having a conversation, I didn't straight up interject with transhumanism. And I asked him about transhumanism. He said, yeah, most of these people are kind of scary. I said, well, there you go. These transhumanists, for people that don't know, are the people that believe that we're going to be able to merge with machines. I mean, that's the end goal. Merge with machines.
Yes.
And you're thinking, well, wait a minute.
They call it post-humanism. That's what they call it.
Can I tell you God's trick on them?
What?
I think that's actually purgatory, because you're essentially going to lock up your consciousness or your potentially maybe that is your soul in a weird realm, right? You might be locking that up into a machine. You might be trapped forever. I think a lot of these people, this might be their own trap. They're creating their own prison.
Of course. This was always always the idea in sci-fi, was that with this kind of basically, making everything easy, because that's what they've done, right? With the what was it? They
just don't want to die.
No, it isn't. It isn't just about death. It's about almost in a way not even doing work anymore, right? Things just keep getting easier.
In a way, it's a lot of things, right? It's a lot of things, and it's interesting because a lot of the people in Silicon Valley believe in that notion, but except the whole notion of the Matrix and all that. It's not actually a pretty old idea, but essentially what these people are Gnostics. They believe that we're not living in this reality is not all that there is, and that we're under the control of some other deity that's not God, but to us is godlike, and it's actually a guy that's actually a crazy entity, and that we're supposed to be able to break through this reality and reach a level of apotheosis where we're gonna sort of return to grace. The whole thing, Adam and Eve and all that. That's actually a allegory, they say. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know if they really believe that, but damn, some of the things that they do kind of indicate that they have some weird beliefs.
Well, I mean, really what we're seeing is people just molding the world in their own image. They think, like you said, they think by stepping away from God, they're actually going to possibly, this is the leftist view, is to, in a way, to become God. And that is pretty much the story of Adam and Eve, right? They take from the tree of knowledge and they try to write reality in their own image. And it always falls apart. I mean, what man creates from God is just a poor imitation, right? And that's what we're going to see. We're going to see imitation humans, which is what you see with the robotics. We got imitation, artificial intelligence, AI. And then we have things, we even have imitation food that these people are creating right now. There's many, many examples of it. And it's never going to work out because we're not God. And that is the leftist view. And what do they call that? In most religions, they would call that the fall. That's just simply the fall. It has all the trappings of, technological breakthroughs and all that. But in reality, all this is the fall. And at some point, everything is going to collapse because of it. And look what they're telling us right now. They need to bring in a digital currency, right? And that's going to fall because we've even seen that in the fiction, right? It's science fiction. You see Y2K. The reason Y2K didn't come is because we weren't reliant on all this technology. That's why it never happened. But with this technology, it can collapse any day. That's why I said in the future, the freedom fighter will most likely be hackers. People that and they know this. You ever seen, there's a game out there called, they knew it back then when they made the film Hackers. They were just ahead of their time. Even the Matrix in some ways are hackers, right? They go in the system and they hack it. I forgot what I was going to say. Well,
you're talking about
there was a video game. It's called Watch Dogs. And in that game, I haven't really played through the whole thing, but I've seen some parts of it. And it's basically some kind of agency that they kind of they're fighting against the system, but they can control it. Because in that game, everything is all part of like a cloud, it's like some kind of some software that controls literally everything around you, the lights in the street and all that. And that stuff is really happening right now. They're bringing in all these camera systems, facial recognition and all that. So again, the hackers of the future, most likely they will be tapping into all those different facets of these new things they brought in. That's one of the problems of bringing in machines. Yeah.
Probably that's what they say in all these military journals and all that. They say warfare now is going to be mostly done through computers, digital hacking and all that. It's not gonna the most damage you can inflict is not gonna be so much with ordnance, but with hacking into other systems and all that. But it is interesting, man, because a lot of these people, when they talk about that, they want to be gods. If you read Eastern religions or even within Christianity, there's a little bit of that if you read between the lines, that we all have a spark of the divine within us. But that doesn't necessarily mean that we are God.
No.
And it seems like these people always take it to that level. It's like, well, we got the spark of the divine. How can we expound on it? Or how can we expand it? How can we multiply it? It's like, why this obsession with control? It just seems to me it's like the same thing you see with people who are trillionaires or whatever, billionaires. Yeah, it's good to have money. I have nothing against people wanting to have these successful corporations and capitalism. But then it does sort of get bloated at some point, and you start seeing some people who develop neuroses where I gotta have the better corporation, and not enough, no amount of money is ever enough. And so I suppose it could be the same thing with that. Some people just maybe we do have a spark of the divine within us, which allows us to do more than we actually know or that we're capable of. But then these people want to take it way too far, become immortal. And by the way, if there
Yes.
is such a thing as a soul, aren't you already immortal? Because okay, we're gonna die, the body's gonna wither away, but you're still gonna be living in another
That's
form.
entire.
So
Wait,
That's what
say
makes
that
that,
again. What was the last
that-
thing you said? Sorry, Quags.
I said, let's say there is
Yeah.
a soul and that survives after the body decays.
Yes.
Therefore, by that logic, you're still immortal. You never
Yes,
really die.
yes.
But these people want to stay here forever,
Yeah.
which is
Well,
how is that?
they want to stay here, but in a obviously in a different body, because obviously, as you said, the body dies and it decays, but the consciousness wants to be remanifested. To me, it seems like a prison, and this could be a big mistake for them, because the Earth is doomed to fail at the end, because like everything, Jesus is going to come back and he's going to clean shit up. These people are going to be around for that.
Well, the thing is that what they don't understand is that there are many things you can do in this world. There's a lot of temptations, and that's very tempting to have the power to think you're a god, right? One thing they don't read into, and you see this a lot with the left, right? They do this thing. This is one of their virtues. It's to be what you've heard it probably a million times: barrier breaking. They're always calling this a good thing, right? It's always a good thing to break a barrier, but why do we have doors on our houses and windows? There's barriers for a reason. We have barriers. So they're going to break them all down. And this is what this is. What you're seeing here are those barriers being broken. They're trying to this is why I say it's the left-hand path. The left-hand path is always destined to fail because they're striving to be equal or better than God. And that can never happen. So they're going to keep doing this, and it's all going to fall apart. It's all going to fall apart for many reasons.
You said that about the barrier breaking. It's true because I've played that clip a bunch of times. Gordy Rose. I don't know if I'm mispronouncing his name, but he's the guy. I don't know if he's still the president of one of the few companies that manufactures quantum computers. And this dude, just to recap real briefly, he starts.
that dude left the server. Hello,
Which
just
guy?
pointed this out. The guy that was arguing earlier. Sorry, I didn't mean to
Oh, the
interrupt you.
nut job?
She was buddy. Yeah, Ella said he left. Yeah.
I mean, that's what we wanted.
You know, right? I don't know why he came in here. So like, burst on the fire.
It's- So sorry, I didn't interrupt you.
All right, but look, the simplest way to put it is just because you could do something doesn't mean you should. That's the easiest way to put it.
That's what I was getting at, because this dude from the quantum computers, he's essentially saying that he equates it to a alien civilization making contact with us, saying, incredibly much more advanced than ours, and they're essentially contacting us and saying, hey, we're going to be there on Earth in 20 years, get ready. Meanwhile, we go about our daily life, focusing on football games and politics and all that. Meanwhile, there's this gigantic shift that's going to be coming, and we're all just living like nothing's ever going to happen. He equates that to AI, which they believe, and again, experts disagree whether artificial intelligence will ever reach sentience or that a machine can ever become sentient.
I don't think it will.
There's a
no.
disagreement there, but these people believe it, and that goes to your point about barrier breaking. I hate to quote Jurassic Park, but when he says, what does he say? The Jeff Goldblum's character, where he says, you never thought about, you were all
nature
focused
finds
on-
a way.
Yeah,
No,
life
when-
finds a way.
He said a lot.
Well, that when he says you guys were
Yeah, you
obsessed with
should've
thinking
done
about
it.
how to do it, that you never stopped to think whether you should do it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
exactly.
you
That's
should've done it.
exactly what I said. That is the simplest way to put it. That's
You
the
didn't
truth.
say it.
I'm not saying. I mean, that's what I just said.
I can strike you, Robbie.
I'm not saying. Actually, I wrote that shit. You know that they fucking robbed me. They fucking robbed me.
I did it.
I did it. It's on me. I'm a
I wrote
deity.
that book. Yeah.
I'm a
I
deity.
directed that movie.
Ian Malcolm is based off Julio now, I guess.
Yeah. They fucking robbed me. I'm gonna sue those assholes. They're like, hey, you were a little kid. Shut up. I did it. No, but I mean that is
But
the
yeah, but
simplest way to put it. That is perfect. Right?
Because this guy's president, Gordy Rose of the company, he's saying, yeah, it's going to be this. He says these machines are going to be so intelligent and so far more advanced consciousness-wise than we are, that they're going to look at us with indifference, the way we look at insects. And I'm thinking, when he said that, I started thinking, well, why the fuck would you want to develop them in the first place then? Because
Bill, you want to know why? Because he's fucking projecting. That's why. He hates people.
yeah.
And this is why I told people, you got your Bill Gateses and all these motherfuckers making all your AI. Those fucking people hate your guts. They're literally trying to replace you. This is why when Elon Musk comes up there, and I know all this stuff about the Fourth Industrial Revolution. A lot of people know.
I know that.
This guy comes up here. I know a lot of people know about it. He comes up there and he's like, it's going to be amazing. And we know for a fact it's not. It's not. And I agree with what you're saying about the trans shit. I thought a while ago I was thinking the reason why they're getting people into this idea of the tranny is they're trying to make them think that they can change their nature. Right? Oh, I could choose what I want to be. So they keep putting this word in their head, trans. So it goes from transsexual to transhuman. And they had this way back. Transhuman is the next step. This is why you got this guy Elon Musk over here is literally invested in brain chips, brain chip interfaces. That's
and one of his sons a tranny. What are the odds?
Oh yeah, dude. That I bet you that's fake. That's got to be fake. That's so convenient. That's just ridiculous.
Boo, do you think he already has like a brain chip?
Oh, it wouldn't shock me. It would not fucking shock me.
I think that's why he stuttered so much.
Dude,
Look at him when he was younger.
He is the poster boy for transhumanism because he literally has said it in the past. He said that we're going to need to be able to compete with the AI. So they're going to start putting this stuff into people. So then instead of us going to schools, we just implant it in our head. You just learn it instantly. It's just a software. It's like something they just load into your head. And this is how we're going to be cyborgs. We're going to turn into fucking, I mean, it sounds crazy. But this is
what they want.
But this is the idea.
Yeah.
They want to take us. Another way to put it is that they want to take you further and further and further away from God. That's really what this shit is. It's toward this weird thing they're making. And what's crazy is this has been in the fiction forever. This is why I say maybe God is in the machine. God is telling people through all these pieces of art that you're going the wrong way. And
it's like what's his name, Terry Davis with his Temple of West, bro.
But we're not going. I mean, it's going to be weird to us, but the people of the future, if this shit goes through, they're going to be like, "Oh, it's nothing. It's fine." But there's going to be downfalls to this.
Yeah, because they won't know any better.
Exactly.
If you teach kids are the pretty much like ground zero for teaching like crazy shit. Like they don't know the difference, so they'll just absorb it and like, oh yeah, that's what we're supposed to do.
Yes.
So I understand that point of it.
You know, Quags, that's interesting because the kids today now, the Zoomers, I grew with an old-ass computer. I mean, I didn't even get it until I was, older.
Yeah.
Old-ass computer. I'm talking about a Commodore 64, so no internet with that. Although you could if you knew how to. But I started, using a computer, late 90s. So we had the best of both worlds in a way. But now the kids, the Zoomers, they're growing up with telephones. So there's artificial intelligence, AI, but there's also IA, which is intelligence amplification, which is anything really that just amplifies your senses. So we're talking a pair of glasses, that's amplifying your senses and all that. And phones, in a way, are intelligence amplification because you got all sorts of things stored there, all sorts of information. You can talk to somebody who's miles away. So they're growing up with technology, immersed with technology in a way. Obviously, it's not inside your body yet.
Yes.
But pretty much, right? If you're carrying it all over the place. So we're living
It's almost
in a
an
world
appendage.
It's like
getting people used to that.
Exactly. It's like the evolution of the calculator, right? That's kind of what it is.
They're kind of gearing you up to get ready for it.
Yeah,
I understand
it's thinking for you.
Yeah.
You can't live without it.
You see it all the time, yeah.
Point. Yeah, that's the selling point. It's like you can't live without toothpaste for your pearly white teeth. You need to have those pearly whites. You can't just use any old toothpaste. You need this brand. So they make you believe that you need it. Hey, by the way, guys, I gotta go, man. And I usually, because I don't want to interrupt the convo, but convo was good, and I felt it necessary to say adios. We'll see you guys later. I'll see you guys later.
See you video.
You have a good one, man.
All right, take it easy, fellas.
Yep, later.
Sure, bro.
Yeah, man, that
can't stand BDA, bro. Can't stand BDA, bro.
that guy just talks so much shit. You hear this wacko? You hear this fucking wacko? What the fuck is he talking about? I didn't even understand a single word he said.
Get that other guy back.
We need to fight in here. What the fuck? He's trying to structure this? What the hell?
Go get that other guy back. I want to yell at somebody.
I want to yell right now. Give me someone to scream at.
Yell at somebody.
Give me someone to scream at.
Quinn, were you about to say something?
No, I was just saying, like, now that guy's gone.
Yeah, what the fuck? What the fuck was that? What the?
Yeah, keep it boxing.
Yes, exactly.
So that dude's pretty chill, but you know what I mean? He's like a YouTube character, you know what I mean? He's ready to...
Yeah, sometimes he just gets a little too racist for my liking.
It seemed like he was like fucking projecting, bro.
Yeah,
he started talking about shit we weren't talking about. Started talking about immigrants.
Let's go back. Yeah, exactly. Dude is racist.
And
that dude for sure. Yeah, when he said that shit about Mexicans, I thought Sobers was going to jump through his computer like that girl in the ring.
Don't you ever talk about Mexicans?
But that'll be
My-
the next thing she comes through.
Your ass, my dick.
But they already did that.
That's exactly what Sobers was gonna say, huh?
He was going to say that. He got out of here right as he was going to say it. He got the F out of here. That's
Were you
crazy.
about to say that to him, Sobers?
No.
No. All right. Never mind. Well, you heard it here first.
You heard it here first, live on the Real Food TV. Give 1 second.
Oh hell no.
Oh, shut up. You know you like
I
it.
still can't believe that dude left the server, bro. That shit's wild.
Good. I don't want to talk to that guy on the regular anyway. That's fucking crazy.
I'm just as
What the
crazy,
hell's
he's
bro.
chill.
Like,
Why did
yeah,
you
he
get...
seems chill. I've said meter shit to fucking Foo, and me and Foo were fucking cool like 10 minutes later, you know?
Yeah, it's a little too serious. What the F?
Yeah, this is just boxing talk.
Dude, it wasn't even anything crazy. I just, I didn't know it was going to be an argument. Like we're just saying random shit. Then out of nowhere, this guy's like, he's like really passionate about this. So look, if you're passionate, let him
He
speak.
came in to pick a fight.
Yeah, he did. But it's like, let him speak and then you respond to it. He didn't want to do that. He just screamed over him. And so really, in reality, all he wanted to hear was himself. That's why he wouldn't fucking stop. Yeah. Then out of nowhere, I tell him, hey, can you just let him finish? And then he's all like, oh, you guys are all against me. Ha!
It's almost like he was trying to hype himself up, like go outside or something. Get off the internet. Like,
he's
like, bro, I am a veteran college graduate. I own a home, bro. Like, I'm doing well. I'm fucking fine. Like, I'm not fucking terminally online. I just like being online. It's like that's what I'm saying. I think it was projection from him.
I know, no shit. I told you guys this before. You guys are the guys I have to talk to about boxing. My friends don't give a fuck. They do not care.
I'll say AJ's welcome back anytime he wants to jump back on.
Yeah, let him come in. That's what I'm saying. I don't know why he left because like they
get his ass back here right now.
Come back, AJ. You're in the chat. Jump back here, bro.
Yeah, it's just I don't know. It's just like we were speaking very abstractly, but it was like to take something like something so abstract personal is like really strange.
Yeah, and you took a lot of things out of context on purpose, didn't you? So that was a little bit disingenuous, and I don't know, maybe you're a bit of a faggot for doing it, but we'll let that go for the time being. But you can come back, I agree.
Yes, come back, because we love you. You know what else we love? We love the Real Food TV. People, remember to subscribe to the Real Food TV, the greatest channel known to man.
Oh, gosh. What is he gonna say?
It's fucking amazing. This channel, this truly is. This show truly is. These guys will not shut up. They won't shut up. Give me 1 second while I shut them the hell up.
I watched you change.
All right, people, remember to subscribe to the Real Food TV, the great channel known to man. You're watching Expert Panel.
I watched you change in you. It's like you never had wings. Fucking awesome song.
Yeah.
Who sings it?
I saw them live in Madison Square Garden.
The Deftones, low step.
Let's keep it that way, motherfucker.
I saw him live like 2 weeks ago in Madison Square Garden.
Yeah.
They actually had a really they had a nice setup for this song.
Wait, where's this music coming from? Are you playing it, Foo?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm like looking around, like thinking I was playing this shit because I did have like a playlist going on.
No, I'm playing it.
You're having a relapse from the military.
It's on the show right now. It's on the show. I'm playing it live. It's on the
I was
effing show.
hearing it, and it was like throwing me off. Dude. I was like, where am I hearing this from?
You know those drugs they gave you when you were in the military, and they said, "Yeah, this probably won't do anything." They're kicking in right now.
Hey, Quacks, do you know what album that song is from? Bet you don't.
We're gonna go. Wait. We're going into some Deftones trivia, dude. I'm gonna kill you. Tell me some more. Come on, get some more stuff. Tell me some more.
I was never a big Deftones fan. But they're all right.
All right.
Did you hear the answer?
The what?
Did you hear the answer?
What is the lead singer's sexual preference?
Yeah, it's White Pony.
Yeah, what
right?
song is that?
Yeah, this is from this from White Pony.
Yeah.
What's the lead singer's sexual preference?
Shit. Small Mexican women. No.
I heard that guy's bisexual or something.
Are you kidding?
Well,
No, he's not.
That's why he's always moaning.
Yeah.
No, he isn't. No, he isn't. He's married. He's making that up.
You know these guys.
This guy, this dude's making all this shit up.
I know you listen to
This dude is making up all that shit.
Deftones, bro.
Hey, Julia, I got another
Don't
question for you.
do
You like
this to
Deftones,
me
all right?
right
And
now.
White Pony is their third album. What's Deftones' fourth album? What's the name of it?
Oh shit, that's the one with the skeleton on it, right?
Yep.
I forgot
Come
the
on,
name.
it's easy.
I forgot the name of that album.
You know it, bro.
It's
You know it.
Deftones.
Yeah, it's called. Oh, it's a self-titled album. Yeah, I forgot.
Yeah.
I love
Yeah,
that. I love that album too.
Yeah, it's all, yeah.
Yeah. I really like some of their older stuff, like Adrenaline. I think Adrenaline might be one of the best ones.
Yes.
White Pony was really good. It was, but I don't know if it was their best album. That was one of their biggest songs. One of the ones that got them famous, right? Was that
Yeah,
was
like
some
a digital.
Change?
Probably my favorite song on that album. It's all bad. That's one's really good.
They were inspired.
Change is
They
my-
were inspired by what's it called? Sade. That's where the voice comes from, supposedly.
Sade?
Yeah, he was inspired by Sade. But before that, there was another band. I forget the name. It was like an all-black group. They all had like dreadlocks. You know what I'm talking about?
No.
It's where their original style came from. No, I forget the name of it. I forget the name of the group, but you can tell when you hear this group that for sure Deftones took a ton of influence from them.
Seven Dust?
No, it wasn't Seven Dust. No, this predates Seven Dust and all that stuff. I remember back in the day, Chino said that they used to hate Korn because they would go on tour and they would call them Baby Korn. Baby Korn. And Chino was like, what the fuck? I fucking hate those guys. And I remember they had like a
I'll never
feud.
forget when I was like a real little kid, bro. I was like walking around the park with my dad, and somebody wrote Korn like the band on the sidewalk with chalk.
Uh-huh.
And I was like, "What's Korn?" And my dad was like, "A shitty band." And I was like, "Oh." So in my mind, like that shit left an imprint on me. So like my whole life, I thought Korn was shitty and just never listened to him until I was way older. I was like, "Damn, my dad was wrong. Korn's good."
Yeah, Korn is cool.
Yeah.
I like them.
I like them. I've been listening to Korn since I was a kid.
So right. Your dad was right. They suck. What are you talking about?
Quags, you don't understand music, bro.
Oh my god.
Are you a Dexter Quag? Get your old ass out.
Yeah, he's a.
That's not
real metal. Your dad was right. Your dad was right.
I was like telling LL, like all that alt metal, alt metal was like, it seemed like it was like a dividing point for metalheads, where it's like old heads like fucking hated that shit, but it's like younger people really liked it. But like so like Gen Xers and like boomers don't really like alt metal, but like millennials really like it, you know, like
Millennials
Deftones,
don't
Korn,
like
shit
it.
like that.
No,
Yeah,
no, we don't.
So what band?
you were Gen
So
X.
what band? You know what band
No,
hit
I'm
across like
a
all
millennial.
demographics?
I'm an old millennial.
Okay, yeah, I'm a young millennial.
Hey, Quags, if you don't like Linkin Park, you can get the fuck out of here.
I don't.
You know
Wow.
that
Everyone
Deftones.
likes Linkin Park, Quags. What the
You know,
fuck?
Deftones come back in a big way. We went over there, and that shit was filled with like basically 20-year-old girls. Just filled that whole damn place up.
Dude, that shit's popping, bro. Like that alt metal shit.
Dude, they filled up Madison Square Garden. I never knew they could do it, and they did it.
I would almost argue they're bigger now than they were back when they were releasing music.
Oh, and they like all the old stuff too. When they played the old stuff, the people were going crazy in there. They were like,
they had, like,
knives,
a full
razors.
Yeah.
Like the whole fucking crowd was going crazy.
You know who's a lot like that is who's the gosh darn it Iron Maiden. Dude, they're more popular now than they were when they were actually like releasing their shit.
Yeah, it's like, I guess the quality of music's dropped so bad.
I saw them live. I thought they were really good, actually.
Iron Maiden.
Yeah, I saw Iron Maiden.
They're
Yeah.
good.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, they have
I saw Iron Maiden. I saw Megadeth. I've seen before. I saw Slayer a bunch of times.
I saw Megadeth. I've seen Metallica. Metallica was great.
That's the one I never seen.
You guys know the band Boa? They did the theme song for Serial Experiments Lane.
They sound really familiar, but I don't
Yeah,
think
you might have heard a song.
What's the song that they did?
Oh my god. So you don't seem to understand. A shame you seemed in. I'll put it in the bot. I'm away from my computer right now. They got a couple of hits, but they're
Did they ever
they're
do
kind
a
of like
song called Step Back?
I don't think so.
Like, step back, step back. Was that the same one?
No, it's like
Everybody step back.
it's a
Step back, you
female
already
singer.
know.
They're kind of soft right now, but I'm gonna go. I just like thinking about shows. I'm actually gonna go see them in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, I must be thinking of a different band.
Yeah, let me put a song in their most popular song. I feel like you probably heard it. Yeah, Boa probably Duvet. Yeah.
How I got probably into like a lot of the rock genres because a lot of the games back then for SmackDown versus Raw, a lot of it was like alternative rock, stuff like that. That's when the
Like new metal.
soundtracks were all
New metal.
Yeah. Now it's all hip hop if you still play the WWE games, which I don't care for.
Dude, they were putting fucking like Deftones and shit in the Dragon Ball Z movies, bro. That's how I started listening to stuff.
Pantera. Yeah, they're putting Pantera. Yep, that
They're watching the AMVs on YouTube. They're like, yeah, we need that.
Bro, yeah. Dude, it was like crazy, like watching fucking Goku fucking
Drowning
fight Cooler
Pool.
dude, and it's like, I watched you change, and the Goku goes Super Saiyan. That shit was hype, dude.
Oh, before that was Drowning Pool. What if told you so? No, told you so. That's what it was. I think it's time for you to realize a blessing in my eyes have gone away from you. Oh gosh.
And Anderson posted the song. Yeah, Duvet LL got it too. Damn, Anderson, this is using MMA memes. I don't know. They're really good, and I'm excited to see them in a show.
Looking to get
Who you want to see at a show?
Boa.
Boa.
Yeah, Boa. Not the fucking hip hop chick or whatever. But listen to the song. Anderson posted it.
Oh, I can't listen to it right now. I'm doing a show, but I'll listen to it later on.
Problem. No, yeah, listen.
Because if I play it, it'll go through the. I do not want to get it through here because it'll possibly get the stream kicked down.
No, it's no problem, man. I'm not trying to get you kicked.
Wow, so Keyshawn Davis really is fighting De Los Santos.
That's been confirmed as far as I know.
He's coming off like a 2-year
I can see
layoff.
the
He's been
kickoff
more
presser.
interested in doing hair in the Dominican Republic. Now he's coming back to boxing.
Man, they got to step it up at some point, right? This guy's approaching 30 years old.
Oh,
Keyshawn, right? He's going towards
30.
He's
5 years.
Wait,
I mean, he's got his first world title. You know, I think he's going to stay at 135 not much longer. He's going to be up at 140. So Gervonta Davis is going to dodge that. Another, young, hungry champion at 135.
I don't think Tank would have that much trouble with him. I don't think he's that good of a fighter.
He won't fight him, bro. He won't even take the risk.
Well, there's nothing in there. When it comes to money, I'd say that's okay because look,
belt?
he hasn't done anything.
I don't think
There's a belt. There's a belt now. There's a belt now.
When it comes to Gervonta Davis, you seem to want to protect him, which I don't. Get
No. I don't. I think he should.
You do.
I
Why do you love
think
him?
what I'm saying is I think he should fight a guy like a Shakur because Shakur's actually sort of made a name for himself, right?
So a guy with no power.
Yeah, but being annoying.
No, I mean, look, he's supposedly the bigger star, right? So why not fight that guy first and then fight Keyshawn immediately after that?
Yeah, I mean, but
Stevenson's bigger than
he's not gonna fight either of those dudes.
He probably won't. And the reason why, I mean, really, it's Al Heyman. I think Al Heyman's paying him really well. That's why he won't jump over to the Turkey side.
Well, he's protecting him.
Yeah, but he's paying him a lot. So he's like, why the fuck am I going to go over there? And I think that's really what's happening.
He's like the only guy that can do that right now.
He's like the last guy Heyman has left,
He's not
right?
the only guy. He's not the only guy, but he's one of the guys that can be like, all right, I can kind of make money in my own little ecosystem. Right, and that's why Shakur Stevenson had to walk back his little comments, right? Because he's not in a position where he can be like, well, I don't need to fuck with them. They'll set me up in a bed over here.
He's got to suck that fucking.
The next time you see Shakur, don't be surprised if he's holding Turkey's hand in public. Don't
He's
be
gonna be
surprised.
holding that hand, boy. Holding that hand.
I told you. Remember when I told Dirk that? I told him that this guy's gonna have to apologize.
Yeah, I actually.
Oh, yeah, you did.
Remember I said that the other day?
I did say this.
I said it because look, his career is almost over. I bet you I remember I said it. I said he's going to have it talking to If this team is good for him, they're going to tell him, bro, you better fix this because where no one's going to pay you what this guy's going to pay you. You know, he's almost out the door, dude. That guy is throwing all his.
Exactly.
The thing is that like I said, I've said in a video that it's the end of the diva. The diva's coming to an end. These promoters cannot give these guys the money they want. And so they're going to bring them on here and they're going to have to take real fights. Because I don't really have much of a problem if a fighter wants a big sum of money. But you got to take on a challenge to get that damn money. You shouldn't be getting these giant sums of money for fighting nobodies. That's terrible.
But that's how it used to be, right? Every fight was like you'd get a different purse because every fight had a different demand, right? If you were fighting a bum, obviously you weren't going to get paid the same if you were fighting like a top level fighter that people wanted to see you fight.
Yes.
But everyone thinks, oh, I got a guarantee now, so I'm going to get paid the same way no matter who I fight.
Yeah, it should be based. It should be based on the danger of the fight. You know, if you're fighting a bum, you shouldn't get paid a big sum of money, and this incentivizes these guys to have the big fights, not the why am I going to fight this tough fight when I can fight this fucking bum for the same amount? And it doesn't work that way because most boxing fans don't want to see even a great fighter fight a guy that they know is just good. He's going to run him right over. Now, the fanboys, they might be into that, but I think most people that love the sport and want to see an actual fighter not going to throw down $90 to see, you know, some fight.
Most people did not want to see Gervonta Davis and Lamonte Roach on pay-per-view. They want to see him fight either Shakur Stevenson or Keyshawn Davis.
I always said it. I made a bunch of videos. I just pointed out because you'll know that what I'm saying is true. I always saw that as being a hard fight for him. I even thought that he might lose it. But my only problem with it is that I knew they would never let that guy beat him. It's just, I don't think it's going to happen unless he really, really beats the shit out of him. So when they have the rematch, he's really going to have to let his hands go a lot more. And I think Tank's going to be letting his hands go a lot too. So I could see it possibly even still being a 50-50 fight. And the only thing I respected Tank for that fight is that he knew that was a hard fight because he had fought that guy twice in the past. He knew it was a hard fight. But so we'll see how it goes. Hopefully they have their rematch and then this guy does something before he retires because from what I hear, he's gonna be retiring soon.
Also, he does what he was supposed to originally, which was, make short work of Lamont Roach, because it definitely wasn't supposed to be that competitive.
Oh, I didn't think he was going to make short work of that guy. I said it. I've said it multiple times. That guy's actually on the inside he's a pretty decent fighter on the inside.
If you were to rate Gervonta Davis as a fighter, 5 being great, 1 being a bum, where would you grade him at?
Based on the opponents, he's weird. He's like, that's why I call him like the 135 version of Wilder. Because many times he loses, like in the Lamont, like a lot of people after that fight said that, oh, he got exposed. It's like, bro, he didn't get exposed. He got exposed way before that. I mean, he was losing, I think in the Santa Cruz fight, he lost like every round or something. He fought Frank Martin, getting his ass kicked the whole damn fight. He fights Rolly, getting beat up the whole time. In this Roach fight, he's actually winning rounds. He was actually winning rounds. So it's a little different.
So you think Roach was out?
What? Say it again?
Go ahead.
No, he's just going. What?
So you think Roach was like a worse fighter than those two, or do you think Gervonta's getting worse?
I think it was a better performance for him. I think it was, even though people were shocked, I think that was a better performance than the Frank Martin fight and some of the other ones. He's already been exposed. He's a lazy fighter. He doesn't like to go and get it. In this fight, he was kind of forced because this guy pushed him back real well. And when Tank tried to come in and throw something, this guy would catch him with a singular punch, like boom, just catch him once or maybe twice. Yep. So what Tank had to do is he had to kind of step it up a little bit and throw more punches. This guy put a pressure on him, made him fight. But I don't feel like, I think in my book, if you exclude the knockdown, because very controversial, it was whatever. So I just kind of wipe it out. I'm like, they didn't call it a knockdown. But if you take that away, to fight did look like a draw to me. It really did look like a draw. It was a very competitive, very close fight. So I think the rematch would be good. I think the rematch that's going to be better than a Tank versus Shakur fight. Because I think Tank versus Shakur is it's going to be garbage, complete garbage. I wouldn't mind seeing Tank versus Keyshawn. I think that would probably be a decent fight. He's got some decent fights up there. Man.
Wait, didn't you just say you'd rather see him fight Stevenson? You didn't want to see him fight Davis?
Yes. I'd rather see him fight him first, Stevenson first, because I think if he fights, he's going to duck out real soon from what I hear. I don't know how many fights it is, but he might have 2 left. So But I don't like Shakur Stevenson. I'm not a big fan of Tank either, but I'd like to see the Shakur fight because Shakur's constantly talking trash. I'd like to see what he does in that fight. And I predict Tank would probably...
Oh, my God, bro.
I think Tank would knock him out.
If Gervonta Davis retires for Usyk, that's going to be so fucking funny.
What is he now? What is he in the early 30s, late 20s?
He's like 29, I think.
No, he's 30 or 31. I think he's might be third. He's turning 31 this year. Yeah, I mean, he's really wasted his fucking prime years. It's crazy.
Yeah.
And he's gotten worse.
Yeah.
Like the best I've seen him was against Pedraza. Then since then, it's been a slow decline when he should be getting better.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what he's doing, but I'm pretty sure
soft matchup after soft matchup.
Yep.
Yeah.
We gotta let this marinate. It's just like 10 years of marination, bro. At that shit,
Yes,
it's
yes.
at that point.
It's like Manny Floyd.
Yep.
Oh my God, ducking.
Just
How long has he been a champion at 135?
Keep letting it marinate. Oh, I don't know. I'm not sure. What do you think about that?
Man Reno, just to watch him. Yeah, I like Johnny Cash.
Yeah, Johnny Cash is good.
Yeah. Which song do you like from Johnny Cash? All of them?
Not all of them. My mind's drawing a blank right now. Why did you put me on the spot? Now you expose me as a poser, bro.
Yeah, you fucking poser.
That's right.
Ring of Fire.
Ring of Fire. What's that one? God's coming to
cut you down.
What's it called? Step you down, cut you down. Yeah, that was good.
Weren't you talking about that song the other day, Foo? Talk about how it was like predictive programming or something.
It's about the rapture. It's about it's about the end times. So he brings up, and it's about God taking the good ones, and saving them. That's why he has a golden ladder, right? I don't know if it has to do with God or just the people that run shit, because he says the man, when the man comes around, he says the man, specifically the man. So when he comes around, he starts picking and choosing who lives and who dies. That was kind of thing. So it makes me think of the end times. So that is in a lot of ways a rapture, because if you look into Revelations, they say that I think they come back, these people, I think they're supposed to be people, and they cleanse the earth in the word of God or in the voice of God, right? That's what it is. It isn't God. Like people say it's God doing it, but it is God in a way. But it's the people bringing back the word of God, and that brings order to things again. That's supposedly the idea. I think that's the idea behind it when you read into it. It's like a violent time. They say a bunch of stuff in Revelations, but that's what I get from it, is that it's people uprising against basically that shift. It shifts more towards, I guess you could say, leftism, or this kind of amoral civilization. It's amoral. All right. What? Did you just do a goat sound?
Just yawn.
Oh, I thought you did a goat sound. It shifts towards amorality, the civilization. So when that happens, like, people tend to start to feel something, that there's something very wrong going on. And so maybe it shifts further back the other direction. And that may bring violence. The way they word it seems like it's violence that brings it. So it seems like to me, I mean, Jesus comes back on a pale horse. A pale horse symbolizes many things. One of those things is death.
A flaming sword and eyes of lightning.
Yeah, and a pale horse is death and cleansing. It symbolizes a lot of things. But it's interesting. But yeah, that song is about purgatory. Not purgatory, the rapture, the end times. So
that's interesting.
Very interesting stuff, Julio.
Yeah, damn it. It's got, the name of the song is The Man Comes Around. Came out in 2002.
I thought we were talking about God's Gonna Cut You Down. What the fuck?
Oh, that's the other song. That's a different song. That's a very similar idea to it. That's about death. That's about.
You're fucking confusing everything.
Wait. Look. Sorry, I thought because he was asking. Shazar was asking me about the other song that I talked about the other day. The one that God's gonna cut you. The one that song, "The God's Gonna Cut You Down," that's about people thinking they're more than what they really are. Like they get all high up on themselves, but you always have to understand, you know, when you're shitting on everybody and you think you're hot shit, at the end, you're gonna die. So that's the idea.
Like just like a boxing chief.
Yeah, the idea is that in the end, no, because I mean, look, you got all these people. You got in this world, you have kings, you have queens, you have a lot of people who are very high up on themselves. But in the end, they're all gonna die. That's the idea behind it, right? God's gonna cut them down. Yeah. There you go. That's what I'm saying. It's pretty obvious, huh? You racist, and then you guys are gonna be racist, but in the end, God's gonna cut your ass down. You're like, I'm so much cooler. I'm better. And then Dirk comes in here. He's like, you're racist. I'm better. And then God's like, fuck you. Bam, you're dead. He's like, bro, I made you.
The fuck up.
Do you not understand? I made all of it. And then Shakur comes on, right? Shakur comes out of nowhere. He's like, I hate to lose. I hate to lose. I don't want to lose. I hate to lose. Look at those teeth. My
How do you
God.
think that Stevenson fight's going to go, guys? I actually think Zepeda's going to do a lot better than what people think for some reason. That pressure's going to get to him. Now, see, I don't think he's going to beat him, but it's going to be like an 8-4-ish type of fight, in my opinion.
Oh,
yeah.
I think
Wait, now that you brought that fight up, so let me say this about the Shakur Stevenson Zepeda matchup. All right, so you brought up the fact that he was gonna have to bend the knee and apologize to Turkey, right? And he's gonna be holding his hand or whatever. So now he's kind of spit. He's disrespected the Turkey, right? So any favor that he might have shown in this matchup, I feel like he's probably lost it now. And I wouldn't be surprised if they end up being in a small ring like Farmer was when he fought Zepeda in that rematch in Mexico. You get what I'm saying? I feel like they're gonna. It's not gonna be stacked against him, but the favorism that they're gonna show is gonna be the Zepeda now.
Well, look,
he's gonna set him up. He's gonna set him up.
Neta fool.
But it's in Turkey's.
He was talking shit. He was talking cash money shit, bro, and. You know, I'm sure that dude doesn't take well to disrespect like that. You know what I mean? I'm sure people in his country were scared for their life saying some shit like that about him.
Well, Turkey's
an egomaniac, bro. Remember?
Yeah, exactly.
But it's in his best interest to cut down these divas. You know that, right? To chop them down one at a time. That's in his interest to chop these guys down because in the future, this kind of guy isn't going to be welcome in the sport anymore. That's the thing.
Because Julio. Turkey's ego is so big, bro, that he thinks that Canelo bent the knee for him, but in reality, he bent the knee for Canelo because he gave Canelo the money that Canelo wanted in the end. But he only gave it to him just so he could fulfill that void of like, I got him, I signed him. You get me?
Yep.
I think Canelo has Turkey's hand up his ass like a leash. You know what I mean? He's working his fucking.
He does.
He's working his face like a puppet.
But you know who he couldn't get?
He let him hold his hand.
He got a weird little.
He got Canelo's ass. He got his ass. This is Turkey's like this. He's like my cock, your ass. Come here.
After tonight, dude, like.
I mean, he kind of had to bend the knee to Canelo. What other big fight does he have? The Joshua Fury Wilder all fell apart. And then he realized, like, Crawford is the only thing that I can make. Go ahead, Sober.
Yeah, no, like you were saying about Canelo Crawford, that's the only fight that Crawford wanted, right? And Turkey was saying he's going to deliver Crawford the fight he wants. So in order to fulfill that obligation to his guy, his new pet, Crawford, he had to make sure he got Canelo. And if you guys remember, Canelo was kind of like, no, I'm busy right now. I don't got time for that shit. Yeah, I'm fighting Berlanga, whoop-de-whoop. And you remember Turkey was like, if Canelo knows what's good for him, he's going to accept the fight. And then he got mad when Canelo kind of slagged him off. So he said, we're not in the Canelo business no more. Berlanga fight's over. 2 months later, we are in the Canelo business still. And everything's all, hunky-dory again. Who made that? Who had to go back on their word about the other one? It wasn't Canelo. He didn't say fuck Turkey.
I think
and I'm never dealing with him.
Do you think Canelo had to like bring his ass to Turkey's dick on that one, or like what was like how did that work? You think?
He let him hold his hand. He just let him hold his hand.
What the hell, Quacks?
Dude, I like.
I'm trying to figure out the dynamic. How does this work?
Everybody's willing to like bend the knee for Turkey, and I think it's fine because he's doing great fights, right? But like this guy's like a royal, like he's like a rich royal, bro. And you got Canelo, like the self-made man, telling him to fuck off, dude. That shit's like kind of heroic.
But he's not self-made. Let's not say that. He's not. He had a lot of.
He came from nothing. He came from nothing.
No, he didn't come from nothing. He was middle class. What I'm saying is that he had a lot of people help him along the way. He had a lot of people help him.
I don't deny that. I don't deny that, fool. But you know what I mean? Like, I'm juxtaposing him compared to being like a member of a royal household, like literal royal household.
Well, I mean, the thing is that look, Canelo. Look. Just wait. Let me say this. Canelo, just like Shakur, Canelo for the most part comes from like free countries where he's up here. He's a businessman, so he's got another businessman that's treating him like you're my bitch. I think that was his problem. And it's just the same with Shakur.
Horrible. So I have a theory, bro.
I don't think Shakur
Turkey was able to sign Canelo.
Yeah, but Canelo's worth more,
So the way Turkey was able to sign Canelo was that he threatened Canelo to call ICE on him.
Yeah, exactly. I heard that. That's true. That's true. That's fucking true. This guy, he got the hard hitting. This guy he has the evidence too. He's got Canelo's green card or lack of green card. He don't have one, people. He don't have one. That sucks. I'm sorry, Canelo. Sobers loves you. Sobers loves you. Canelo, you're a bitch.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about, my friend?
Covered.
I respect the fighter. I don't love the man, okay?
I like him because he has good boxing skills.
I like him. I like his skills. He got good skills. I love him.
He's a good back foot fighter. Yeah, said no one ever.
Oh, what about Crawford or Shakur?
No, like said that no Mexican ever uttered that. I guess is my point.
What are you trying to say? Did Turkey use this on Canelo? I have my memorabilia. I had to take this out of the box. I don't know why Turkey sounds like Canelo, but he took that out of the box, and Canelo was like, "No,
Come
please,
on, bro.
please."
You're disgusting.
He's like, "Please don't do this. Don't do this. Don't do this."
Hey.
Have some respect.
All right. I'm sorry, Canelo. I'm sorry. The sobers. He's beta. Is he a beta? I think he's.
Why do you have those?
Wait. I think he's a beta.
Yeah.
Beta. Yeah. This is sobers right here. He's full of lies. He's a media man, just full of lies. I don't know if you guys can see that. Can you? Yeah.
Canelo and Duran. There you go. Mexican goats. There you go, Sergeant. That's right.
Yeah, that's right.
It's gonna be a sad day when Canelo retires, bro.
Yeah. We're all gonna cry.
I'm crying, man.
We're all gonna cry.
It's definitely like his era. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, when that day comes, bro, I'm gonna do a tribute. I'm gonna do a tribute to Canelo.
You're gonna pour a 40 out libation, bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna dress in all white. I'm gonna go to the beach and pour a 40 ounce on the sand.
Hell yeah.
He's gonna throw a fruit punch on the floor.
I'm gonna grind up a bunch of cinnamon, bro, and I'm gonna throw that shit in your hair, dude.
I'm gonna have a glass. He's gonna have a glass of Tang. It's gonna. I mean, look at that beard. That's an orange beard, huh? This guy got an orange beard.
Yo, Quinn, Marco Verde is your guy coming up, right?
That's right.
Really high on. Gotcha. Vessel just mentioned him in the chat.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll see where he goes, right? Because he did look good in the Olympics. But he lost that Uzbeki, right?
Yeah, that Uzbek bitch.
He lost to an Uzbeki, huh?
Hey, we know Mexicans generally have better Uzbekistanis when it comes to professional ranks, so I think Verde's going to be just fine.
Yeah, I mean, if he's with Canelo's camp, isn't he?
Yep.
Uzbeks actually don't do too bad considering. They kind of remind me of the Irish.
Yep, Canelo Promotions, by Reynosa.
That's crazy, man.
Bad day.
He was originally going to wait to see if Los Angeles, the 2028 Olympics, if they're going to have boxing, which they are, but he just said, fuck it, I'll just turn pro now. Technically, you can
better
still,
start making money.
Yeah, professionals can still go
wait
to
4
the
years.
Olympics. Yeah.
Are professionals still allowed in the Olympics? I remember they were doing that one time, right?
They did the shit with what's his name, Uzbek,
Yalomov.
Jalolov, yeah.
And that other dude too, that Russian it was like Saddam Hussein or something. This black Frenchman.
Yeah, that's his name.
Hassan Imdam. There you go. Was that his name?
No.
Yeah.
Saddam Hussein.
Saddam Hussein.
No,
He
Saddam
actually
Hussein.
lost.
Yeah, remember when Saddam?
Yeah, he lost. He lost in the Olympics.
Saddam, he went against De Gaulle. Remember that?
What?
Oh man.
So what do you guys think?
Long
America is going to get again in 4 years, Los Angeles. Will we have another great Los Angeles Olympics like the 1984 team did?
Man, I don't
No.
know.
What?
I just, dude, there's
What
just
the fuck are you talking about?
there's not enough programs for kids, like
It's
moms
not
don't wanna put
integrated
their
into
kids in this-
anything.
yeah, it needs to be integrated.
You know,
Yeah,
Khalif is. Yeah, are you talking about the 2028 Olympics?
Yeah, it's going to be in Los Angeles.
You know that
2028.
Khalif said he's gonna already be there. He's been trolling that he's gonna go fight again at the 2028. He's
Oh, really? The Imain Khalif?
Amen. Yeah.
Yeah, Imain.
Hey man, what's up?
You want to get boxing
Trump's-
back on track? Get it back
Oh.
into high schools and colleges, and like literally have it like on the NCAA system. Problem
You
solved.
know how
Yeah.
funny
Yeah.
This game's sick.
Yo,
you know how
that's a
funny
fact.
that
Oh yeah, I love this game.
That's going to be California is the
What game is that?
California.
It's ready to rumble
California
boxing.
is the wokest state, but Trump is going to be opening up the Los Angeles Olympics. That's fucking up.
Yeah, bro.
Mm.
They might start a
Fucking
riot and
nightmare.
shit.
Yeah.
Be a fucking nightmare. We'll see.
He's going to light the torch. And I'm like,
Yeah,
fuck
they're gonna gather all
you.
the Antifas. All the Antifa guys.
No trannies at my Olympics. No trannies. No, we don't do that.
Bro, I'm gonna be real, dude. I'm for the fucking trannies playing in women's sports, dude. I'm an accelerationalist, dude.
I mean, it's a learning experience. That's what it is, right?
Hey man, these people are the ones who voted for the tranny nonsense in the first place, bro. Let them fucking eat their cake.
I think they're just trying to troll people with this stuff. They're just trolling people. They're distracting, like we're talking about with BDA. With they're bringing in the fourth industrial revolution while they're distracting everybody with immigrants and trannies. They're talking about, they'll take my jobs. You know what's going to take your jobs? Artificial intelligence is going to take your jobs, and it's already happening.
Yep. The 8100 is going to take everyone's job.
Yep. It's happening. It's happening. It's literally already happening right now. It's just
That's
not.
why you think that's why they're talking about the universal income?
Oh yes. That's why they're doing that.
So Julio, break down what's the percentage of all the occupations being occupied by AI?
Oh well, they
robots?
said, from what I heard, the number somewhere around 70% of jobs will be
No
gone.
way,
what's the
come on.
30%?
Yes, that's what they
what's
said,
the
around 70.
30% that would be available.
Probably certain kind of manual labor jobs for the time.
I would exactly, bro. Like I would say, like trades, no, like plumbing, electrician.
Yeah, some of that stuff. Yeah. Yeah. But that's going to be gone too. These things. It depends on how far along they are in what these machines can do. But they're going to do all those jobs. I've seen these robots doing drywall and painting and everything. So the futures possibly could be just a bunch of monopolies. It's all these big companies coming together. And what's funny is that's what you saw.
Neo-feudalism, bro.
Exactly. That's one of the things they're calling it, is neo-feudalism. You have all the, it's also a form of fascism.
So how much?
I know.
How much are we talking for the universal basic income?
Yeah. What'd you say?
I said, how much are we talking? Like, how much is the monthly income for that?
Obviously, I don't know, but from what Elon Musk said, he said that it would be what they're calling it is universal high income. But from my thought on that is that they'll do that in order to kind of get to usher everybody into it, and then over time it'll just be less and less and less, and they'll kind of and then they'll control you through, you know, because most of the jobs are gone. That's the way you control people. You take away their capital, their ability to make a living. That's really how you control people. And so now you have no leverage in civilization, none at all. You're basically like a pet that they just pay, you know, they like feed you. That is kind of the idea, the Klaus Schwab dream, right? It ain't really his dream. It's a dream that's been around for a long time. I
mean, they've already separated people from the means of production and shit by like forcing people to live in suburbs and whatnot.
Yes.
You know, like people don't really live in cities anymore.
Well, that's what they did to the black community or black population in the United States. Really, when they lost all their power, it had nothing to do with those jobs. It had to do with taking them off the land and moving them into the big city. That's really when they lost all their power. And then they built their culture around urban environments. This is why almost 99% of all black people in this country live in the urban environments. They literally built them a culture that is urban. That's why you notice you listen to country music, there's a very small number of minorities in that. It's all white for the most part. And that's a powerful thing when you do that, right? Because that's a culture. So when a lot of white people, they look at those music videos, those people in those videos are supposed to be a regular, everyday working class man, right? Farmers, and you hear the music, and the stuff they talk about. And now they're subverting that. I don't know if you've noticed, but all these little pop singers are going into that shit and dirtying it up.
They're going woke. They're going woke.
Yeah, they're subverting it for sure. You have a lot of dirty country music that's coming out. You got Beyonce singing her bullshit. Then you got that Little Nas X guy. You know, he's going in there. They put him on the country music channel. Yeah, there's a lot of layers, you know. Just saying. But right now, I got to put on some music. Yeah.
Next time, the only thing I was missing last time, earlier when you jumped on the stream behind me.
Yeah.
And me and that fool were going at it. You should have been singing that Oscar de la Hoya song.
Am I unwise? Wait, complete it. Come on, go. You got it, man. Come on.
You got it.
Am I unwise to open up your eyes?
I gotta kill you, motherfucker! I hate you!
To love me.
Biche mocoso, niño!
Oh, wait. I'm going to put that song on right now that you bring it up. Where the fuck did I put it?
Don't talk about my scabby legs!
He was, I mean, it makes sense. I mean, you don't want people making fun of your scabby legs.
They're boiled, bro.
Am I unwise? Am I unwise to open up your eyes to love me? All right, everybody, remember to subscribe to the Real Food TV, the great channel on demand. You're watching
all
Expert
this
Panel.
Fighting Bros even hit BDA's channel now. It's crazy.
Dude. Another fucking YouTube boxing community bomb has hit the third tower, dude.
We got Never Sober is just destroying these communities one at a time. But remember, well, the dramas hit all channels on YouTube or whatever. Social media, it'll never be the same again, people. Hopefully it will stay the same. But you know what stays the same, sort of, not really, is the Real Food TV evil. Not TV evil, no. Maybe I should have a show like that called Food TV evil. Whatever. Remember to subscribe, people, and if you want to support the Real Food TV monetarily, our Venmo is in the description for the video. All right, let's listen to more of this amazing panel of experts. These guys are amazing. They're experts. Except for the guys who come in and do the racist stuff. That's not cool. That's not cool at all. All right.
More than likely, Schmakor Sleeping's going to be the favorite.
Yep.
What, the Zepeda? You talking about the Zepeda fight?
That's retribution for Lomachenko Haney.
I mean, I think it could be a good fight. I think Zepeda definitely could beat the shit out of him. I think he can do it.
I think he will.
Yeah. I don't know if Turkey will let him get away with all that running he does. Shakur? I just don't think he's going to let him do it. Hopefully he does. I think he'll probably want to make an example of Shakur. But I think when after Shakur gets his ass whooped and he gets no special treatment, a lot of those other guys are going to be like, no, I'm not working for that dude. that Turkey dude. No, not doing it.
I wonder what the odds are going to be, though. I feel like anything like minus 250 and over is like real value territory because Shakur's really not that much better than him. He's just going to dance around like a bitch. He's going to eke out a decision. I don't think he even has the power to really hurt Cepeda at all. Like, obviously, he doesn't have the power, but I mean, I don't think he's even.
All right,
he's
guys.
not going to connect solid.
I'll be right back.
Nah, I think Snooker has enough power. He's gonna be landing dick shots, so it'll eventually take a toll.
Cepeda's a good player, body puncher himself. I don't know.
Well, Turkey let that go though. If he starts landing dick shots, or is he's gonna make sure the referee's gonna try to keep it as fair as possible.
I don't know if he can dictate that on the fly. That's something he would have to pretty much stipulate before, like, going into there, because there's nothing you could do once the fight's going on.
Generally, a lot of those Saudi Arabia fights, a lot of them, they enjoy the action-packed stuff. Stevenson's not really an action-packed type of fighter. He likes to run away. They might favor the guy coming forward. So might the ref. Like Sobers brought up earlier about making it like an 18-foot ring that favors Cepeda, not Stevenson.
That'd be hilarious. What is there?
Yeah, who knows what's gonna happen, bro? Because I don't think this dude is just gonna let go. What this fool said, fuck them Tower Boys, and talking all that shit on the internet. I don't think that dude's used to that, and I don't think he's with that. Especially I don't think he's gonna take that from Stevenson.
Well, he
should. Stevenson can't
little gap tooth faggot.
If Stevenson can't handle Cepeda in a small ring, then all that comparing Bivol to fuck Shakur Stevenson shit's gotta go.
Yep.
Looking like Alvin from the Chipmunks and shit.
Exactly.
I'm so sorry, Turkey House. Please forgive me. I'm just a nigga. I'm so sorry.
My bad, bro. No better. My bad, big brother. My big brother Turkey.
What's funny because
I'm looking at that fight with more anticipation now.
Turk did come in saying that he was like starting to like dislike Shakur Stevenson. I wonder if that's why he said that the other day. I wonder if that could be the reason.
You're cutting out. Quinn, is that just for me or everybody else?
Yeah, you like started cutting out alert for a second.
How's it sound now?
You sound good.
Out now.
The funk soul brother, right about now.
Yeah, I was just saying, like, Dirk did come in earlier. Well, at least the other day, he said something about how he was starting not to like Shakur Stevenson. So I wonder if that could have been the reason.
Because he found out that he fucking apologized.
Yeah.
Huh.
He should not have left top rank, bro. They were going to help him. Stevenson would have gotten that. Stevenson would have gotten that. That fight with those dude's name, the little Ukrainian, the old guy. He would have gotten that Baranchik fight. He would have been a unified champion right now, 135.
That's fun. He left him because he thought he was being lowballed at like $3 million a fight. Now he's gonna be making like what, 500,000? When I know my worth. Yeah, now you're making less.
Idiot.
Yeah, he's a little spoiled brat, dude. That's what it is.
Yeah, way.
What kind of fucking like person his age, like in their 20s, and someone's like, "Oh, you're gonna make $3 million a fight." I mean, people would kill for that type of money. I mean, hell.
Get the fuck out of here, yeah. And he's like, no, I'm better than that. No, you're fucking not. No, you're fucking not.
I'm the next superstar in boxing. All right, the WWE Hall of Fame's going on right now. Oh gosh.
You're fucking not.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. It's over there in Vegas, so it's Pacific time. It started 8 o'clock over there.
Hmm.
You fucking suck, guy.
I'll catch the highlights.
I was waiting in line at the bank today, and grown men were talking about WrestleMania.
Oh my god. Yeah, I'm not fucking with that shit no more.
Yeah, it's just I don't know, it's just like it's not like I guess you can still say it's PG, but I don't know. I just feel like Triple H doesn't know what the fuck he's doing.
Yeah, that late '90s, early 2000s era was probably like one of the best.
Yep, and you'll hear hardcore wrestling like, oh, the Attitude Era was overrated. That wasn't even wrestling. That was like Jerry Springer. Like, yeah, we don't want to see people doing collar elbow tie.
We love Jerry Springer.
Exactly. We want to see good old fashioned.
Well, I was gonna say, Vince McMahon is out now.
Yeah, he's been out for like 3 years.
Oh, it's all gonna fall apart.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Triple H is in charge now, but don't be surprised by next year The Rock takes more control of it because he's got more ownership than Triple H does.
The Rock. He's gonna make himself the champ of everything. He's gonna be the tag team champion.
That's pretty much what he's been doing. Last year it was all about him, and this WrestleMania it's all about him again.
Oh my god!
And he doesn't even show up. Like they barely mention him. But the whole big thing is when he gets surprisingly up to the ring and costs his Cody Rhodes the belt, and then John Cena gets the belt put on him or something.
I remember
like
when
it's funny they did. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I remember when I was trying to look for like combat sport channels on YouTube that are free, like free fights. A lot of random ass fucking wrestling channels would pop up. I thought that was
Yeah, WrestleMania is well, technically it's today because they do 2-night WrestleMania, Saturday and Sunday. I think it's so funny because earlier this year was the first Raw on Netflix, and they're like, it's a new era, Raw on Netflix, but it has all these old-ass wrestlers from like 25, 30 years ago. I was like, this isn't a new era.
Yeah, the Edge needs to hang it up. Washed up. Undertaker is bald as hell.
He's fucking ancient, dude. He's been wrestling since what, like the 80s?
Not. He has been wrestling since the 80s, but as the Undertaker, he debuted at the Survivor Series in I think 1990. I think that's when he debuted. Yeah.
So he's
25 years.
He's 80 years old, no? Like 70?
What the fuck is LL talking about? I didn't watch wrestling long, but I do remember the story arc of Kurt Angle raping Booker T's wife.
What?
What the fuck?
The fuck am I listening to?
Bro, LL's a joker, bro. I don't know if that's true or not, dude.
No, I think it was true, bro. I think this was like around 2002.
Yeah, it was like kind of like a stalker kind of storyline where he kept
exactly.
fucking Sharmell. Yeah.
Damn, what the fuck?
I remember when they had JBL, that Texas dude fighting with Rey Mysterio, and there was like a video of him going out, like catching some illegals himself. He's like, "What are you doing here, boy?" And he's at the border, and he's like, "What are you doing here, boy?" Like he's right there with a truck and a gun and shit. It's so crazy.
It's sad they can't even do that shit anymore because now they have this Hollywood agency that's connected to WME, which is like either the first or second biggest talent agency in Los Angeles. So it's like really woke shit. And that's another reason why I think they went after McMahon is because they're never going to let him come back is because he's him and Trump are good friends. Trump actually did some stuff for WWE back in the day. He did a storyline against Vince McMahon. But yeah, I know Roman Reigns. You know, he said he's a Trump supporter. Now everyone's saying fuck Roman Reigns all of a sudden. I got just the WWE fans are filled with fucking degenerates.
Yeah, they threw him under the bus.
Roman Reigns was never my friend.
Look, CM Punk should win that. Oh yeah, of course you like CM Punk.
They were trying to push him as
Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I was just gonna say they were trying to push Roman Reigns as the next Rock.
Mm-hmm.
He was supposed to be like the next Rock and shit. You know, he has that
Oh yeah. He's like from yeah.
Like that exotic island look.
That ethnically ambiguous dude.
Yep. Yeah, he ended up doing much better as a bad guy than a good guy, and that's when people start to like him. Because he had the belt for 4 years, something like that, like 2020. Then he lost it last year. He had the belt for a while.
Hey, bro, surprisingly...
Go ahead, Poop.
Nah, go ahead.
No, you go ahead, Whit. I was gonna...
No, I'll go ahead.
All right, I was just gonna say, surprisingly, bro, Logan Paul is like a good wrestler.
Yeah, dude,
I've seen really athletic.
Flips and shit.
Yeah.
He won
Yeah, he had
state in Ohio for wrestling when he was in high school.
Makes sense.
Oh my god, what if he became like a champion in the UFC, bro?
He'll beat up outside.
Now that he can kind of box, he can kind of wrestle.
I think I would just stop watching fighting at that point.
He has a knockout punch.
He goes in there, beats like Chimaev.
Oh, you talking about Logan Paul? Yeah, there's a video of him wrestling Borrachina, Paulo Costa.
Well, and he trains with Gordon Ryan. If you guys know who he is, he's like top tier, like
yeah, Gordon Ryan's a legend, guy. Bro. Yeah.
Yeah.
When he's on a cycle, though. When he's on a cycle.
Yeah, that's who I want to see a crossover to UFC. I think he'll be really good.
But you know why I don't think he will, Quentin?
Why is that?
The guy's made a lot of fucking cash, bro. He's made millions of dollars with his selling like his product, basically. Like videos and all that.
Yeah, he always has like a shit ton of sponsors on him when he does the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu Championship.
Yeah. Like so he makes. So I don't think he has the hunger for it. ¿Sí me entiendes?
Mm-hmm.
What was I going to say? I was going to say, oh yeah, what y'all think about Ben Whitaker and Stu Cameron? That's like the only fight this weekend, right? I think I asked earlier.
Yo, Vessel says Rey Mysterio wrestling Trump for a green card would be peak.
Yeah, that would be good.
Green card
on accident.
It's like Money in the Bank. You put the green card on top of the fucking ring.
Yeah, the suitcase they put it at the top above the ring and shit.
Yeah.
That's not wrestling. Like, you have their idiot fans say that.
It would
I remember when I was younger, everyone a lot of people were like, oh, why do you watch wrestling? It's fake. And now those same people, they're watching this shit, and I stopped watching, and it's like, huh.
Yeah, when it's looks faker than it ever has before.
Yeah, like what happened in the last 10 years that made people switch?
It went woke, so then all the woke people are like, oh, this is awesome.
I mean, I don't mind it. It's like, who cares if it's fake? It's just if it's entertaining, It's like
it's entertaining.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a show.
But you got so many wrestling fans that don't want to consider it a show. They want to think it's a sport. It's like, no, it's a television show. These guys aren't fighting. They're playing fake characters. They're fighting for generally. There's a reason why they're fighting. No, it's not that. They're wrestling for honor and championships. Like,
yeah, they're acting, bro. They're acting out of script.
It's not fake.
It's real to me, damn it.
I think what made wrestling a little more compelling, back in the day was the actual wrestlers, they had like their little, like a theme, right? They had like their own little identity, and they could play up to it and act. Now it's like I look at these wrestlers, and it's like, well, what makes you so compelling? Like, why do I want to watch you?
Well, he can do a really good Hurricanrana and Tope Suicida. So it's like okay, they can do really cool wrestling moves, okay, but what's their character? Oh, they're good wrestlers. That's the character. It's like, oh, that's not a character.
I think it started when that fucking that one fucking millennial wrestler, Danny O'Brien, just some fucking Seattle coffee house fucking hipster, fucking average guy, average wrestling ability. He caught on, and then all these fucking people showed up.
He may have been the one who started it, but I just I was you probably were watching during that time too, as I think we're around the same age. But I think Dan O'Brien was so much different because just the intensity that he brought in during his matches, and he did build up a good amount of muscle when he got that push when he beat John Cena in that 2013 SummerSlam match. That was a damn good match. I really liked that. It's been a while since I watched it, but I remember really enjoying it. But since he was that big independent wrestler that actually,
my God, shut up. Just shut up.
Yeah, you fucking
what
nerd.
The fuck?
Shut up, Quagsy nerd.
Quags, go take your
keep going. Keep going, Quentin.
Yeah, and I think after that time, that's when they decided to take every independent wrestler and try to make him the next Daniel Bryan. That's what I think. They tried to do with Sami
Is that the dude who wrestled with his hand in his pockets?
No, that's Orange Cassidy.
That sounds funny as hell, bro. That's a goofy ass game.
Yeah, that's just funny.
I can see I can see that being cool for like 5 minutes, and then it's like, all right, dude, I get it.
Yeah, you do this every match the whole time.
Brock Lesnar when he threw Zach Gallen, the dude with the one leg, that was hilarious.
I love that, bro. When he threw him down the stairs and shit.
Yep.
And you know who was entertaining, fool? Eddie Guerrero.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Dude, Latino World Order, bro.
I hated him, bro, because he was a villain. I was like, why do Mexicans have to be villains?
Latino heat.
I hated it, bro. Like, why do Mexicans have to be villains, bro?
Lie, cheat, and steal.
Yeah, I lie, I cheat, I steal. Yeah, that's why I like Rey Mysterio more, right? But now Eddie Guerrero is cooler, bro. I agree.
He did get a big push as a good guy when he beat Kurt Angle for the belt. So that was his biggest win in his career.
Was it Rey Mysterio? Was it Rey Mysterio and Eddie Guerrero doing the fucking ladder match for the custody of Dominic?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, dude. That shit's a classic.
That was
ridiculous.
Bro, that's crazy. The scripts, huh? They were fucking insane.
Yeah, it was custody of this kid.
That was the last good thing they did recently. It was about 3 or 4 years ago where Dominic Mysterio is actually a wrestler now. He's like 25, 26 years old, and he actually had a storyline with Rey Mysterio where he was like, you know what, Eddie Guerrero was my real dad. You.
Oh,
and now
that's
they're like,
right. Yeah, that's true.
He took the Latino World Order shit and started looking like him with the mustache and the hair and stuff.
Yeah, and he's like constantly punching Rey Mysterio. Yeah. He's like, hit me, dad, hit me, dad. You got no balls. And then he finally puts his hands on their mother. She's out the ringside, and he finally Rey Mysterio finally punches his son in the face. He's like, "You never put your hands on your mother," or something like that.
Damn,
pretty good.
Hey, you know what's
Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I was just gonna. You know what's kind of fucking scary, dude? Brock Lesnar, and let me tell you why, bro. So back in during the pandemic. Cain Velasquez had signed with the WWE, right? And they had the storyline with him teaming up with Rey Mysterio, and they were going against Brock, and I forgot who else. But there's a scene, dude, when they're in the back rooms, bro. So there's a scene where Brock Lesnar picks up fucking Kane to do the F5, on the table, right? But bro, the way he picked him up, he looked like he was picking up a fucking doll, bro, like a fucking plush doll.
There was a point where I remember it was the Brock Rock match at SummerSlam, and he gorilla pressed. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just saying there was a point where Brock Lesnar gorilla presses The Rock. You know, where The Rock's a big motherfucker too, and Brock just took the hold of him, gorilla presses him in the air like he's nothing, and then throws him over the top rope. I'm like,
yeah,
what
bro,
the fuck,
that was a fucking beast, way. And he picked up Big Show too, fool.
Damn.
When he was like a 500 pounds plus.
Damn.
Quinn Vessel says Roman Reigns low-key ruined WWE.
I will say when they were forcing him, like that's one of the main reasons I stopped, because they started pushing, like, he's not an independent guy. He's related to The Rock, the bloodline, and all that kind of stuff. They were trying to push him and make him the next John Cena. They were trying to make him like, kid friendly and saying stupid shit, saying stuff from the Looney Tunes. Then eventually they turned him into a heel, a bad guy, and where he was really embracing his tribal chief heritage, Samoan heritage. And that really worked for him, because now he's a badass, but you can be a villain badass, but you can also be a heroic badass. And finally the fans came, they reversed it and they started to like him, which is where he is right now. So I get that some people did stop watching because of that, but I personally stopped watching because they were just pushing after Daniel Bryan, who they actually had a whole storyline of turning him into a main eventer. Just about every independent wrestler who didn't even look like they were in shape. They're about like 5'0", no muscle mass at all. They were starting to push them as if they were like the new Hulk Hogan's. And I'm like, I can't buy that. Just like anyone, you can look like anything and be a professional wrestler. When back then, if you would look at a wrestler, you'd be like, yeah, that dude would kill me in 5 seconds. Like Brock Lesnar, I would not want to try to fuck with that dude. That dude would kill me.
What about what about the real life Mankind? That kid that says, what does he say? This is for all the gigolos and gigolettes. I hope you like it. Woo, woo.
What about that? You're talking about Mick Foley?
No. He's some kid with a YouTube channel, and he's like doing dumbass shit. Like he did the people's elbow on a fucking microwave, dude. Like, what the fuck?
He's gonna be a world champion.
I put that on one of my shows. Yeah, it is pretty funny. Yeah, that kid's insane.
That kid's crazy.
That kid,
dude.
they should sign him.
Crazy.
They should sign him.
They should sign him. He's fucking crazy.
This kid jumped. He hit like a microwave with his elbow, and he broke.
And then barbed wire, and then he does all kinds of fucking crazy shit, dude.
I think that's some kind of abuse. Because he's kind of retarded,
a lot
isn't
of
he?
them aren't even getting paid a lot of money to do it, or they're like, there's 10 people watching, and they're doing all this crazy shit. And eventually, one day, if they get old enough, WWE will sign them. I'm like, are you fucking serious? That's who you're signing to be the next wrestlers, the future of your company? Like, come on.
I mean, it's not good for the WWE. I've said this a while ago. I stopped watching it a long time ago. But it's funny because I tend to, even when I was a child, I would analyze things all the time. So I would watch it. I'd just be like, this is fake. That's so fake. And then over time, you kind of, you go along with it, right? You're kind of like, oh, well, it's fun. Like, you start to realize that everyone knows it's fake, but they kind of have fun with it. They're all having fun.
Like it's a TV show, right? Like they're
I
want to say they're actors, but that's what they're doing.
Yeah, that's why. But what's funny is eventually they had to tell people it's sports entertainment. This is how bent out of shape they were. It's like we all knew it was fake, but people went along with it. None of these, everybody loves everyone in this pro wrestling stuff, right? The bad guy's not really the bad guy. He's just, everyone knows he's playing a character, so they go along with it. In a lot of ways, even the crowd is acting. So it's kind of, in a way, it's like LARPing. It's role play, right? For everyone involved, not only the athletes, but the fans. So it's really unique in that way. It's interesting.
Did you ever find out why the WWF had to change their name?
Because they had, I think it was the World Wildlife Federation.
Yeah,
if I was them, I would have said, fuck no, we're never changing that name, because the WWF just seems better, right? I thought it seemed better. This kind of wrestling entertainment shit, no, not too big into that name. I mean, they might as well just call it ECW. That would have been cooler, right? Because ECW, remembered, it was like Jerry Springer of wrestling. Everybody would go, ECW, ECW. And it reminded me a lot of like Jerry Springer. And it had that kind of vibe, right? It was really like dirty and like...
Yeah, but it was nowhere near as popular as Jerry Springer, though.
No, it wasn't because it didn't get pushed as much. But I think it might have actually become, it had the potential to become more popular than the WWE. But this is what the WWE does. They kind of kill things before they become anything too big. They buy them up and then they kind of kill them off. This is what they did with WCW.
Well, the one thing that really destroyed the ECW is because they had so many freaking, like, you know, extreme matches. A lot of their talent would get injured and they weren't able to use them. So it's like, goddamn, we're trying to build a show here, but most of our talent's injured.
Yeah.
Like, they would go, like, too extreme sometimes. And then, of course, you know, they had the most successful year. I think it was, like, 2000 or 99. And everyone was saying, oh, they were so successful. They sold all this merch. But they still didn't have enough money to pay their wrestlers. So how successful were they?
I mean, they made a video game too. Remember that? They had the ECW video game. It was taken straight from the WWE video game. Acclaim I think it was Acclaim or EA. I forget. It might have been EA.
Shit, Acclaim. Goddamn. You talk about what's a legendary game developer? Fucking just go under.
Oh yeah, I mean they just didn't. I think they made too much and they didn't make enough back.
And we told let's see. There was Aliens game. There was MVP baseball. WWF Legends of Wrestling.
I feel like they would get all the big. They would get all the big IPs, not IPs, but basically IPs because they're all intellectual property, right? They would get like WWE or
Rambo.
Everything, yeah.
I think didn't they do a Simpsons game too?
Yep.
WBS Warzone, like they just, that's crazy. I
think they even had Spider-Man at one point.
Yep.
They had the Spider-Man video game. They did a lot of stuff. Their video games actually looked pretty good too. Some of their stuff. It was like on par with like the old EA stuff. What is this guy laughing?
The image in the.
What image are you usually laughing about?
Oh, when he hit the microwave? Is that what you're talking about?
Oh, you're watching that? Let me see. Let me see that. Are you playing that?
Funny, bro.
Oh, I don't see anything.
It's in the chat.
Yeah. Oh, it's in the chat. All right.
I'm fucking tired.
All right. So right now, what I'm doing is I'm looking at a video that's in the chat. Maybe I'll try to bring the chat stuff in.
This dude better be getting paid a lot of money to do that shit.
He's not getting paid a lot of money, dude. That's the thing. They need to sign that kid. That kid he's fucking crazy.
I just put it on. This is what we're looking at right now.
He could, like, I don't know, market himself as the long lost son of fucking mankind. I don't know.
Dishwasher. This is for the juggalo.
Like you heard of Mick Foley. This is Nick Foley.
I hope you liked it.
Yeah.
That fucker was crazy. Like I remember when Mick Foley when he was playing the Mankind character, him and Undertaker had like the best Hell in a Cell match of all time, and he's like whispering in Undertaker's ear, "Throw me off the cage." And Undertaker's like, "What?" He's like, "If you don't throw me off, I'm gonna jump off myself." So Undertaker threw his.
That kid must have like he has that weird ability where.
Oh god.
Hey, you know who did some crazy shit too? That fool Jeff Hardy.
Yeah. Yeah.
The Santron bomb. Yeah.
Yep. He fucked up his neck how many times doing that move and he still fucking does it? And that's another guy that started off wrestling in his backyard and shit and jumping off his shed in his house. Like onto tables and stuff. Goodness gracious.
I used to do that shit when I was little, bro, on my bed.
Well, so does Superhuman count as a wrestler or no?
You mean like a character?
Yeah. Can you technically consider him a wrestler?
Wait, what is it?
The Superhuman, that fucking crazy kid that did the people's elbow on the fucking microwave.
Who knows? That's just weird.
Yeah, he dent the fuck out of that microwave. I'd be surprised if he doesn't like have any microfractures. Or
What's crazy is that kid didn't. Not even pro wrestlers would do this move because look what he does it on. He does it on like a cooler with like a fucking table on top of it. One of those like thick, like outdoor picnic tables. Those things are thick. He's got it pressed together and it's covered in Legos. Like this dude is doing some shit. This dude is doing shit that not even pro wrestlers would do this.
Yeah, they need to sign him. This guy deserves to be a.
This dude
like
is
a wrestler.
destroying his body.
Yeah, already, right? For no money.
Okay, bro. Let
For
him
nothing.
be a sacrifice.
Nah, let him be a star, bro. He deserves it. He's fucking crazy, dude. He pushes the limits.
Let
I mean,
live
he-
till he's 27.
The way he sold it actually was really good. I would say this kid probably has some disorder where he doesn't really feel pain the way that other people do. But the way he's actually pretty good.
Nah.
Because look, do you see the way he sells it where it's an elbow?
Look
Look.
he hit the fucking microwave.
I know that one. What I'm saying here is that he fakes it. He makes it look like he's gonna hit it with the elbow, but then he switches it up.
Yeah.
Look at the way he changes the angle on it. You see, he kind of switched it.
sometimes he does do
He
that,
flopped
yeah.
to the side to kind of like not do it on his elbow, which is, it's a less of a fall. You hit it right on the fat pad in the back of your arm, because he looks like he's got a lot of fat there. Definitely a very dangerous thing to do. Like this dude would probably be one of the most exciting fighters in the WWE. They brought him in to do this crazy shit. Maybe, who knows? I don't know. He seems like he seems like he loves it.
Yeah, they could market this kid easy. Mankind Jr.
Oh, yeah, or they could call him the retard.
Yeah, some crazy shit like that.
They wouldn't do that because they haven't done that in a long time, right?
We'll call him Megatard. That's gonna be his name. Megatard.
The Megatard. He's a Cactus Jack's child. Alcohol. His wife was drinking, before she had him. That's what they'll say, right? That'll be the storyline, that she was getting all wind up every day. And this was the result.
He's a crack baby. He's a crack
Exactly,
baby.
the crack baby.
Right, here's the starter where he cannot feel physical pain, so he's gonna put his body on the line to win matches.
Oh, he actually makes t-shirts. Look at that. Fuck this shit. I think like he should rip the shirt off before he does this. What is he jumping on?
He's a fucking beast, dude.
I mean, isn't this just Jackass?
You see that he just hit his
basically.
Yeah, Jackass, they should be wrestling.
That dude just
He's getting paid pennies on the dollar.
Do you see that? That dude just jumped on a fucking cheese grater. He hit the back of his head on a cheese grater. You saw that?
Well, this dude sounds like he's autistic, bro. What the fuck?
He jumped on a damn cheese grater. You see this? In that pile, there's multiple cheese graters.
Yeah, the death. That's what it looks like to me.
What a psychopath. That kid is a beast. There's no betas here, people. No beta. This guy's not a beta.
Hey, speaking of Jack, what's your guys' favorite skit that they did? Like, what's your favorite?
I mean, he was insane. One of the craziest things he did was fall off the steel cage. I feel like that was pretty damn insane. One time, Jackass. Sorry, I thought you were talking about Cactus Jack. Jackass. I feel like the stuff they did wasn't too impressive. Like they'll wear a cup and hit themselves in the balls with a friggin' pool ball or something.
Oh, they did.
Or they'll put a tube in their mouth and like drink smell each other's shit. Or they're fucking
You ever
sick.
see this one when they
bro.
got on this is my favorite. This is when they got on a four-sided seesaw and they were going up because the bull kept charging at them.
Oh, that one was funny. Yeah.
That was hilarious.
Yeah, but they're all like fucking level 9 crackheads. You know what I'm saying? And they're all like judgmental of Bam Margera now that he's a fat fuck. Because the other guys have kept their drugs under control and shit.
Steve-O seemed like a crackhead, didn't he?
He is. Come on, bro. What the fuck?
Dude's he seemed like a huge meth head, or he's smoking all kinds of stuff.
Yeah. How do you think they did all that shit and didn't feel anything, bro? Come on.
You're saying they were?
They lined their
they're high?
bones with fucking fentanyl.
That could be it. Some of them definitely look like freaking meth
It turns
heads.
you into adamantium temporarily.
Yeah, but then when you're off of it, right, it wears off.
Scante on their bone marrow and shit.
Yeah.
That's probably it. Yeah, it's ingrained in their bones.
Ilya Topuria, we learned from Canelo, reveals his fighting style.
That's right.
Oh my God, they got Machine Gun Kelly in this new movie. Did this come out yet? This new Jackass? Do you know if it came out yet?
The new Jackass movie?
Yeah, Jackass Forever, something like that. Yeah, they made another. They made another one. It's called like Jackass Forever.
I've only seen like the first two, I think.
That's like that movie Blood In, Blood Out, right? It's very similar to that. You know, they say something forever. Yeah, you know they
Didn't they make a 1.5 or some weird shit?
of Jackass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I stopped watching that forever ago. It looks like it's filled with celebrities, and they just needed something to sell it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they were kind of like that. The shit you see on the internet now, they had pioneered a lot of that stuff. These stupid stunts people do. I mean, I think their shit is definitely more interesting than some idiot who jumps one ledge to another. You see those kind of videos? They'll be on a skyscraper and they jump like 20 feet.
Yeah, they're fucking crazy, dude.
That stuff, I mean, that isn't even very entertaining to even watch because...
Hey,
You know,
Julio, can you do me a favor and play that video I put
it
in
just...
the chat?
The what?
The Jackass #2 Seesaws. It should be up a little bit. I put it in the chat.
Oh, seesaws? Let me see.
Yeah. I think that was just so fucking so stupid. Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
No, let me see. You got the diddler in there. Oh, you talking about the Freddy got fingered? Or where is this? Which
That's
one?
a Jackass #2. It's a Seesaw. It's the Toro Cotter. That's what they called it.
Oh, wait. This is further up. I think, is that the one with the football player? What's the name of the video? There's a lot. There's a lot of videos in here.
Yeah, Jackass #2. I put it in the chat.
But what's the name of the video?
Jackass #2. It should say Toro Cotter 2006.
I see something that says Jackass intro Terminator, and then Jackass #2. Is that it? The clip that? Okay, I think I found it.
Yep.
Yeah. So I got that on the screen. Oh, there's a Dick's commercial. Great. Not the kind you think. Whatever the guy's name is, LT or whatever his name is.
You work here?
Ah, shit. This is a commercial.
The
There.
last man on the teeter-totter is the winner.
1 second.
It's gonna be a bloodbath.
1 second. I'm trying to get this on the screen. Okay, there's a McDonald's commercial. We are not funded by McDonald's, people. But while we're waiting to see this video, remember to subscribe to the Real Food TV. You're watching Expert Panel, and we are all experts. Okay, give me 1 second. There's an advertisement happening. All right, here we go.
We're doing expert.
Let's watch this clip.
Jackass.
Honestly, that looks kind of fun.
Yeah, to get that horn up your ass. Oh, this little bitch.
That's some crazy shit, man.
Hey, say, T.Y. would take the bull to the bathroom, boom, in the showers.
Oh damn! Yeah. You think he could take him?
Yep.
Ty would definitely give that bull the horn. Wait, I need my canned laughter button. That's what I need for these terrible jokes. The best way to sell a terrible joke is to have canned laughter. It makes people think it might be funny.
To have what?
The best way to sell a really bad joke is to have canned laughter. It kind of tricks people into thinking it might be funny. They're not sure.
Laughter, what's that?
That's like, on the TV shows where they have the laughter.
Oh, the laugh track.
Yeah. What's interesting about that is that all those people usually are dead. Those are all dead people, and they're still using their laugh tracks.
Yeah, hold on.
What do you mean, hold on?
What these niggas are doing, bro? What are you doing, bro? Get the fuck out of the way. Let me get the fuck out of this area.
Beta!
Matt Damon. The whole hood's out here.
My what was that?
Said the whole hood's out here. Fuck out of here.
hoop team right now, bro. They're
I know it's
looking
emotional,
for
but you walk away with a silver medal.
Yeah.
All right, that's pretty awesome. If you guys want to see anything else, I'll post it up. Just as long as it's not going to get the video pulled down, I think that was fine. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Let the drama flow. Hey, what's that guy's name again? The one who was on BDA's show
one?
today? The
LT?
Yeah, LT.
The Duende, the true Duende.
You said Black and Brown went live today. Did he talk about the whole situation with that guy? Because you said that dude was on
I
there.
don't think so. I don't think that fool cares like that.
Yeah.
I don't. You know what I'm saying? I think LT went on there. I don't know if he mentioned me or not. If he did it, it's 'cause he was
LT
scared.
was at BDA's.
I think I
No,
definitely
yeah.
I definitely need
I
to
ran
change.
up on him, fool, and I fucking punked his ass. He didn't know he was getting set up. Yeah, he thought he was safe right there. You ain't safe at BDA's, bitch. You can't go to BDA's and talk boxing, bitch. I'm gonna run up on you.
You hit him with the 8-piece combo.
Hell yeah. I hit him with the. Hey, I heard you shared a bed with Brian Harkin. Heard you shared a room with Brian Harkin, and they didn't let you sleep on the floor. So I was like, where were you sleeping?
They shared a twin-size bed, fool.
I think I need to change the title of this video. The title I put in there is insane.
LT was laying on top of Harkin's chest.
Yeah. Then he put him in his pocket when he was done sleeping.
He just jumped in his pocket when it was time to go to sleep. Oh no. Look at this ghetto shit right here, bro. What the fuck am I gonna do?
360 Uber. It's loophole.
Fucking hungry, man.
Hey, go get some McDonald's, bro.
You got to eat some McDonald's, man. You got to get some of that disgusting cancer Donald's in you.
Cancer Donald's.
Sausage McMuffin, please.
Sausage McCancer.
You owe me a sausage McMuffin.
You know that dude who made that film Super Size Me actually died? I don't know if it was related to that way he ate for a little while. Yeah, he died.
What happened?
That's McDonald's curse.
The dude from Super
Yeah,
Size
Morgan
Me?
Spurlock. Yeah,
He
Morgan
died?
Spurlock.
Yeah, he died. Yeah.
Yep.
I think he got.
2 years
I think he
ago,
got cancer, right?
Yep, that's McDonald's
That's
curse.
crazy.
That's what you get for
Wait, wasn't
getting
that
rid of the
dude?
super... Go ahead.
Wasn't that dude like a crazy alcoholic?
Was he? I don't think he was an alcoholic.
I thought he was.
Remember to subscribe to the Real Food
Yeah, Morgan
TV, people,
Spurlock.
and if you want to support the
That's what you
channel.
get for, get rid of the super sizes, motherfucker. That's the curse.
All right, remember to subscribe to the Real Food TV if you're new in here. Maybe I got to change the title of this video. I feel like I'm not getting anyone in here. What the hell? But anyway, people, subscribe if you want to support the Real Food TV. Our Venmo is in the description. Let's listen to some more of these wild and crazy guys. This is our panel of experts.
Younger, like this is why you don't eat fast food, guys.
I don't know if it was the fast food that got him.
Say that again?
I said that remember they had me watching that stuff from I was younger, the Super Size Me documentary. Like, oh, this is why you don't eat fast food.
You're saying Ronald McDonald
right?
took him out, right? Because he exposed them. Is that why? That's why he killed him. That's why they killed him.
The Super Size Me curse.
They killed his ass, man. They were like he just knew too much. That's what it was. Who would have known that McDonald's food was bad for you? It's just he exposed the truth. He exposed the truth, bro.
Hey, he. I think after the month, I think he couldn't even get his dick up.
Oh yeah. He was all.
He couldn't even get an erection.
Yeah. I mean. Look. We you didn't have to reiterate in a different way. Okay, we knew it. You said his dick couldn't get up.
He did, bro. He did. You know how they
He made it very clinical on the second try. He's like,
you know how they eventually got it up, bro?
How?
He made his wife put on the Ronald McDonald makeup.
Oh shit! That's what Oh, whoa! Wait. Let me hit a button. Go! Ronald McDonald. That's a beta move right there, man.
Yeah.
Beta.
Yeah.
That's a real beta move. You had to put on the Ronald McDonald mask. Why did that turn him on?
She made him, bro. She made him.
Man. Oh, that's messed up. That's messed up.
He had her dressed up like this and just posted it.
You remember how much weight he put on? Remember all the weight he put on for that role? He put on a lot of weight. Damn, the title of this video is way too deep, people. I fucked up. I made that title crazy. This shit is extremely long. I'll fix it later. I'm gonna put in. We discovered live on this panel that there is only one gender. That's gonna freak people out.
It's fucking clown.
Only one gender. Only one.
Yeah, they're called foos. That's what it's called.
They said they thought there was two, and then some people thought there was like 1 million of them, but in reality, there's actually only one. That's weird, right? You guys ever seen this movie Creepshow?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen it.
I've seen the second part, Julio.
Oh, the second one's really good. I like it.
Yeah, it's good, bro. I like the first. My favorite was the first story.
Mm-hmm.
About the statue coming to life.
Oh yeah, that's awesome. That's an awesome one. I like all of them. In the second film, they were all good. The one with the lake, that weird monster eats them all up. Yeah, it kills all of them.
Hey, you talking about the Zuni doll fool? That little fucking the little African one?
No, we're talking about the movie Creepshow.
Are you talking?
Yeah, there's like 3 stories, and there's like a little demon doll that looks like an African thing.
Are you talking about? You're talking about the trilogy of terror. That's what you're talking about.
It sounds like
that's what I'm talking about.
It sounds like you're talking about Tales from the Hood. That's what that sounds like. They have the voodoo doll in there.
No, you're talking about the trilogy of terror.
No, it's the trilogy of terror. Yeah.
Oh, are you talking about the? Are you talking? Is that? Wait. That's they have something like that in Tales to the Dark Tales to the Dark Side. You ever saw that? The film. Well, they had a film. It's a TV series, but they turned it into a movie. It was actually pretty good, and that was actually put out partly. It was funded by George Romero, the same guy, obviously who directed Creepshow. Him and Stephen King put this together. It would have been awesome if they would have kept making them.
Plays like that redneck at the beginning, that farmer, right?
Yeah, they both put this together. Both him and Stephen King, I think, wrote it, and then Romero directed it. The screenplay was by Stephen King, but they had a love for, I think it's called EC Comics. It's an old kind of like, it's probably one of the first like really like highly like violent comic books around. And actually, Tales from the Crypt came from Tales from.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
That's where it came. It came from EC Comics. The Crypt Keeper was one of the characters. So Creepshow and Tales from the Crypt are in the same universe.
Hi, kitties.
Very interesting news.
Yep.
Yep.
That's an awesome fucking show. And the movies are good too, Tales from the Crypt. The shows and the movies are really good.
Yeah. I like Demon Knight. Demon Knight was my favorite.
Demon Knight, that's my favorite too.
Demon Knight was freaking
that
awesome.
used to give me nightmares when
Billy Zane was Billy Zane in your nightmares?
That was like his only good movie.
yeah, well, it really was.
Smith comes out in it. She
Oh
looks
yeah,
kinda good in it.
I remember that. Yeah.
Billy Zane's in the that one good movie, the superhero movie. That's real good.
She had a moment there, didn't she? Like when you're a kid, when you're a kid and you watch Jada Pinkett and she was kind of short hair, she kind of looked okay. And then over the years, she just became unbearable. I just couldn't even look at her. I'd have to throw up. Like, I was like, what the hell's wrong with me? I guess because you're a little kid, and when you look at her, you think like she's the same age.
Ghoul. Now that you know she's a fucking ghoul.
Actually, I think she looks okay with no hair. Like she looks better with no hair than with hair. It's kind of weird.
You don't tell who she is. She's a fucking ghoul.
Yeah, you can tell she's a terrible person. It's a piece of shit.
I'm not trying to get with the bald-headed ass chick, bro.
Yeah, I know it is weird in that way, but I mean, like, just to look at her, she's an okay-looking woman for like 70 or whatever she is. I know she's not.
She's only looking at
She's like 50, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, Sobers brought up a really good movie, Trilogy of Terror. That's got Karen Black. That's a really good anthology movie.
Karen Black, huh?
Karen Black.
Mm-hmm. I feel like I got to watch Tales from the Crypt Demon Knight again. I haven't seen it in forever.
Who the fuck is that?
Who the fuck is who?
What?
Karen Black.
Karen Black.
She's the one that she's the main actress in Trilogy of Terror. She's the professor, and she gets the kid. I don't want to ruin it because it was never solid, but yeah, she's the main.
I remember that little Zuni doll, bro, freaking me out.
This shit is so violent in that movie. The Tales from the Crypt Demon Knight, just the way it's shot. It's so amazing the way it's shot. It reminds me of the kind of campiness of it and over the topness. It's very similar to like the Evil Dead films.
You know what movie I love? Planet Terror.
What is it called?
Oh yeah, what was that? Roger Corman.
Planet Terror.
Oh yeah, and that's not Roger Corman. That's Robert Rodriguez made that, I think. Right?
Yeah. What about the Death Proof one?
Both of them. I like them both a lot.
That's Quentin.
Okay, so I like Death Proof because
That's
I
not
like
Tarantino.
Kurt Russell. I feel like all his movies are good. I just feel like he's a good actor.
Oh,
his characters always well.
Which who?
Kurt Russell.
Was he in there?
yeah.
Oh yeah, he was in Death Proof.
Yeah, he was in Death Proof. He was a driver.
It was the
That,
villain.
that crashing scene was fucking sick, dude.
With that bitch's leg flying into the road.
Yeah, that tall black girl.
That gave me PTSD, bro. I'd be scared to have my legs on the fuck outside the window. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, that's just gonna happen to me, bro. On some Final Destination shit.
That's true,
Yeah,
bro.
dude. Man, dude, Kurt Russell's in a lot of good ass movies, man.
Yeah, he's a good actor.
Roger Corman movie that had a similar name to that.
So yeah, what I was gonna say though about Planet Terror, bro. I like that one because they had that little Mexican dude as a main character. I was like, finally they give us a role where he can be the hero.
Look at this guy.
But then I look at it, it doesn't make sense. He's a little guy and shit. You know what I mean? Are you a wrecker,
I
right?
fucking hate
So
this.
they kept the stereotype alive, huh?
Yeah.
That's it. This shit's still cool. I like the way it felt, dude. It felt like.
And he
real
had that.
campy, dude.
Yeah, I did, right? And he had that. What's your name? Alyssa Milano. She was hot as fuck in that movie, bro.
Yeah.
With the machine gun, with the was it M4?
Yeah.
Hey, wait. That wasn't Melissa Milano. That was what's her name?
Oh, the other one.
That was Rose McGowan.
Rose McGowan.
The lady that Marilyn Manson married.
Cherry Doll.
You know that was his first wife. You know that?
Yeah, she's pretty, bro.
He married her.
It's always hearing her.
Damn, she must be fucked up in the head. That's why she's crazy now.
Oh wait, she was crazy. That's why he wasn't with her, I think, which is interesting to say because of the way he looks, and the music he makes.
Dude, they had that chick that went to go on to play Ramona Flowers. I don't know if it was before or after that movie. I think it was before she was big. She's in that movie. She plays that cheerleader.
Which chick you're talking about?
Yeah, the chick that played Ramona Flowers in.
Oh yeah, she did get big after that. She was in the second Thing movie.
Mm-hmm. Fuck, what's her name?
That bitch spawned like a whole bunch of little Ramona Flowers like clones.
Yeah, bro. There's that Negative XP song, bro. Have you heard that shit, dude?
The what?
Hold up. What you're saying is fucking. It's like this lyrics from this song, bro.
Oh, you're talking about Mary Elizabeth Winstead. That's
Yeah. She looks good in that movie too, where she's like that cheerleader girl.
First time I saw her was Sky High. That's an underrated Disney movie.
Yeah, that movie's good as
in
hell,
that,
dude.
too.
I've never seen that Sky. I never saw Sky High.
Yeah. It's like what you said. Oh yeah, Vessel already posted it. Yeah, check this goofy ass song out, Sobers.
Let me see.
What is it?
Well, the Sobers was like, bro, that like spawned a bunch of like fucking girls who wanted to be her, and I was like, dude, it's like that fucking Negative XP song, bro.
He was in that Black Christmas remake too. The 06 one was.
I like
you know what movie was good too, bro? No Country for Old Men.
Yeah. Bro, when
I've never
watch
seen
that
it.
movie all the time because that movie feels like fucking like super Texan. You know,
I've
like,
never
it's like
seen
such a
it.
Texas movie.
That's what I was about to ask you, Shazar. Like, I'm guessing it gives you like a how do you say it? Like a nostalgia feeling, right?
Yeah, it feels nostalgic. It takes place like it's like a period piece. It takes place in like the 80s or 90s in West Texas, but like it really captures like the vibe of like the Texas countryside real well.
Wait, you're from Texas?
Yeah, born and raised, bro.
All right. I mean, you don't have. I think you might have told me at some point, but you don't have like a really crazy deep like voice, like accent.
I think it's because I'm from the city, man. I think that's what it is.
You sound very like I know people here in upstate, like in New York, that have more of a southern accent than you. It's interesting. Not to say that. Not to say. I'm not saying you don't have it, but you know.
Set place like in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
Like there's a lot of independent comedies like that are set like in LA and shit. I get the same feeling.
You start feeling it. Yeah, it's like kind of a nice feeling to see like where you're from, like portrayed like that.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Shazar, you
That's
guys
how I feel when I see The Walking Dead. And they're in
yeah, exactly.
What's up, Quinn?
I said you got to be like, howdy, y'all. Let's talk about some box.
I say it comes out. I noticed like I've been working on a video and I record myself, and when I hear myself talk, sometimes words I pronounce I'll say like in a southern accent. I noticed.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you could definitely hear it,
Yeah.
but it's not like
Like
it's
I
not
say,
so strong. You know, some guys got a really deep southern kind of accent.
I think it's because I'm from the city.
It could be that. Yeah, you've listened to a lot of other people with different accents, so you've kind of like in some ways that kind of changes it slightly.
I lived a lot when I was in the military. A lot of the people I lived with were from New York, so I picked up a lot of New York slang. Like I say mad a lot. Like, oh, that's pretty mad. That's mad cool or something like that. Like, they don't say that here. But
it's more the way you pronounce words. But it's also the fact, like you said, you're from the city. That's probably why you don't hear. Like one time you told me I don't sound like I'm from New York or any of that. It's because you've been around it. You've been around it a lot.
Your accent comes out when you get mad.
I mean, you've been around it probably. That's what the thing. So you think it's just like a regular accent. Like I listen to myself in these recordings, like holy shit, like I sound like nothing like I think I sound like.
Yeah.
That's why I'm like, what the hell? Whose voice is that?
Yeah, my voice is all deep in my head, and it's not.
I hear you.
I feel like you have a southern accent, bro. You talk like a southerner.
I don't think I do. I feel like the most country thing I say is y'all, and now everyone says that because internet speak.
Yeah,
but I don't know.
He's a southern Mexican.
Yeah, he sounds like a southern like he has a southern Mexican accent, right? Wouldn't you say so?
I don't know.
He sounds like a southern Chicano.
Yeah, because y'all are both Mexican, obviously, but y'all have different accents. Y'all too.
I mean, Sobers doesn't really have like a deep accent to me.
How do I sound?
You sound like a Mexican from LA, bro.
Like a cholo?
Dude, I know when I
like a gangster?
Yeah, that's what I would say. Yeah, like if I
you sound like you would play Hector fool in that in the fucking the Street Kings or Fast and Furious. You know,
I thought you were gonna say
like one of the henchmen in the back. Get him, Tiny. You know what I'm saying? Like you're tall, they call you Tiny, some shit like some ironic name like that. You know?
Like I don't want. I'm not trying to be
Get over
disrespectful.
here. He's like, "What's up, fool?" Like you know.
You sound intimidating. You know what I'm saying? Like you sound like people wouldn't want to fuck with you.
Oh, damn! You don't want to fuck with this guy.
I'm like the nicest person, bro, in real life.
Oh, I believe you, but I'm saying it's like you have like a I'm not saying you sound aggressive, but you sound like tough, I guess. Like
you know what he sounds like? He sounds like fucking like he would be able. They'd do like a reboot of Stand and Deliver, and he would be the what's that guy's name? Lou Diamond Phillips character. That's who he would be, right?
Yeah.
You ever seen Stand and Deliver?
Yeah, they do, right?
Stand and Deliver, remember?
It's
the character's name is Angel.
Yeah.
Was it? Yo, look at this guy's hair.
Dude,
like, are they fucking kidding? Why did they have to make Edward James Olmos hair like that? Look at that shit.
I'm a killer, but I'm sensitive.
Look, killer, bro. You're a warrior poet.
Yo, look, that's the worst fucking comb over ever. Did he really need to hold on to it that tight?
Quinn, I lived in Maryland for a time, and Quinn doesn't have a Maryland accent at all, bro. Until he says Baltimore. Then he sounds like it, but Quinn doesn't have an accent at all.
Look at it. Look at
on the chat, bro. Look
Dude,
what Besso put on the chat.
Do you guys see this fucking comb over? Look at this shit. What do you rate that? That's a terrible fucking comb over. That ain't working at all. You see this? What were they thinking?
Oh shit, that's terrible.
Damn, they fucked him up, and then that guy got like a full head of hair in real life, and this is what they made him look like. Super manly, very manly.
This was funny, bro.
I lose a finger, I won't be able to count to 10.
Yeah, when I listen to
we gotta watch this trailer. Can you guys hear? Can you guys hear this? Stand and deliver.
Okay, yeah, when I listen to myself on the stream, I'm waiting to hear my.
You gotta listen to. This was Dangerous Minds before Dangerous Minds.
Hold up for 1 second. Quinn was saying something. I couldn't hear you.
Sorry about that.
Like, who the fuck is that Michael Jackson on the stream? And I was like, is that me? Like,
oh, wait. You heard your own voice? Damn, you got a pretty.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like crazy that you don't have because I don't know. I feel like everybody out of Maryland's got that thick ass Baltimore accent, man.
You know what? With New York City, they always confuse it with a Boston accent, which I find really weird. Yeah, if you know that, like if you listen to guys from Boston, like they have like this stereotypical Italian voice. Like, yo, what up? What up, Sydney? Like that. That's from Boston. That's a Boston accent.
Like, you know, like what's the name? Like Jimmy.
Yeah, exactly. That's what people think New Yorkers sound like. It's not. This
Bro, I used to work with this dude from Philly, bro. This dude was so fucking lazy, bro. I hated this motherfucker, man. I used to be. He talked like
race and
Rocky,
ethnicity.
bro. He was a fucking Irish dude, Irish Catholic, bro, from Philadelphia. And that motherfucker was so lazy, bro. He was a sad boy. Oh my god, dude was so boy. I remember, dude. We went to like a strip club once, me and my buddies, and he came along, bro. This dude he was down bad about something, bro. And this chick started grinding on him. Her name was what was her name? She had some fucking hoe ass name, dude, like Crystal or something, like one of those names. And he was like, "Oh, Crystal, I wish you were mine." Like the way he fucking said that shit, it fucking killed me, bro. It was so fucking funny. We used to make fun of him, dude, for saying that, bro.
Crystal, wish you were mine.
I wish you were mine. I remember he said that shit while she was grinding, and she like bent over, her fucking wig fell off, bro. I was like, dude, you're over here losing it for this fucking hoe in a wig, bro.
Oh my god,
bro. He used to say the stupidest shit, bro. He said that. There was another one where I don't know, we were fucking playing like frisbee or something, bro. And he like got a really good throw. And he's like, "Oh man, that's the one, baby." He said that shit all the time, baby. Dude, that guy baby. Bro, dude, this fucking guy, bro. So this is when I lived in I was in Virginia, lived in Virginia at the time, and my roommate was from Brooklyn, and we used to go up like on the weekends. We'd go up to New York, and this motherfucker didn't have a car, dude. And he was from the Philly, so he asked us. He would always ask us to like drive with us, like we'd drop him off at his house.
What part of New York would go to?
My buddy lived in fucking. His family lived in. Oh my god, what is the name of the fucking neighborhood? It's like right across the Verrazano Bridge. Bunch of Chinese and Jews there, which I know doesn't really narrow it down.
And you might have been near where I live. You might be near like 8th Avenue, Brooklyn, if it's in Brooklyn. The Jews,
was in Brooklyn, yeah.
Most of the Chinese live on 8th Avenue in Brooklyn. Like that's got to be one of the biggest Asian communities in all of New York, because they have Chinatown. Chinatown is minuscule compared to 8th Avenue in Brooklyn.
Bay Ridge.
It's massive. Yeah, exactly. It reaches all the way from 8th Avenue all the way to Bay Ridge. It's fucking insane. It's a huge strip.
It was wild.
Dude, it's like being in China when you go over there. It's insane.
So we go up to Bay Ridge, and his parents lived in Riverhead up on Long Island.
Oh shit! I just showed some damn. I just showed tits over here. What the fuck am I doing?
Long Island's so freaking beautiful. Anyways, dude, I remember we were going. We had tickets to see a Nets game. And this
my god, this trailer's got nudity. This fucking trailer got nudity in it.
Home, and he was like trying to con us into dropping him off at his house in Philadelphia, which is like at that point out of the way, bro. And we're just like trying to get to this fucking game, and this guy's just like, "Oh please, bro, come on, bro, it's just up the way, bro. Come on, please, baby." I'm like, no, his name was. I don't want to say his name, so I don't want to dox him. But we would always be like, "Fucking, oh my god, nah, this fucking dude, bro, this fucking dude." He was like a nice guy, like he was like real sweet, and dude, this guy was such a smooth talker, bro. He would like work with you, but he wouldn't do shit, bro. He would just show up and he would be talking to you, telling you stories, put a spell on you. Before you know it, bro, you realize you did his work.
He's one of those guys. He's like a cool dude, not a cool worker. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like I caught on to that shit, bro. This fucking dude. This is what ended it with me with this guy, bro. This fucking dude. This dude he would come over to my house all the time, and just fucking stay all day, bro. It'd be like the weekend or something. And he'd just stay all day. You know me, I don't care. Like if you're not causing a ruckus, you can stay as long as you want in my house. I don't care, right? But this motherfucker,
y'all doing other shit in the house, and he's just hanging out in the living room.
Yeah, just hang out in the living room, eat chips, watching fucking Netflix, right? And I'm like, working on something, and I didn't care. It's like I like having people around, baby. Dude. So this one time, bro, this dude, we went out and he got fucked up, bro. He got so drunk. We went back to the crib and he fell asleep on my couch, right? And I woke up and I'm just gonna say his name was Stats, right? That was his last name. We called him Stats. Stats was gone. He was gone, and I was like, "Man, something's up, bro. Why is he should be hungover and
wait, is it Lestat? Oh damn!
No, his name was Stats.
His stats falling hard. He's falling on hard times. He's falling some fucking hard times, man.
So this dude, and he vamped. He was gone. So I was talking to my roommate. I was like, "Yo, Stats isn't here, bro. Like, something's up." And he's like, "Yeah, it's kind of weird, bro." And we started smelling something, bro. Something got kind of stinky. So we're looking around, walking around, bro. And I got to the couch where he's sleeping. I looked down, and this motherfucker threw up on my floor. And he pushed that shit under the couch and left.
What an asshole.
Bro, for real. And I was done with that motherfucker. After I was like, this dude can't come over anymore. I was telling my roommate, I was like, this dude's banned, bro. I know you guys are tight, bro. That shit's disgusting. So I think this guy was older than me, dude. I was like,
come on, baby.
I was probably like 23, 24 at the time. This dude was like a 30-year-old man, bro. He was like way too old to be doing this shit. And I had to play with his puke. What's up?
That's a dude for your old pal Rocco, baby.
Dude, for real, that's literally how he talked, bro. It was, dude. Oh my god, fucking dude. And he was in love. Then we had this Peruvian girl in our department. She was real pretty, real girl. She lived in Miami. She's from Miami. She was like real free spirited kind of girl, you know. So she was like fun to be around.
Oh, so
he was in love with her, bro. He was in love with her. She wasn't about it.
Do you mean a whore?
Yeah, no. She wasn't. I wouldn't call her whorish. But you know, like she definitely got around, but she was like, I guess, low key about it. You know, like she did. It wasn't anyone's business. She didn't make it everyone's business.
She was a hoe.
You know what I'm saying?
Just say that, bro.
No, it's because I liked her. Like I said, I respected her because she was like, I had a good time like around her. Like we had fun.
Yeah, but that's not what we're talking about.
I'm not saying. Anyways, he was in love with this girl, bro. She didn't love him back. She was real pretty. Like I said, she had the fucking, she had the pick of the litter, bro. She wasn't going after fucking bum ass stats, you know. And dude, he used to come to our house all the time, fucking crying about this girl. Oh, bro. Oh man, Maria, bro. I need her so bad, bro. Like, dude, I'm like, bro, you gotta get over this girl.
You're doing like Welcome Back, Carter. Like, you know, it's just a weird accent you did there. Is really what he sounded like?
No, you don't finish this, though. I want to eat her butt.
Dude, he sounded like that, bro. He sounded like fucking Rocky, bro.
You sound like it sounds like a Rodney Dangerfield impersonation.
No, Rodney Dangerfield's like, I get no respect. I get no respect.
I get no respect.
Hey, I get no respect over here.
Yeah, more or less.
That's what happens to me over here, man. I just got to get my respect.
She was a lot of fun, bro. I went down to Miami with her, and she showed me a bunch of joints around there. It was really cool. But I guess it's what you expect from Miami girls. They're just kind of like that.
Yeah, they're fun, right?
Yeah.
Bro. Just say that.
No, you take that back, man. You take that back.
Yeah, dude, he was in love with her, dude. It got to the point where she was like freaked out, bro. She stopped hanging out with us. She's like, bro, fucking Stats is like obsessed with me.
To the point
I don't want
to the point where he would drink her bathwater, or what?
Probably, dude. He was just a weird guy, bro. Dude. I remember one time he went up to the corner store, and he was like asking people if they wanted anything. And this girl in our department, I guess this guy had problems with fucking chicks. Now I'm thinking about it. She was like, "Yeah, could you give me a Coke and some Doritos or something?" And he's like, "Oh yeah, baby, no problem." And he went to the corner store, came back, and he like opened up the Coke he got her and poured himself some, and then opened up the chips, and then got himself some and then gave it to her. And she was like, "What the fuck? Like, why would you open up this shit that you got for me? Like, I'm not trying to share with you. Like, this is mine." He's like, "Oh man, I just wanted a little bit, you know." And she was like, "Why don't you just get yourself some?" It just seems weird. He's just a weird guy, man.
Well, he's a simp. He's a classic simp.
Mm-hmm.
He's just way too into these women. Like, but what it is, he probably wasn't a very attractive guy, right?
No, he was good looking. That's the thing. He was good looking.
Wow. So he must.
Yeah, he was a good looking guy.
I mean, micro penis is a hell of a thing.
Man, I don't know. Maybe he was a little short. I don't know.
I don't know. There's obviously a problem there. There's some kind of problem. There's some kind of confidence problem. That's my guess.
Awkward.
What's up, Quinn?
I think it sounds like he was awkward as hell. Like, if you don't have good social skills, that's going to be a turn.
But that's the thing, bro. It was so fucking weird because, like I said, he was really socially, like, good. Because, like I said, he'd get people, like, manipulate people to work for him, do his work because he was lazy as hell. But people liked being around him because he was, like, funny. He was just, it was weird. I started, like, not liking it because I saw through his bullshit. I was like, this guy's fucking lazy, man. He's, like, getting people to do his work. He's fucking bad with women. He had a bad drinking problem, bro. This dude this guy was nothing but fucking trouble, bro. Nothing but trouble. He had a bad drinking problem. He got fucked up, this was like whenever fucking Maria like rejected him for real, he got real fucked up. He went over to another friend's house. This is a whole nother guy, who was married and had a fucking kid and shit.
Oh,
and he had to like detox at their house, bro. So they got this fucking drunk bum from fucking Philly. It's like, dude, it was like some for real like Always Sunny shit going on. And he like drank all the shit they had at their house, dude. Like he went there for help and then fucking like drank all their shit, dude. And his my buddy's wife like kicked him out. I think it's a pretty valid reason, bro. You got like a drunk, fucked up dude like around your kid, you know? Yeah, he was something else, bro. That dude was a mess, man.
It definitely sounds like it.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not doing anything. He's just sitting there all day just drinking, and that's it.
Yeah, obsessing over fucking Peruvian maidens.
Well, sounds like me.
I mean, that's what Sobers does. Is what he does. It's fucking disgusting.
He's really losing it. That girl, I'm still buddies with her. I talk to her sometimes. She's having a baby. She's like fucking uber pregnant right now. It probably kills him.
There's nothing cute about a lost man. You can be a lost boy finding your way, a young adult male, but a lost man, you're just a fucking joke. People don't respect you.
I love that. I love that.
Nobody pities you. Nobody pities you, bro, except other lost men.
I love that movie.
Exactly.
I just gotta tell you.
When you're younger, like girls will try and fix you. They'll date
then you find
and
yourself.
shit.
You find yourself a part of MG Toe, and you're like, "What's going on?"
Yeah.
Isn't it crazy though? Isn't it crazy though? If you're a lost woman, there's always that fucking white knight.
Yeah.
Someone could save you.
There's a stats there waiting for you. Oh baby, I'll pick up the pieces.
I mean, that's kind of
that's gonna be Dora. Yeah, I don't know what that dude's problem was, bro. He was, like I said, he was good looking and pretty charming, man. Like he could pull if he wanted to, but he just had this obsession with this girl, man.
Well, Julio might be right, dude.
Maybe he just had no game, bro. You know, so maybe his personality was really the fucking
man.
problem.
Julio might be right though.
bro.
He might not be packing like Julio implied.
Maybe that's it, dude. Because I remember I went to a party with him once, and the dude who hosted the party, his sister was in town. They were Dominican. And she was real pretty. And
yeah.
He was this Dominican chick. Him and her were talking. Stats and the girl, my buddy's or the guy who hosted the party, his sister. And they were fucking chatting it up, bro. He was lighting on thick, dude. And she was about it. I don't know, how far it went on, but she was feeling it.
Yeah.
Like I said, like he could like lay it down. And like I said, he was good looking and he was charming, bro. But it's
so, like I'm saying, like there's something weird going on. Like if he's look, I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this.
Maybe.
No, it ain't that. Look, if you're an attractive man, you can go anywhere, and the women will be attracted to you. Like they will literally come up to you and talk to you. They'll put the moves on you. Yep. They will put the moves on you. So for him to be like this is just weird. If you're saying
he's probably microdosing, if you know what I'm saying.
Man, I don't know. I don't know what was his problem, man. Like I said, I hadn't talked to this dude since probably like shit, dude, 20.
He had some problems.
2019 maybe.
That's crazy.
Yeah. There's some weirdos out there. It's like people like that. I feel like I'm a fuck up, dude, and then I meet guys like him and like, you know what, dude? I'm not that bad.
I mean, that's why people love the Big Lebowski. It is a great film, but that's why they love it. I don't know if you guys see it on the screen. But
this is Gen X core right here.
The man, he treats objects like women. But with that said, remember to subscribe to the Real Food TV, the greatest channel on demand.
Damn, I forgot Julianne Moore was in this movie. She looks really good.
Great movie, people. Remember to subscribe, and if you want to support the Real Food TV, once again, our Venmo is in the description. All right? Yeah, Julianne Moore, man. She's pretty.
She looks she's good.
She's pretty attractive for an old lady.
Yeah, she looks good in a Don John, I thought, as an old lady.
I mean, she's a ginger. She's got some special talent, magic there that she can get older and older and still be attractive. Right? Not all women. And I think what it is that she never got all that plastic surgery. What these women don't understand is that, when you age gracefully, you can be older and still be attractive. Right? You keep it.
Yeah, like,
you hold on to
Monica
it.
Bellucci.
Yeah, because look, if they just stay if they keep their weight down, they still can be attractive at the older age. Yeah. I don't know who that is. Monica Bellucci, you said?
She's a fine-ass Italian.
Yeah.
You don't know who that is?
She's Italian?
Monica Bellucci?
Yeah, I thought she was
Yeah,
Hispanic.
I mean, yeah, she's Italian, but Italians are basically like proto Spanish people.
Yeah, they're the proto Latinos. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've seen Passion of the
That's what I
Christ,
always
right?
said.
Well, there's also
she
there's
plays, Marie Magdalene.
yeah. But she got
Mary Magdalene,
she got work done. She got work done.
Mary Magdalene was fat tits.
No, she got work
Mary
done. dude.
Magdalene with
She
the
got a lot
fat
of work done.
tits.
She was in The Matrix. She was in some movie with I used to make fun of the movie she was in. It's Something of the Sun with Bruce Willis, where she's like, I need to stay with
Tears
my
of the
people.
Sun. Tears of the Sun.
Is that what it is? Yeah, Tears of the Sun. You got Bruce Willis all grizzled. I'm like, how
They're
did
killing, it's like they're killing a smorgasbord of Africans.
Yeah, and I was like, how the
Pretty
fuck
cool.
did this
That movie
guy?
was pretty cool.
Not that good. And he got all young again. I'm like, how the fuck? You could see that Bruce got like plastic surgery, and then she's like, I need to stay with my people. When I saw that, my eyes rolled to the back of my brain. It's like this is fucking stupid.
Like, bitch, they're gonna cut you up into little pieces. Shut the fuck
Hey,
up.
look at this, the nihilist. I love the nihilist in The Big Lebowski. He's like, man, some nihilist attacked me. Lebowski. That movie is amazing, isn't it?
I've never seen that movie.
It's a Gen X movie, bro.
Oh yeah, the guy
never seen
that made that film also made another film called Fargo. It's actually,
Fargo's great. I fucking love
yep,
Fargo.
the
That's
same
a great
guy,
movie.
dude. And the nihilist, one of the guys, the nihilist, is in Fargo. The nihilist in the big. You know what's funny is that both Steve Buscemi and the guy that plays the nihilist in The Big Lebowski are in Fargo. Like and they're both partners. So it's interesting.
I was just saying it was Frances McDermott. Yeah, she's. I think she won an Oscar for that film.
I hate her. Hey, she's boring. I hate her.
Right, the pregnant cop.
Yes.
Yeah.
I hate her
that movie's
acting.
Awesome.
I don't like her. I don't like her.
Really, damn.
I just don't like her
I thought she did a
acting.
good job in
I don't like her acting. Yeah.
Piece of shit.
I'm not too big. Just not too big into her acting. Like she just seems like she's trying to be all. She's just trying to be too funny. Like it just comes off real cheesy.
Yeah, surprisingly, she actually has like the most female Best Actress awards. I think she's got like 4.
She got a lot of friends in high places, huh?
Then Daniel Day-Lewis has the most at 3 for actors on the male
Damn.
side.
Yeah, Daniel Day-Lewis kills it. I fucking love Gangs of New York, man. That movie's so good.
Yeah, Daniel Day-Lewis is possibly the greatest Jewish actor in history.
The boxer
is he
was
Jewish?
I think he is.
Boxer's really
I think he is. Yeah, he made a lot of good movies. Just got to give that to him. He's a very good actor.
He looks pretty he looks British to me.
No. It's fine.
Wait, hold up. You're right. Daniel Day-Lewis's mother was Jewish.
Yes, he's Jewish. You can
Man,
tell.
you're
You can
fucking
tell.
right, bro.
What a big surprise! I didn't even have to look that up.
He's a very good actor. He did Last of the Mohicans. He's a character actor for sure. And he does a very good job of it. There's another actor. You know, Johnny Depp pretends to be. A lot of actors pretend to be character actors, but Daniel Day-Lewis really is a character actor. He does every role. He seems like a new person. Like they don't seem like the same person. The closest thing that he came to being like the same character was the character in There Will Be Blood. I think that's what it's called, right? You ever seen that one?
Yeah, I drink your milkshake.
That one and Gangs in New York. It's almost like the same character.
Mm-hmm.
It's very similar to each
Right,
other.
versus, you say he's a character actor. Yes, he's actually a different person in every movie.
Yes.
You know, versus these guys have one role and then they play that character in every fucking movie afterwards. Like
as hard as they
Denzel
try.
in Training Day.
Yeah, as hard as they try, they're always
and he's in Training Day in every fucking movie. In Gladiator 2, he's just Training Day in fucking in the fucking in Roman era.
Yeah,
He's like, you're good, Gladiator, but you're not that good.
It's like Johnny Depp.
Johnny squabbles.
Johnny Depp did that. Johnny Depp would do these movies, and you're like, bro, that's Johnny Depp. Like, it's just Johnny Depp doing a character. The shit is so. It just doesn't seem like he embodies the character.
Al Pacino.
You know who's a great character actor?
Plays Scarface in every movie.
You know who's a great character actor? The guy on the screen you see here, Jeff Bridges. Amazing character actor. Amazing.
Bro, one of my buddies, he always says that Al Pacino's idea of acting is just yelling.
Yeah. He's the same character in every movie. You're like, oh look, there's Scarface. He's in the Middle Ages.
Yeah. Now he's Puerto Rican Scarface.
Oh, wow, his accent changed.
Devil's Advocate, he did a great job.
Yeah, it was Al Pacino playing Al Pacino. That's what it was.
Come on, guys.
I'm a
That's a
humanist.
narrative.
I'm a humanist. I mean, he was great. He was great, but
I like
yeah.
I really like the Godfather's. Man, he's only 5'6". I didn't realize he was that short.
You know what? I don't think I've ever watched all the Godfather films. I've seen pieces of them.
They're good. Three's kind of weird.
I was
Pick
seeing.
one.
Yeah.
Who do you guys think is a great actor? Pick one actor.
Great actor? Oh, there's a lot of great actors. I mean, that's a crazy
But you know
question.
what I like?
In the chat.
He does good movies. I can't remember his fucking name off the top of my head, but he's in that movie Pandorum, and he's in 310 to Yuma.
Come on, Dennis Quaid.
No, not Dennis Quaid. The blonde, the younger dude.
Cam Gigande.
What film?
Can't remember his name.
What movie is it?
Come on, Cam.
He's in Pandorum. He's like the main character in Pandorum, and he's in 310 to Yuma. He's like one of the supporting villains.
I don't know if I've seen that one.
Oh yeah, he's that blonde dude.
Yeah, the blonde
Ben
dude.
Foster.
Ben Foster. Yeah, he plays like a lot of different roles.
He kind of looks like Haley Joel Osment a little bit.
Dude, that dude, Kaylee Joe Osment is a massive drunk. You know that?
Yeah, I heard he got arrested.
Dude, that motherfucker got arrested again. You know that guy one time flipped his car over? Kaylee Joe Osment, that kid from AI. That dude flipped his car. The kid from AI, he flipped his car a few years ago. He was drunk. He
Are you talking about that fat dude who just got arrested?
Kaylee Joe, he was in AI. You know, I saw that guy one time.
He looks like a fat baby with a beard.
I saw that kid in Manhattan one time. I was hanging out, and I was just hanging on the corner, and I saw the dude walk by. He's like, I don't know, 5'1". His fucking leg, you could see, was all twisted. So I'm gonna guess that like his foot was like not where it should be. Like, you know, it wasn't pointed. You know, you walk and your foot is face forward, right? It was like turned to the right, like it was turned sideways.
Oh,
So this dude got fucked up from a car accident, and he's getting pulled over again for being drunk.
What you doing?
You know what? You know what I'd say? I bet you that there's something happened to this dude. I mean, this is what happens to all these.
He was a kid actor, bro. He
Exactly.
Got molested.
Every fucking time it happens, and this kid is a mess. He's fat as hell, and he's a drunk. He's a massive drunk. Like you go from surviving a car crash where you flip your car over and you're gonna keep drinking. Like you got some problems going on.
Who's your favorite actor? Fu.
I got a lot of them, man. I don't know. I don't know.
Matt Damon.
Matt Damon.
What about you? You got to pick one actor.
You remember that movie? Matt Damon he was like playing Chicano in Elysium.
Matt Damon was in there. Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah, that was terrible.
He played Chicano like a cyberpunk Chicano.
You know that's basically Halo. That guy wanted to make the Halo movie, and they didn't let him do it, so he made basically Halo in another way.
How do you make Halo?
I mean, that movie had the Halos in it. It has Halo planets. Remember?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that guy who made that, he wanted to make the Halo movie.
Neil Blomkamp. Yeah.
Yep, that's what that was.
That's a tough question for me, Quinn. I don't know.
Mine would be Jack Nicholson if I had to pick one actor of all time.
He's a good actor, yeah.
I mean, there's so many actors. Like it's hard to choose from one. You know.
Years old, I was like, wow, shit. He's 87. Damn.
And watching this trailer here, is this the movie that has Kung Lee in it? The MMA fighter?
Man, this is tough.
Yeah, Clint Eastwood is gonna be 95. Damn.
Yeah, he's old as hell.
There's a great actor, right? Clint Eastwood.
Like Hopkins, that's another good one.
Bernard Hopkins is pretty good. Yeah.
I know Anthony Hopkins.
yeah, obviously.
Bernard Hopkins is an amazing actor. I'm kidding.
I'm good at playing a boxer.
Bernard Hopkins?
Yeah. Anthony Hopkins is okay, but to me, he's another over actor. He's an over actor. He really is an over actor. No doubt about it. He's a movie
Man, I
actor.
guess I don't know. I really like movies. I watch a lot of movies, but it's like I usually watch movies for the movies, not necessarily the actors.
I feel like, well, you know what's crazy? I think Matthew McConaughey is a better actor than people give him credit for. He's actually a very good actor.
Talking about he's won an award.
If you're gonna go by mainstream actors, no, a lot of people don't really put him in there. You know, in that kind of like really high level like Oscar category.
Nah,
I mean, his breakout performance was in a film called Texas Chainsaw Massacre: The New Breed. I think it was called The New Breed, and he was the best actor in the whole movie. You had big hitters in there, which is insane. You had what's that lady? Reese not Reese Witherspoon. Forgot her fucking name. One of these big actors. She was in some British movie where she played what?
Reese Witherspoon.
Renee Zellweger.
Zellweger was in there, and she was fucking horrible in there. The best thing in that film was Matthew McConaughey, and I feel like that's when he got big, and then he did Dazed and Confused and all that other stuff after that. I think.
Yeah.
He played a psychopath. That was one of his first big roles. And now he plays the government dude. I think he really is a government guy now. Total fraud.
Matt Damon.
Matt Damon. Matt Damon. Remember when you had Matthew McConaughey was at the Uvalde shooting thing? Brings out the bright green shoes out of nowhere.
I guess this is pretty like
he's from
I guess
Uvalde.
This is like I guess it's like a normie pick, Quinn, but I guess Daniel Day-Lewis or maybe like Robert De Niro.
I think De Niro's okay because he has range, right? He could do comedies, he can do gangster shit.
Like I love like Raging Bull and shit. I think he did so.
De Niro's fucking annoying to me, bro. I fucking hate Robert De Niro.
That's what I'm saying. It's like I hate him as a person, but it's like I like the movies he's in. You know?
Yeah.
It's like, I've seen enough.
Face he's always making, like.
Yeah.
You know what? You know who's also extremely underrated? Brad Pitt. Extremely underrated
Oh yeah,
actor.
Brad Pitt's great.
Amazing actor. Amazing. He's also likable. That's the thing that he's likable. Well, a lot of these other guys are not
that
likable.
weird motherfucker doesn't wear deodorant and he doesn't shower or some shit.
Oh yeah, I would never do that.
I saw those stinky ass pictures of him with the dreads, bro.
You know who's also another
annoying.
Amazing actor is Gary Oldman. It's another one.
Yeah, he's great. He's got
big name actors. He's a character actor for sure. That's like Peter Sellers, right? I think his name is Peter Sellers.
Isn't Gary Oldman dead?
No, he's not.
Still alive.
Am I getting that wrong? Is his name Peter Sellers, the guy who was in the Pink Panther?
Yeah, that's Peter Sellers.
Right. So yes, he's on that level. Gary Oldman's a crazy, amazing character actor.
Yeah, that dude's always been a great actor. Like, that's not anything new to say.
But not all actors are character actors. Many of them are typecast, and they play the same character over and over again. Alderman's one of those guys that could do all of them. He could do a lot.
Right. Carl Urban is good. I fucking love Dredd. Oh, he already posted it just as I was saying it. Fucking love Dredd.
You know, another one's good.
Carl, the dude from The Boys.
Yeah, dude.
Yes.
He's in a bunch of good ass movies, bro. He's got range too.
Christian Bale also has a lot of range as well. He plays Americans all the time, yet he's British or Australian, I think actually.
Method actor.
Yeah, there's a movie he played a Cholo. He played a Chicano in a movie.
Oh
too.
yeah, it's terrible. It's fucking terrible.
Which one? Hard Times.
Exactly. It's a great movie, but his acting is terrible. He's like, oh, Chino, and you're like, you can hear it. Like the accent's like so fake. And you know the dude that is Buddy in that film is that guy from Planet
He's
Terror.
actually Mexican.
He's from Planet Terror. He's the star of
Oh
Planet Terror.
yeah.
Yeah,
That movie is fucking hardcore too. That Hard Times, which is funny. I think that actually might be based on an old Charles Bronson movie, maybe because there was a Charles Bronson film called Hard Times. It might just have the same name. But
Charles Bronson's a good actor too, man.
In that film, Charles Bronson played a boxer in Hard Times.
Bro, Charles Bronson in Death Wish is super fucking good, man. Once Upon a Time in the West, he kills in that.
Yeah.
Christian Bale in the movie called The Mechanic, where he got like anorexic to play the role.
Yeah, that movie's awesome. That shit's freaky.
He's obsessed with the whole.
He's a method actor.
The payoff at the end.
You know what? Kurt Russell, bro. I'll say Kurt Russell's my favorite actor.
An action
star.
Well,
why?
I like his movies. I think he's really charming. He's fucking fun. I think all his movies are really enjoyable. I like the way he acts. It's like a very not dramatic, but kind of campy. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, it's kind of this halfway. They're not exactly
Yeah,
totally
dude, that movie is
comedy.
fucking awesome. I like it because I feel like he doesn't take acting like too seriously. Like I feel like a lot of actors like think they're fucking like they're high art performance when it's not. That shit's like very plebeian, you know. But it seems like he always has fun with the roles and he doesn't like take it seriously. He's just like he understands it's like a job that he does, you know. Like I feel like he's not full of himself, and I feel like it kind of comes out in his movies. They're always like really like fun and like enjoyable pieces.
Yes.
You know?
He definitely takes it seriously, but he is a character actor. That's what he is.
Well, you know, I think he takes it seriously insofar as it's his job and he wants to perform it the best. But like, what I'm saying is, like, I don't think he takes it too far, where he's like, you know, he's like pompous, hoity-toity.
He's very good at playing the roles he plays.
Yeah, I like his roles, man. I love Big Trouble in Little China, Escape from New York, all that shit.
He's
We were
always,
just talking about
he plays a
Deadproof and shit.
he plays a manly man. I mean, you're talking about Kurt Russell, the guy that, for many ways, like created the anti-hero. I feel like in a lot of ways.
Dude,
I mean, Clint Eastwood is a big part of that as well, but I feel like for the modern age, he really brought it. You know.
Definitely, like, dude, Escape from New York, like that shit, like he like created a fucking character archetype.
I mean, without Kurt Russell, you don't have Metal Gear.
He made Solid Snake.
You don't have Metal Gear without Kurt Russell.
I owe everything to this man, bro. I wouldn't be me.
He is Solid Snake.
He really is. You know, they wanted him to voice Solid Snake. He said, "Fuck that! I'm not doing that."
That would have been badass.
He didn't want to do it because
he should have.
Well, he didn't want to do it out of respect for John Carpenter. He said, "Well, that's not right to do. John isn't part of it." So he says, "I'm not doing it." If John Carpenter, this is where Kojima fucked up. He should have brought Carpenter on and said, "Hey, I want you to help me out with this. I want you to write some dialogue and all that." If he would have done that, Kurt would have been like, "Hell yeah, I'm getting on there." But he didn't do that. They kept him out of it.
Well, then, shit, since you guys were talking about Kurt Russell and John Carpenter, you guys must have heard about the movie that was never made called Shadow Company that has like one of the awesomest premises of all time. You guys heard of that, right?
Was it a sci-fi movie, or am I confusing with another movie?
No, it was supposed to be like a horror action movie that him and John Carpenter were going to do. He wanted Kurt Russell to play the main character, and Shane Black and Fred Decker were doing the script. And, you know, it was about a group of U.S. Special Forces who died in Vietnam, and years later, their bodies were brought back as soldiers, and then they take over like this armored plane in this little town, and Kurt Russell plays the main hero as they do their dark experiments. It was going to be
that
like,
sounds cool.
Yeah, it was supposed to come out, I think, 88, and it was like a lost script of a movie that never happened. They're like, damn, that would have been an amazing movie. It was going to be called Shadow Company. Yep.
Sounds
There's
good.
a lot of you do if you look up like anyone like John Carpenter's unrealized projects, Steven Spielberg, any legendary director. They had these movie scripts, but the movie never came to be. There's like, damn, those would have been good movies. That's one from Shadow.
You know what's funny is I thought about where would they go with Escape from New York, right? And I thought they should have it Escape from the World. And actually, when I read some kind of rumor they had that John Carpenter he wrote a script for it, and it actually was called Escape from the World. Like the whole world had become a prison. That was going to be the third film.
Mm-hmm.
What was that movie with Kurt Russell where his wife gets kidnapped?
I forgot the name of it.
They're like on a road trip or something.
Oh,
I forgot the name of it.
Oh man,
do you know what I'm talking about?
Is it Breakdown?
Exactly. Yes, that's the name of it.
Yes,
Breakdown. You got it. You got it.
That is a good one.
I mean, Kurt Russell's great. He's a great actor.
Yeah. Man, I freaking love him in Tombstone, man. That movie's so good.
Oh yeah, he's good. I hate the mustache, but I love the cheesiness of it. You
That's what I'm
called
saying.
in
It's
the
like,
thunder.
it's just campy, bro. His movie, he's like, I like the way he acts. It's like nice and campy.
Yeah, that's what they asked for in this corner.
He did that dub-ass movie. It's kind of like a guilty pleasure movie. He's like a boat operator. It's like a comedy.
With Goldie Hawn.
Oh, fuck, I don't know. I watched it all the time. When I was a kid. Captain Ron.
Jack?
Captain Ron.
Oh,
Dude.
Captain Ron.
I thought you said
That
overboard.
dumbass movie, bro.
I don't think I've ever seen that one. I don't know if I've ever
It's
seen
like
that.
goofy ass. Like it's like a kid movie, man.
I might have seen it, but I don't remember it. Captain Ron. I
watched
probably
it.
saw it.
It's shitty, bro. It's shitty, but I watched it all the time when I was a kid.
I mean, we all watched Kurt Russell films as a kid, man. Overboard and all that stuff. There's so much of it. It's just
His action movies are just awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, when I got older, that's when I watched all the other stuff like Escape from New York. I watched it when I was in my teens. I didn't even know it existed, you know.
He was also in that super old movie Used Cars too.
Oh, I don't think I've seen that one.
You know, the thing is, back in the day in New York City, I'd always watch, like, they had Channel 11, which is funny. It was actually broadcasted out of the World Trade Center. And I would watch and I say that because I remember watching it one day and it went out. It was all static on the screen, and that's when I found out that was for the first Trade Center bombing in 1993. That it was all static. But I used to watch all the movies on there. That's how I knew about these movies, a lot of them. So they used to have a marathon for the Twilight Zone. This is how I first discovered the Twilight Zone. But like watching these older films, like I never saw Escape from New York on there. Like it never, which is crazy. You think it's a no brainer, right? We're in New York City. This is a broadcast coming from the freaking World Trade Center in New York City. It's kind of crazy. So I found it later on.
Maybe they didn't want to broadcast it because it paints New York in a bad light.
Oh yeah, well, New York in the movie is a prison, so I guess you're probably right. So I found this out when I was like, I don't know, in my teens. But I used to watch that shit like religiously. I watched Channel 11. I don't know if you guys watched it because I don't know. I think it was just in New York, Channel 11. So got some nostalgia for it. They used to have something called Shocktober. Yeah. Shocktober. That's where they would play all the Jason movies and all that.
Badass. Yeah.
It was pretty awesome. I don't know. I don't know if you guys. I mean, some people they could pick up those signals if you had cable TV, but if you didn't, then it was kind of a time, and they had some pretty good stuff on there. What I thought was really funny is that it was extremely violent. Like they would play all the violence, or they would bleep out or change the words for all the curses. I'm like, bro, I just saw a guy get decapitated. So you can decapitate people, but you can't say the F word. That sounds like some interesting stuff. Were you here earlier for the BDA conversation here, Shazar?
What part?
The whole thing where he was fighting with that dude.
Which dude?
He was fighting with some guy in the chat. Like he wasn't really fighting. That guy was fighting with him and all of us.
Well, you talking about the dude that hopped in and started talking about the decline of the West?
Yeah. He was like
I was here the whole time, bro. He was coming at me, man.
Oh, sorry about that. I forgot. I thought he was going after Quags for a second. I thought.
Nah, maybe our voices sound similar.
Yeah.
What was the guy's argument?
Yeah. Well, I was. I
forgot Quags was coming in at times. Sorry, because you guys were going back and forth. It was like you, Quags, and that guy, and then every once in a while it was BDA. I was trying to moderate it. That's what I was doing.
Right. I was saying that the middle class in the West is being eroded, and like the quality of life is like dropping in the United States.
Which is absolutely true. So I don't know why he fought you on it.
Yeah, and I was like talking about how like it seems like a lot of morality is being juxtaposed, where like people who follow the rules and do what they're told to in life like get the short end of the stick, and it's like people who break the rules and do like degenerate things seem to be getting ahead of life. And he like, I don't know what it is, but it like set him off, and he was like saying that I was wrong, and like America is like so much better than everywhere else, and like that's why immigrants come here, and that's why they're doing better than the natives, and like, which none of that I said. I never brought up like China or any other Eastern. I was just saying that the quality of life in the United States has been eroded. It's like dropping. And then he started saying that fucking like, oh, you guys are all terminally online, and fucking BDA's what did he say? Like he was saying, like, oh, you let BDA talk because he has more like a higher subscriber count. It was
he said something like he must have a high subscriber count or something, talking like this or some shit like that.
It was weird. That
dude's usually all right. He's from the tavern. Yeah. I think he came in here trying to stir a little bit of shit, which is fine. AJ, you can come back, bro. It's all good. Come stir some more shit.
Yeah, it's all right, man.
funny.
It's all right.
When I go to the tavern, it's to stir some shit up. So
look at this. Sober says he's admitting he's a shit stirrer.
Yeah, like people. This was
of
weird.
course,
Like, I
I
never.
say it all the time.
I can tell.
Never
Look like
mentioned,
BDA's
like,
trying to paint me with that shit. Dude, I'm not a shit stirrer. I don't.
It's fucking scary.
It was like moving the goalpost, bro. Because I was like telling them that the middle class is being eroded and like people are becoming more unhappy than ever, and people aren't having children and shit like that's like a sign of that. Like the sign of
There's a lot. There's a lot of layers to that. And yes,
there's a lot of layers.
There's a lot of layers because the a certain group of people that they do the social engineering. They brought in the anti-natalist movement. That's really why we have less. And then a lot of people they want to, and it's true what you're saying because it also has to do with the financials. It has to do with the money because a lot of people that think they want to be able to have their kid go to college and so on, right? So they want to get enough money to allow that to happen. So they're not just going to have kids like. This is like what you hear all the time. Like the idiots are the ones breeding, right? They're the ones having all the kids.
Right.
And that's not to talk, to say that they're trash people, but they're very like, in many ways, they're very animalistic. And these are the people that many times don't have educations and so on. The middle class, a lot of them, their parents set them on the right path. So they go and they get their education, they make their money, they buy their house, and then boom, then they have their kids. So when you fuck up their ability to make a good amount, a wage, now they're thinking, oh, well, we shouldn't have kids right now because this and this, right? So yeah, it is true in a lot of ways what you're saying. So that's why I didn't understand when that guy came in, he was like, no.
I just don't. I think he like jumped the gun, bro. Like he didn't understand. I don't think he understood what I was saying.
I don't think
he was
did.
like, and I was telling him that like I was like saying like degenerate people seem to be getting ahead. Like they get more attention and wealth. Like they get more money and shit like that. And he was like, so I think he was saying that I like was saying that is like a life should be emulated. Like people should try to be like that. Like that's what success is. And I'm like, no, You're not understanding what I'm saying. I'm saying that shit is so backwards and juxtaposed that good people are getting the short end of the stick and bad people are getting ahead, And he's like, no, it's like, it's bad to live like that. I was like, dude, I don't think I don't think you're listening to what I'm saying here,
Well, I mean, I feel like bad people
the rules their whole life, like get fucking shafted,
But bad people always been getting ahead. They always do because they don't care who they step on. That's the thing.
Yeah.
And
that's like that's what I'm saying. I was like, that kind of attitude shouldn't be rewarded. Or
it shouldn't.
Who do that kind of stuff should not be rewarded for it.
I saw this study once where little kids who lie a lot later on will tend to do better in life.
Yes,
I believe it.
Most of the top businessmen are all sociopaths.
Yeah, he was like basically saying like, you guys are all terminally online. Y'all got to fucking log off, which is funny because that dude hopped in here at 1 a.m. Like he's in the same boat. So I think it was a lot of projection.
It is. It has to be projecting because look, I had a full day. I did all kinds of stuff. And then I came on here and I just thought I could come and hang out with you guys. And I'm like, hey, I'll stream something. That's all it is, bro.
Yeah.
No one's on here like.
And BDA was like saying like if you say like he was like this dude was talking about like, oh, people are still happy, get offline, yada yada yada. And then BDA was like, if that's true, like why are like large populations of America like addicted to opioids? And, like they're clinically depressed. They need like stimulants to function. Like shit like that. I don't quite get what that guy was getting after.
I think one of the reasons for that is the obsession with youth. That is one of the reasons I think people become hooked on opiates. Not everyone. There are younger people that take opiates, but a lot of older people take it because I think we have the youth obsession. Once you get to a certain age, people just treat you like you're trash, or they talk about you like you're garbage. So you got to understand, like you see these older people, they're getting hooked on drugs because they're stuck in the past. You see a lot of that. I bet you if you looked up some statistics, you're gonna find that a lot of older people take these drugs. They're hooked on them because aren't they? Am I wrong? Aren't they the bulk of civilization? The majority of civilization of the America are older people. The people in their 30s, 40s, 50s.
The population's getting older.
Yeah, they're older. So if you're gonna say there's an opioid crisis, those would be the bulk of the people taking those drugs. So you got to find the root of why they're taking them. And what I think is that it's all vanity. They're very shallow, and so when they get older, they become very depressed because it's kind of like they just don't. I mean, we have this in a lot of ways. Well, what's crazy is that you have the anti-natalists are the people that also do take tons of drugs, but I don't know. I'd have to look up some statistics, but I think they're not a very big part of the population of the United States. So I would say it's the older people, isn't it? Like people that have kids would probably be popping these pills. If the numbers are that high, then it probably would be parents, people that have children.
Yeah.
So obviously there's a big problem there. If you're married, you have kids and all that, then what the fuck is the issue? My guess is that they're stuck in the past, and that they're unhappy that that time is over. You know, they're not kids anymore, and they're not as in demand as they used to be, because things change in a big way. You know, when you're younger, especially for women. I mean, for women, it must be really hard. Because women are fucking obsessed over, especially attractive women. When they get older, all that shit goes away. I think maybe that's another reason why a lot of male actors age way better than women do. You ever notice that? The male actors age more gracefully. The women, they just fall apart because they're trying to stay young, like really young. I'm talking like, and then the males, they're just not. They get a little work done. For the most part, they don't have to. But I think there's a lot more to that, but I think that's a big part of this drug, and it ain't even opioids. It's all drugs. They try to numb that, because I see this all the time in my life when I see a lot of people, couples, just people getting older. They start getting into stuff like drugs and alcohol and so on. And I think it has a lot to do with that. The fact that they're getting older, and they want to hold on to the past, and it makes them depressed.
Mm-hmm. That's take a hike.
I mean, it makes sense because look, no joke. Like, they can have all the money in the world, and they will get into drugs, because I think it's because of that reason. Because they're not as in demand. Because it don't matter how much money you got, if you're not attractive or youthful, you're just basically, people are just with you because you got money. When you're younger, dude, you don't have to have no money at all. You could be fucking broke, and if you're attractive, people will be like fucking fawning all over you. I mean, you could tell that, right? That's just fact. That goes beyond money, right? I've seen this a lot in my life. I've seen a lot of married couples who just fall apart, and I think it has a lot to do with that, with the that vanity. You know, the vanity really destroys people.
I wish you were here for it, Pugilist. You're a lot more articulate than me, so I feel like you would have been able to get the point across.
You wish who?
I wish Pugilist was here.
Who's that?
He was one who was asking.
When that guy was here, yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting, yeah. So he's saying that the West was not declining.
Well, I don't.
Oh God.
I don't. Well, the thing was, like, I think he was saying that I was being like maybe anti-American or something. I'm not entirely sure what he was getting at, because he kept making comparisons to like the third world, or like the global South, which I wasn't, because obviously I don't want to be a fucking middle class in Indonesia, and obviously the middle class in America is better off than fucking anywhere in India, you know.
Yeah.
But what I was saying is, like, what I was saying, telling him was that, because I think I was a little older than him. He sounded kind of young, but like I remember, and you may be a little older too, but I remember when I was younger, like pre 9/11, that it seemed like the quality of life was a lot higher, and it was easier to obtain for normal people. But that's shrinking, and people can't afford the things that were taken for granted in the past. Like I said, like I was telling him, was like my parents had me when they were like still in high school, you know, like they had a bunch of kids and they were still in high school, you know, which, you know, but like that's like unthinkable. Like, and my parents were able to get jobs and fucking get a house. My mom didn't have to work, and my dad could do that on a blue collar job, right? That's unthinkable these days, you know. Raising 3 kids, stay-at-home mom, blue-collar work, you know? That's like...
Yeah.
You can't do that shit anymore, man.
It's interesting, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think he understood what I was trying to say, you know? But also, like, I think some, like, young people, like, they're told that they're living in a great time, and I guess it breaks their paradigm, their way of thinking, when you're told, like, you know, things used to be better, right? And things are getting worse. And I think it scares them, and they don't really want to to approach it, you know, because it's kind of world shattering.
Yeah, I wonder if
things are getting worse.
On that point,
Yes.
I wonder if people think, hey, the technology's improving, therefore things are getting better. And that's the only variable that they're considering, and not everything else.
Exactly. It's very fucking Whiggish, like maternal, like or materialistic, like almost communistic way of thinking, like
Yeah,
almost
like
strictly materially.
Yeah, kind of like back then they didn't have phones you could carry around with you all the time, and then of course to counter that was like, well, that's actually not a good thing that you can carry it all around all the time. You know what I mean?
It's like, I mean, like now it's like you feel like there's always something monitoring you. Somebody could always get a hold of you. It's like kind of stressful.
Yeah, there's some
you
people
can't
who-
escape.
Yes, there's some people who have this idea that you have to immediately respond to a text. That's the expectation I'm noticing of most people, whereas I don't want to,
Yeah, and that wasn't the
I don't
case.
know.
Like, I mean, I'm sure you remember back like fucking dial-up internet days. Like, man, sometimes the phone would be going down. You couldn't call anybody.
Mhm.
When you had to get online, or you had to actually call people on the phone. There was no texting. Like it was just different. Like I felt like it was easier to be alone with yourself. You know, not feel like you're constantly monitored on the call.
Yeah, you're never gone. Like there was a concept of being gone and just not being able to get a hold of. That's kind of not a thing anymore.
Yeah.
It's weird. Yeah.
And I think that's like for younger people, like they never experienced that, so it goes against what their whole like type of life, like they can't fathom. Man, like there used to be a time where people didn't have phones, and you could really just kind of go off the grid for a little bit or just disappear for a time. You didn't have to worry about being your boss calling you and be like, "Hey, man, we need you to come in." And people texting you all the time, or constant freaking like dopium hits from your phone, fucking frying your brain.
Yeah, I saw something on like the Jimmy Dore show segment where they were saying that those old conspiracy theorists who said that cell phones are going to fry your brain, suggesting that maybe it kind of is.
Yeah.
Like the electromagnetic, I guess I don't know, waves or whatever that comes out of the phone are doing some damage to people.
Maybe. Like I mean, maybe not entirely, but definitely. Like I think it does like rewire the way people like respond to stimulus or stimuli.
Yeah. Yeah. So I was kind of going off the rails there, but yes. So what he was saying is like, if you carry in your pocket higher incidence of testicular cancer or higher breast cancer, and I don't know, I haven't verified it, but I've heard that that's a potential, another potential implication of carrying these things around.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it was a pretty heated little discussion, but he kind of like, I don't know, he kind of flew off the handles a little bit.
Well, he didn't want to. He didn't want to listen.
Yeah.
That's the thing. He didn't want to listen. Look, we were just having a random discussion. It came out of nowhere. It caught us off guard. That's why, if you notice, I was trying to moderate it because it came out of nowhere. Everyone else was just kind of shooting the shit. They're going back and forth. He was just like really passionate, and not to say
What was
that
his name again?
I don't remember, but I'm saying is I don't agree.
He like left the whole Discord, bro. It was crazy.
What I'm saying is I don't agree or disagree with him. I just wanted to hear what he wanted to say. The thing is,
There was a guy who
he was
came
just, the
on-
thing is he was just talking over everyone. That was the whole thing. I have no problem with it. The dude was just too emotional. It was just way too emotional.
There was one guy who came on who was it sounded like he was spouting what is it like what are those guys that come like a Jehovah's Witness Christianity once? I don't know, this was a couple of weeks ago.
Ooh, do you remember his screen name?
Nah, I don't, but he was saying how like the Catholic Church, they don't read the Bible, that he used to be Catholic and that now he's it's idol worship. I forgot his name.
Slugger, Sanctuary Seeker?
That doesn't sound familiar.
Was it Stuntman?
He had a name, like it looked like a person's name. It wasn't like a screen name. But he was talking about he's yeah, it sounded like Jehovah's Witness Christianity stuff.
But he had like a full name.
Yeah.
Gerson?
Maybe that sounds familiar.
Wait, is that dude about to go on a mission trip?
Yeah.
What's funny, he goes, I used to be Catholic, I know everything about it, and they don't read the Bible in the Catholic Church. And I told him, I said, well, they do like 3 readings, like every mass, and he was like, and he didn't know that.
Oh hell no! What the fuck? Like keep driving.
You do the whole. They bring out the book. They
fuck?
sing the song. They got that shit lit it up. Now we're reading from the book.
Yeah,
of
and he said that they don't read it. And he said they don't read it in the. And I go, what? They do they have 3 readings, anyways.
Yeah, it's like you do the Old Testament, the Psalms, and then the New Testament.
Yes.
Right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I haven't been a mass in a while. I'm kind of slipping.
It changes certain occasions, and I don't know what the rules are. It'll be like a mix. I forget what the sometimes it'll be like 3 New Testaments or like the Book of Revelations, and I don't know. It really depends.
Yeah.
But he was interesting because he was insistent on fighting about religious stuff.
Dude, I used to be really anti-Catholic when I was younger, but I just realized like I was fucking lied to my whole life about it, and I converted. Yeah, I realized a lot of the shit. It's like, dude, the Protestant hate for Catholics is so fucking deep, dude.
Yeah, but they break a lot of rules.
That's true, but that doesn't.
And that's
mean it
coming
shouldn't
from
make
someone with like I was.
No, like
know,
what I'm saying is
raised
like,
in it.
they'll say like, when I was younger, they'd be like, oh, the Catholics they only worship Mary, and they pray to they worship the saints, and that the Antichrist is going to be the Pope and shit like that. It's like crazy things to fucking levy. And then when I actually started like going to mass and reading about the shit, I was like, damn, this is like now what they do it all. I was lied to.
There was like some little like I forget what it was made out of. Steel? Not it couldn't have been steel. Like iron little amulet some guy had in his that they found from like the year, I forget what year it was. Anywhere from like 200 to 500 AD. And one of the first lines, and they were able to, it was like curled up metal, but somehow they were able to use some technology to read the prayer that was on it. And the first thing it said was like to Saint Titus or something like that. So veneration of saints was like from the very early goings.
Very old, yeah. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's whatever. Dude, I actually had to go to the post office the other day, and like as soon as they walked in, this fucking boomer, bro, he just starts going on to me. I don't know why he like locked onto me, bro. He like turned and looked at me, and then immediately just started talking about the fucking how the Pope has Jesuit hitman squads and shit like that. Told me that they got assassins out there killing people. And what
like
else
the whole John Brown thing.
Dude, he didn't say anything like that. I didn't know what he was talking about, bro. And he started talking about like sovereign citizen shit, like saying like, "Oh, you're not a resident, bro. You're a native." And it was just weird. It was just crazy shit, bro. It was like, and all these fucking middle-aged housewives are there getting a headache, and I was just like, "Please keep talking. Let me hear more." Yeah, it was weird, bro. Like, I don't know why that dude just wanted to talk to me about how much he fucking hated the Catholic Church, but I guess he got it out.
That's funny.
I mean, it's very popular to hate. It's very popular to hate the Catholic Church in this country because that's classic subversion. The dominant religion in this country is the Catholic Church, so that's what we see a lot of. The news is constantly going on about the Catholic Church, just ragging on them all the time.
I would say America is predominantly Protestant, but it's just like the Protestants just fucking deep down, like the whole religion came from a schism, so.
I'd say it's both. I'd say
Catholic.
Catholic and
maybe around your parts.
There's also not a big separation between Protestants and Catholics. They're not that as far apart as other people.
I would say Protestant and Catholics are much further apart than Catholic and like Eastern or Oriental Orthodox. I think Protestantism has certain doctrines that are very different from Catholicism.
Yeah, I think it also like depends on which prots you're talking
Yeah.
about too. You know, like if you're like Lutherans are probably rather close, but like if you're talking about like Jehovah's Witnesses, like you mentioned earlier, those I don't even consider them Christians, to be honest.
That's a forged religion, to be honest.
I mean, I feel like Jehovah's Witnesses are just more
Jehovah's
hardcore.
Witness?
They go even further than the Catholics in some ways.
Are they part of Seventh Day Adventists? And there were like some weird predictions that their founders made a long time ago that completely didn't come true. So the question is, why do they still exist if some predictions they made were totally not fulfilled?
Yeah. I don't know, bro. They also reject the Trinity, dude. It's like you can't be a Christian rejecting the Trinity.
Yeah.
Well, what do you mean they reject the Trinity?
They believe that Jesus is like under God the Father, that he's not a part of the Holy Trinity, that he's like an underling. But they're just not Trinitarian. To me, a Christian, and well, I shouldn't say to me, to like any freaking Orthodox, and I'm using Orthodox as in like the actual meaning of the word, not the Orthodox Church.
Mhm.
That's like a core component of the Christian religion is the Trinity, Trinitarianism.
Yes. I don't know if they reject that. I mean, why would you reject something like that?
They're just not Trinitarians. I guess because it doesn't make logical sense to them, so they think it's not true.
You know what? Oftentimes, man.
I mean, of course that
their
makes logical
opinions come
sense.
from some founder who disagreed with it, and they're just running on that on their platform.
Ideology.
Yeah.
Because like, honestly,
yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
it
I'm sorry.
seems like- yeah, honestly, they claim the religion's older than what it is. But if your religion's that old, then why are you using old English that's way more modern? It's fucking weird. Like it's no offense, but it's obviously a fake.
Says Jehovah's Witnesses reject the Trinity, which they consider unscriptural. They view God as the Father, an invisible spirit person.
Say it again.
separate
Sorry.
from the Son, Jesus Christ.
All right. Say it again
So
one
they
more time.
reject the Trinity. They
So
say it's not
it's-
scriptural.
So they
real quick.
separate Christ from, because in some sects of Christianity, they make it where Christ is God, right? So do they reject that Christ is God? Is that what it is?
Yes, it says they view God as the Father, an invisible spirit person separated from the Son, Jesus Christ. The Holy Spirit is described as God's active force.
Well,
rather
that's
than
not
the third
that's
part
not
of the
that's not incorrect. I wouldn't call that incorrect at all, because Christ was just a conduit. He was a conduit. That's what he was. He wasn't actually God.
He is God.
But he's not.
That's Trinity.
But he's a conduit. The Trinity is the Father, the Mother, the Father, and the child.
No.
Right? That's what the Trinity is.
It's Father, Son, Holy Spirit.
Well, the Father,
Father,
yes.
Son, Holy Spirit.
Okay, sorry, I didn't say it in the exact order, but it's exactly the Father, the Son, or the Father. Well, it's supposed to be the Father, the Mother, and the child, isn't it? The
No.
Trinity. That's what I was taught. The Father and the Mother and the Father and the child. That's the Trinity.
Nah, that's not it.
No, I don't know where you heard
That's
that
the
one
Holy
from.
Family, I guess you could.
I mean, okay, so I got well,
the Father, the Son.
the Father is supposed to be like in a lot of ways like Christ, and then he brings that to the you got the Father, and then he gets everything from from God, right? So, like I said, he's supposed to be in a lot of ways. He's supposed to be like a conduit, and then you have the Mother, and then you have the child. From that, those are the three parts. That's what I've been taught. I mean,
it's like the Jehovah's Witnesses are like an offshoot. It's like it's Arianism. It's like a heresy.
Yeah.
I mean, there's not a big difference there. I think it's just the fact they don't see Christ as being God, because Christ is supposed to be a conduit. He's not. He's supposed to be like anybody could be Christ. This is why they try to embody those values.
That's like some New Age stuff.
No, but it's not. There was always. This is why you go and you eat you do the what do you call it? When you go to a Catholic church. No, you do
the first communion.
The communion, yes, you do the communion. That's so that you can kind of. That's so you can embody Christ, and Christ is like it lives within everyone, anyone.
It seems like it's promoting like cannibalism. And
I know. Now you're taking that.
You know what's-
you're taking it too literal. That's the thing.
No, you're just.
It is
copping out.
literal.
No, I'm not. You're taking it. It's not literal. It's not. It's not supposed. It's not supposed to be taken literal. No, it's not.
It is literal. No,
All right,
it
all right.
definitely is.
So we're actually eating Christ. We're actually eating him.
Yeah,
Yes.
basically, it's fucking weird.
Yes.
It's the idea is to embody the values of Christ. That's what they teach you when you go to these churches.
No, there's a passage explicit where he loses a lot of followers.
Yes.
Because they didn't like that idea of eating.
I keep losing followers too. I keep losing them.
It's explicit. In Book of John, he loses, people leave him because they don't like the idea of eating the flesh.
The thing is that I think they took it a little
Literal.
too
It's literal. I mean,
they
it's
took
in
it too
black
literal.
and white.
I understand, but they took it very literal. You're not supposed to. It is literal and it isn't. It's in a spiritual.
There's no excuse.
Let me say this. It's from a spiritual perspective. That's what it's from, a spiritual perspective, because the point is to embody those values, to become like Christ. And Christ is a conduit of God. So what you're doing is you're being Christ-like, or you're becoming like that, like Christ. And he brings the teachings of God. So from Christ, he is the conduit. God is what brings this to him, and you're supposed to take from him, because in a way it's like Christ can communicate this to you because he is human just like you, and so God is what gives this
But
to him.
that's the thing. He's fully God, fully human. He is God.
He's a conduit. He's not a God, because if he was a God, he wouldn't die the way he does in the book. He gets killed, right? He is killed like a human. Gods don't die. They don't.
Bro, he comes back.
But he kind of doesn't. He doesn't. God, where we
resurrects.
embody these things.
That's like what we're doing. Easter's like tomorrow.
I mean, but
Divine play was his to play out.
But
Julio.
people are supposed to have that kind of Christ in them, and they're the ones that make him immortal. Because that's a spirit. That's a spirit. Christ is a spirit, right? They'll say it's a man, but they have Christ. You have the Christ, and that's an honorific Christ. You know that?
Yeah, that's why people might think you're talking New Age, because Christ consciousness, Krishna consciousness.
Yeah, but no, I don't get into
the
that.
Christ consciousness is totally a New Age concept that has no.
I don't get into that. But he was always supposed to be a conduit. He was always supposed to be a conduit. He's a man. He's a human being. That's what he's supposed to be.
Are you a Jehovah's Witness?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I'm
So I don't want you to think we were like coming at your religion.
No. But
I don't know. Your views are they're not orthodox.
What I'm saying is that those people, what they said makes perfect sense, because they're just saying that Christ wasn't God, and he wasn't. He never was.
That's a heresy, bro. That's Arianism.
I mean, there are certain groups that agree with that, but he's always been looked at as a conduit. So he's not God. He's just getting the message from God.
No, he is God. Like that's like a core Christian belief.
Well, I mean, where I was taught, I've gone to a lot of different churches. Both I've gone to Jehovah's Witness churches as well. I've also gone to Christian churches. I've gone to many different churches actually. And Christ is usually looked at as a conduit. He's a conduit.
I've never heard that.
Some people say he's God, but I don't know. But as far as I know, it's supposed to be
all the apostolic Christian religions that trace their origin from the beginning, none of them believe in those concepts you just noted as a conduit.
Yeah. So they think he's God and he came down. He's just
God in the flesh. Everything you're saying is like Protestantism. This derives from Protestantism in some way or fashion. In other words, for 1,500 years, nobody would understand those concepts.
I know they wouldn't understand the idea of the this guy brought up the Krishnas, right? The Krishna consciousness. That word didn't even exist. There was no consciousness. But spiritually, like the guy was supposed to be basically like he's embodying all the values of God, right? The way that things are supposed to be. The Son of God or whatever. I just think as far as I know, from what I've read and everything through my entire life, this guy's supposed to be a conduit. That's what it's supposed to be. That's why it doesn't die, because it's a spirit that doesn't die, and people always learn. So
just to give you an example here, like here's after he says, "Eat my flesh," because therefore many of his disciples when they heard this, they said, "This is a hard saying.
Yeah.
Who can understand it?" When Jesus knew in himself that his disciples complained about this, he said to them, "Does this offend you?
Yes.
What then if you should see the Son of Man ascend? Where was he before? It is the Spirit who gives life, blah, blah, blah." So basically, there were many, in this, going into the rest of this passage, there was many people who just bailed on him after he said that, gave that concept of eating his flesh. So he never corrected himself in saying it was symbolic only.
Well, obviously it was symbolic. It was, they weren't actually eating his flesh, so obviously it's symbolic. Right?
In the Nicene Creed, it says here, "We believe in one God, the Father, the Almighty, maker of heaven and earth, of all that is seen and unseen. We believe in one Lord, Jesus Christ, the only Son of God, eternally begotten of the Father, God from God, light from light, true God from true God, begotten, not made,
begotten,
of one being with the Father. Through him all things are made."
And the reason
So
why
there you
that creed exists is to combat heresy. Because there were people who were teaching other things that were completely not in accordance with those concepts. That's why it exists.
Here you go. Vessel expanded some on this. It's a really interesting read.
Where is it? Did you put something down?
Vessel did. It's in the Nerve chat.
I'll look at that in a little while. I'm just working on something because I'm running this stream right now. Sorry, I'm putting some stuff in here.
Yeah, and then again, just to put a cap on this, it says, "From that, many of his disciples went back and walked with him no more." They couldn't. They couldn't resolve. They couldn't get on board with the eating flesh.
Like, bro, we're not cannibals, dude.
Yeah.
But isn't it weird, man?
The wine,
Isn't it
wine was supposed to represent the blood, remember?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
That's
for
like-
sure.
That's vampirism.
But it's
isn't
like
it crazy? Isn't it crazy that the Aztecs actually really ate flesh and drank blood, and
Not just
they had a
them.
religion that conquered them that had the same similar concept? Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
it's like
I don't.
universal.
I just think when you really into it, it's not supposed to be taken literal in that way. That's why this guy was born from. It wasn't even born from a human kind of like birth, right? There's no sexuality. It's just born.
Are you calling him an alien?
I'm not saying it's an alien. I'm saying it's supposed. Dude, it's.
I'm not saying he's an alien, but he's an alien.
No. He's called the Holy Spirit. The Spirit does not die, so it cannot be born in the same way a human being is born. That's what I'm saying. It's beyond that. It's immortal. You know, this is why it lives beyond us. Yeah. It lives beyond us. It's existed before us. So this whole idea where they make it very literal and it's Jesus Christ, dude, it existed before.
But
Sounds like a
it also
Twilight
like
Zone TV show.
on like a mythological level, like the consumption of wine and bread is like seen as like a civilizing. It's like elevating above your station, right? Like in Gilgamesh, whenever they're trying to tame Enkidu, like the wild man, they do it by giving him bread and wine, right? And they say it's like a mark of civilization. So it's like you have this idea of being elevated to a higher station, right? And then like another myths, like whenever you kill a god, like you break his body, the body and blood of the god is used to make the world, right? So it's like through the Eucharist, it's like a new world is being made and you're being elevated above your station, you know? And this kind of stuff is like lost on us because we really don't have these myths like that anymore. But to like somebody living in the first century, they'd be like, "Oh, I get it."
Well, it's supposed to be a spirit, so we're supposed to. When it comes to Christ, it's a spirit. We're supposed to embody it. That's the whole point of the Christianity, is to embody that spirit. And so all the characteristics of it, all you're reading are things. There are values. They're all values. So one of those is tolerance, and that's to become part of you. A lot of people don't embody those values, and so that's a person I would call not going with the spirit, because they don't have that spirit.
Tolerance.
There's a lot. I mean, a lot of people would say that now, but that's the spirit of the Antichrist. This is not to have tolerance. That's how we bring in war.
I feel like that was the major thing growing up in school that I was taught.
Yes.
Right. Tolerance. You tolerate other people. You don't
Yes.
have to love them. Whatever.
You don't have to. No, you
work
don't.
With them, be around them. You have to tolerate them.
Exactly.
Right. Tolerance was it was the key word, tolerance. And now it's like this fucking say everyone has to be the same. Everyone has to love each other.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not tolerance no more. It's like what's the word, bro? It's like
no, it's acceptance.
It's like you're with us or you're against us.
Acceptance and tolerance are the same thing, basically. They're the same thing.
Yeah.
No,
but it's like you're with us or you're against this type shit now. Or,
Well,
you know what I'm
that's,
saying?
well, that's different. That's
tolerate is I don't like it, but I'm not gonna bother you. Acceptance
So you
is
can
now
accept
you're
it.
asking
You know what I'm
me
saying?
to
You
go
can just
to
be
be
whatever.
to
It
go
doesn't
along
bother
with
me.
it.
I can live my life. You can live your life, and we can do our job.
Yes.
But now it's like we have to have the same
I'm
interests.
on board with you.
Yeah.
Which is not the same thing.
I mean, what you
Right.
see, what you see from the left, the things you're talking about, that's not tolerance. That's authoritarianism. It's extremely different. What they're doing is that,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
is
It's
that
like
the
they're trying to
Christian
convert you.
Exactly. The Christian comes in and he says, I'm okay. Like, I think what you're doing is all wrong, but I'm gonna accept it. Just as long as you don't hurt a bunch of people. What those people are doing is saying, you're gonna believe me regardless of whatever you believe. You're gonna accept me because I said so. And that's a very different thing.
Well, I think of tolerance as like, hey, you have a lifestyle, you have a thing that I'm like, okay, like let's say for example, I don't like eating fish. I tolerate the fact that you like eating fish.
Yes,
that's cool.
that's very-
But now I have to start eating fish.
Oh yeah,
Now
exactly,
you're telling me I have to
exactly,
start eating
right,
fish. Like, I don't
exactly.
eat
Fish or else.
Exactly. That's a
Yeah,
great.
or
That's a
else,
great way to put it. It's like you got to eat it because we said so. That's not tolerance. That's authoritarianism. That's a dictatorship. That's a lot of bad things. That's what do you call it? A totalitarian is or whatever that's a hell world there. It's like you need to take this because I said so. That's not freedom. There's no freedom to that. There's no free will in that either. That's why I would call that system demonic. It's demonic at its core.
I think the current like I guess zeitgeist or whatever spirit of the age is materialism. And when I say materialism, I'm not talking about like Madonna, like material girl who likes dudes with a lot of money, whatever. When I think of or nice slice things, I think that the absolute default for most people, even people who call themselves religious or Christian, is that they believe that it's essentially the world is nothing but a bunch of atoms smashing against each other, and really the goal is to have get as much material gain and stuff as possible, or experience as much as possible before they expire.
Yes,
I think that's the overall driving force behind most individuals and most institutions today.
Yes. That's
what
how
I think.
that's how most of us work. Also, we live in that kind of like in the beast system in many ways. We live in the beast system. It's completely.
That may be, but just to give you a contrary, like I was reading what was it? That book, The Conquest of New Spain by what's his name? Bernal Castillos Garcia or something like that. I forgot his name. It'll come to me.
Yeah, that shit's really good.
Yeah, I was shocked when reading it. Like Hernando Cortez, a lot of people like to trash him for a variety of reasons, right? But it's stunning how like fanatical religion he was. Like his paradigm of understanding the world, super different from even your most hardcore Christian today. Totally different.
Can you give us one of his quotes?
I can't give you one of his quotes, but he was constantly like daily mass was an important thing, and he was hardcore. He was genuinely like concerned with converting the Indians.
Mm-hmm.
Like in every instance that he came in contact with like a tribal leader or something, his like number one goal was to convert them to Catholicism. That was like a driving force.
Like I remember, like it's like every other word was like, something like horrible happens to them, and it's like but thanks be to God that we were able to get out of here, and thanks be to God that we were able to find enough food and water, like shit. Like it was full of like praise to God and stuff, if I remember correctly.
Yes, for sure. That's definitely true. So he wasn't a materialist. In other words, don't get me wrong. Did they want their gold? Did they want their resources? But it wasn't. It wasn't the only and primary focus of his entire existence. Whereas today, that is, and that's why I think in a previous stream I said, if you have a chance, check out the book, "The Philosophy of Marxism." It basically carves out a lot of texts from Marx, Engels, and Lenin that just expounds a lot on what Marxism means. And I think most people today, if they read that, I shit you not, man, even people who call themselves capitalists and blah, 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 and are right wing, they would agree with probably 99% of what Marx, Lenin, and Engels say about existence. It was kind of weird reading that and thinking that, man, today most people would agree with almost all the shit these guys are talking about.
Right.
It's crazy. Even people who don't consider themselves Marxists, people who you're going to find that your default is a totally materialist default.
Yes.
Yeah, it's like, dude, everything's like become like incredibly materialist, like kind of like post 1890.
Yeah, I would say that's about. I was thinking that around that same time too, because I think that was around the time Lenin was putting in his entries into this. Because Lenin was a smart guy, man, like crazy smart, but obviously not a good guy.
No,
but it's amazing how like this sort of idea of materialism has just captured everything and everybody, man. It's crazy.
Yep. Yeah.
Everything's about like maximizing efficiency, maximizing productivity, just more of stuff. That's the whole objective of every waking moment, is to accumulate and to get a higher score. That's it.
It's like
the only thing that means anything.
Ant shit, bro. Yeah.
I mean, that's
Like
what
the-
happens
it's
many
like
times when you secure your survival. Once you secured your survival, what else comes next? Right? You know, when you
But
have a house
haven't
over your
secured
head.
your survival. That's the thing. That's the crazy part. is
I
you
feel like,
haven't.
but that's what we're going back to. That's why becoming poorer. So now we have to secure our survival again. Because before we had so much that now that we were fine, right? And so we would buy all this meaningless bullshit, gold, whatever, big ass house for no reason, a stupid ass car, you know, all that stuff. But now we're going towards times where it's like we're struggling just to put food on the table. And I think that's bizarre because in God's world, you go fishing, you go hunting, it's not a big struggle. But that's the problem with the major cities, right? When you get into this kind of like what we were talking about earlier with the fourth industrial, where they kind of you're living in a big city, you're not out in nature anymore. Because in nature, it's like they say in the Bible, what you get is from the sweat of your brow. You go out there and you hunt, and there you go. You go fishing, you get it. You have a livestock, whatever. We're going away from that world, and this is when I talk about how we're going more into the beast system. That's where we're going. Our God becomes a man, right? And that's when
It's
we're
materialist. In other words, if everything is just atom smashing to each other and everything and it's just a materialist existence, then the smart city makes sense. Then and honestly, totalitarianism makes sense. If you're just a stimulus controlled entity where you're just looking to maximize pleasure and maximize stuff, then really you should just submit to whatever system claims can help you maximize stuff and experience. So you become almost like an audit, like a robot.
But that's not a very intelligent move, is it? For survival, that's not intelligent. That's not intelligent at all.
Somebody can probably make an argument that it is, that hey, if we organize society to where we can get you the food you need, maximize the fun you can have, here's all these new entertainments, these new drugs, etc., then it's going to be a superior life than the previous life that had certain uncertainties associated with it. You know what I mean?
But biblically, and from just life experience, that no man is perfect. So it would be stupid to put all your faith in a man outside of yourself.
Well, I guess you would say that you shouldn't even be putting that much faith in yourself.
I would say, but it would come the knowledge and the morality, the grace would come from God, right? So if we go by the Trinity again, right, it would be you. It would come from you. So you would be, why trust any other man over yourself? At least you know what you are, right?
Yeah, but even Jesus himself was committing.
I understand, but who would you rather trust, yourself or some other man? But God is perfection. You're not. So I would rather know
overlook what I just
what
said.
I'm saying is I'd rather know my enemy.
What did you say?
I said that even Jesus himself was doing sins.
Yes, exactly. I know.
He was jacking off or what?
Yeah, he whips some people.
He committed miracles on the day of the Sabbath and other shit.
Yeah, he whips.
He
some
wasn't
people.
bound by those rules. He's not bound by
that shit was
rules.
like a lot of that was like proto Talmudic shit that was cooked
that's
up by
coke,
the
bro.
rabbis.
If I'm being honest,
I mean, that's the truth.
that's double standards. That's the
No, well, you're saying these double standards all based off of what? You're saying like where in the Bible or where in the anywhere in the Old Testament does it say you can't perform miracles on the Sabbath?
Yeah,
was working, no?
I mean, do you call whipping people a sin? Because Jesus supposedly flipped tables and whipped people.
Amok, a lot of that is based off of
people.
like Talmudic rabbi teachings of this stuff, and it's based off that rather than what the actual text says. That's why they were always after Jesus, because he was critical of these this proto rabbinical Judaism.
Well, that's why they wanted to get rid of him, because he was getting too many followers.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, didn't he go against the church? He said anywhere could be a church. He's going against the organized religion. In some ways, right? Am I wrong?
I don't remember that, to be honest with you.
Well, that's one of his famous quotes is that basically anywhere could be a church. It kind of goes against what they were doing, right? They were taking money from people.
Yeah, they were trying to. It was like, yeah, a lot of that is spillover from when they were trying to centralize the religion, right? Like
Yes.
you had the Israelites who were doing it out of Samaria, and then the Judites were trying to make it through Jerusalem, through the Temple in Jerusalem. That's where you get the documentary hypothesis, like you got different authors pulling the religion in different ways, like who's going to get supremacy over the movement.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like the Judite or the Levites were again, the Levites were really anti-Jesus because he was a Judite, but they wanted the priesthood to be concentrated among the Levites only.
Mm-hmm. Well, in many ways, his teachings went outside of that physical, material world, right? When you separate the church from the religion, because that's what we see a lot of nowadays with the Pope and all that. I see people literally worshiping the Pope. Pope's just a man. That's all he is.
Mm-hmm.
He's not God. They make it like the guy's God. It's like, no, bro. He's
it's a hierarchy thing. There's a certain title and a certain responsibility passed down to Peter. That's the idea in the Catholic Church.
Yeah, but they get too serious about that. That's not as important as the religion and the morality and the virtues and the teachings. So the teachings are way more important than the actual Pope. Pope ain't nothing. To me, he ain't nothing. He's just a corruptible man.
Well, he is a corruptible man, sure, but the idea is that there have been many heresies. The Arian movement? There were more. It was larger than the actual what we know as Christians today. There were more Arians. It was like it was as if in Protestantism there were more Protestants than there were Catholics, which there never had been.
Mm-hmm.
But the Arian movement, there were more people, I believe, that were Arian than Catholic at one point. So that was so the idea is of the church and the institution is to combat heresy.
Mm-hmm.
Because then guess what happens? Then you have, and no offense to anybody here, but then you have Mormonism.
Yeah. But
then you have Seventh-day Adventists.
But is that really a Christian virtue to just go against heresy? Wouldn't heresy just be something you just accept and that's it?
No. Heresy means heresy. And also, too, again, not to offend, but Islam it was understood early on by John of Damascus as a Christian heresy. So Islam started off as a sort of Christian religion, but John Damascus at the time was like, this is a strange sort of new Christian religion.
Mm-hmm.
And again,
Yeah,
the
they were
Catholic
trying to
Church,
figure it out.
and the Catholic Church is not going to submit to the beliefs of Muhammad.
Yeah, I know. They don't have to.
Mohammedanism, Islam is a form of Christianity that went off the rails. They venerate Christ, by the way, in Islam.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the purpose of it, because then you start getting, you die and you get your own planet and shit like that,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know. It's in some ways it is kind of weird. What is it? They die and they have like 20 wives or 1,000 wives or something. Is that what they believe? They're sort of like Mormons in a way.
I think you get your own planet, man.
Planet, huh?
It's a good deal.
I mean, that's just
dreaming right now.
That's just another form of That's just another.
What was that? Was that
my dog is my dog is dreaming right now. She's like barking in her sleep.
Yeah, my dog does that too. When they have those
eyes
dreams,
are rolling around in her head.
My dog has that. I wake him up because they have
By the way,
nightmares.
have you guys ever heard of the Church of the Subgenius?
No, I haven't.
No, I don't know what that is.
It's kind of a joke organization. They kind of mock religion, but they have a funny tagline. They say, at the Church of Subgenius, you'll get eternal salvation, or we'll triple your money back.
I mean, it's adding all that materialism to the religion, right? That's what a lot of this stuff is.
He says we're the first for-profit religion, and if you don't like it, you'll get your money back.
Oh, they're the first, huh? You get your money back. That's funny. The money back. What is it? How many payments? Is it 3 easy payments?
I don't know. You have to.
It's just one.
I'm not quite sure. But you do pay. You do send them a check, and they'll send you like stuff.
It's like Scientology.
Kind of, but it's more of a joke. I think it's like an atheist organization.
I feel like in a lot of ways that's what a lot of the satanic churches are. It's just mocking the Christians.
Cringe lords, dude.
Yeah, that's all they are.
Yeah, cringe lords.
It's just mocking.
Yeah, like Anton LaVey.
Oh yeah, that's the first dude I thought of. What?
They were really into Ayn Rand. And
that objectivism shit.
Yeah, dude, I've read her. I used to read some of her stuff, and it's garbage, dude. I'm not a fan of hers at all.
Yeah, that shit's kind of weird. Dude, I try to read the fucking Atlas Shrugged and Fountainhead, bro, and that shit is a slog, dude.
I tried, dude, and when I say tried, I didn't get very far in.
Yeah, me neither, man. I couldn't do it.
I did read The Virtue of Selfishness and Philosophy, the Unknown or something, The Unknown Ideal. Anyways, I read a couple of her books, and I don't know. I don't understand the big cult following that she has.
And what else?
Weird.
What did she write?
She wrote I read Anthem, but Anthem's like more like
some of her bigger works.
Manifesto. It's real short.
Was she,
Atlas Shrugged and Fountainhead, I'd say the biggest ones.
She was from the Soviet Union, so she hated the communists. So she had this whole. So she's been like a real big icon on the right wing because of her hatred of communism. But she has this idea that that selfishness is one of the best virtues, and she's an atheist, and this idea that there's like a core group of these great individuals who are looking out for themselves, and all of society rely on them. It's just one of these she basically rationalizes being greedy and selfish as like a virtue.
Yeah. I mean, at times it is, isn't it? Kind of is. I mean,
sometimes.
Like if you have your kids and your family, your wife and all that, your job is to ensure their survival. So, I mean, wouldn't that be considered sort of selfish? I mean, you love them, you want to keep them alive, and you're going to choose them over other people. Would you not? I mean, I think if you didn't, you'd probably be a pretty terrible father, right?
Yeah, but you can abuse that, right? In other words, you can go overboard with that idea.
I mean, you could go further when you go into things like materialism, right? And then you kind of step on your fellow man because of material. I think that's where it steps into that kind of degenerate realm, right?
Well, like for example, if your kid's at a, you're looking out for the best for your kid. If your kid's going to go in a spelling bee, do you go and another kid's a better speller than he is? Do you go and break the other kid's legs?
Yeah, obviously, that's going into a whole nother place, Obviously, that's wrong.
I know. It's an extreme example, but you can also that can become a negative.
Exactly. Yes.
Mentality.
Yes. Yeah. I get it. Yes, I agree with that. But selfishness at times is the right thing. That's what I'm saying. It's kind of you're built to be that way.
I think it's in a lot of ways it's our default, right?
Yes.
Like when you're a baby, all you want is stuff for you, but as you get older and you start learning, you realize that's not the best way of operating, right?
Yeah. But the survival thing, anybody can understand that.
I would go a little further and say a lot of Westerners are Faustian to the point of like suicide. Like they have like almost no self-preservation.
They don't. They really don't. I mean, they for the most part, they've forgotten that the devil even exists. They don't believe in the devil anymore. Yeah. And that's got to be
that's interesting you say that, because that's almost like a new phenomenon, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or at least not a phenomenon that I've heard about.
Exercising our demons. Back in the day, they'd cut their fucking heads off.
Uh-huh.
I think it's something that really came to head after the World Wars, but like I just think like the Western man is just by nature very Faustian. But like it's just like a very suicidal, like a myth to hold to, I think.
Well, that goes back to I always like, because I know the FU was saying about opiate addiction. I think that's almost like a kind of a slow. In other words, you don't have the guts enough to really commit suicide, so you're going to do it by other means, by a slower method. That's more tolerable than putting a gun in your mouth.
Yes.
So I think a lot of that folks getting addicted to is just a way of like dulling the pain of life or killing themselves without having to really kill yourself,
They want to forget about life. They want to forget life, that they're alive. It's the idea. Yeah. It's very simple. But what is it that they're running from? That's the real question.
Meaninglessness, dude.
Yes.
I think materialism materialism breeds meaninglessness.
But it's not just materialism. I guess if you can consider materialism this kind of belief in subjectivism, right? But they believe there is no objective reality, right? There's no morality. There's nothing. So they kind of a lot of these drug addicts. You ever notice that many of them are anti-natalists, and they don't have families, or they hate their families. They're kind of a product many times of subversion. They're atheists a lot of times. Most times, I feel like if they do follow religion, they don't truly believe in it. There's a lot of problems with it, and it is a meaningless.
They don't want to create anything. They don't see value in life. They just want to destroy whatever is here.
They think their roles don't exist. That these are fake. These are just kind of pushed onto them. Because I mean, if you really saw that, I need to be a man, I got to have children and all that, it makes life. I mean, life becomes a lot simpler. You're supposed to just procreate, right? You procreate, and then you take care of your children, and you kind of pass on the morality, right? You pass it on, like they say, the father, right? The father comes first. You got the mother. That's why I've heard the Holy Trinity, and then it's the children, but it comes from God, right? So it's the father, and he passes this on. He keeps things in line so the woman doesn't go crazy, because a lot of times, I don't know if you ever noticed, the women, they tend to kind of like, they fall apart a little bit. We kind of help each other. And then you have your children, and both those two come together, the mother and the father, and they help the child and guide them towards, not having a fucked up life like this film, Requiem for a Dream here. As you see, it's a single mother, right, raising this child, and
that's
becomes
a great
drug
movie, by the way.
It is. It is, from what I remember. And there was a single mother, right? And she was raising that kid. He became a drug addict. He just didn't have the right upbringing.
I like that religious figure that she watches on TV. That guy, he's in a bunch of movies, but he's like, or is it a religious figure? He's like a self-help type guy.
In a lot of ways, he's supposed to be God, isn't he? I feel like he's supposed to be God, right? I think she, in a lot of ways, she aspires to be a celebrity. She wants to step out of that reality, and her God is
Want to be a somebody, not a nobody.
Yes, exactly.
You know what I mean?
Her God is to be a celebrity. She lives in that kind of like I think I said it earlier.
God.
Yeah, she basically she wants to live in the past before she had her child, where she was the
And her
center.
son keeps taking her TV and her couch and
where
shit.
she was the center of attention, right? She was the
She wants
center
to
of
be hot
attention.
again.
Exactly, but this is how we start our lives. We start our lives when we're trying to be the center of attention, and then as we age, it becomes your child who takes that stage, right? So you see this all the time in the hood. You see like mothers will literally fight their children, like they see their kid as being competition.
I've said it before, and this is gonna sound kind of cringe, I guess, but I think deep down a lot of women hate their children because they feel like they robbed them of something. This is why, like, I think like a lot of our myths are full of like women exposing their children, like the story of Moses or Sargon, like Hera throwing Hephaestus out of heaven, stuff like that. It's like full of stories of like, or like the myth of the stepmother, the evil stepmother.
Yeah,
Shit like that. Like you always hear these stories about like mothers always trying to smother their children or
I think it goes both. I think it goes both ways. I think men do the same thing as well. They go because, like you said, but it's the same thing.
Oh, yeah,
It's at its core, it's the same thing. It's this kind of like this hate because they've taken from them, right? There's like in a way they feel like they stole their life, they stole their youth, and what it is they still live in that old world. They're trying to go back to their youth, and this is why one of the reasons I think I see a lot of people become drug addicts. Even parents, parents who do that. I mean, you got your kids. Why are you a drug addict? And this probably has to do with the woman, like you see if you see the video here. She's trying to be the center of attention, and she wants to be the superstar. They don't want to take a back seat. They want it to be about them still. And then when they lose all their youth and their beauty, and they're not, it just all falls apart. And you see this you see this all the time, even from these multimillionaire celebrities. You see this across the board. They could be billionaires and they still experience this. You see it all.
Who directed that movie, The Requiem for a Dream?
It's the same. It's the same guy
Aronofsky?
it's the guy. You ever saw the movie Pi?
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, he also directed that. Yeah, I thought it was a good one. I think he also made a film called Black Swan. I've never seen that one.
Oh, that movie's fucking awesome, bro.
I've never seen it, but I know that he directed that. I love these films. I love Pi when it came out.
That's a good
Black Swan is a girl. It's a girl literally me movie, bro.
Yeah, I used to watch Pi. I used to watch like Pi over and over again. I actually liked that one more than I liked Requiem for a Dream.
A girl, what did you say?
A girl literally, like, you know how dudes watch like Drive, and they're like, dude, that's literally me. Girls watch Black Swan, and they're like, that's literally me.
Yeah, Natalie Portman, right?
Yeah, Natalie Portman, and what's her name from that '70s show?
Yeah, the other one, the Israeli girl.
Kunis?
Have you seen it? It's a really good movie. You should watch it.
I think I've heard of it. I don't know if I've seen it.
It's good. It's got Natalie Portman and Mila Kunis.
Yes. Never watched it. I wanted to watch it. I might watch it eventually. I've heard for a long time it's a really good movie.
No, I haven't seen that.
I may have seen it in the theaters.
Did you?
Maybe.
Yeah,
that's one I might watch.
What a year to come out.
I'll tell you right now.
2006?
I'm pretty sure it came out a while ago. Damn.
2010? Oh,
2000. That's not too long. Not too long ago, but that is kind of 15 fucking years ago.
So we were talking about the Oblivion remaster, whatever, the remake being released or leaked or whatever.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm hearing even more leaks that is going to be released on Monday.
Wow, that quick, huh? What is it? Are they using RTX Remix? Is that what they're doing?
I think they're using the Unreal 5 engine.
Well, hopefully I own it on the PC, so hopefully they just add it. I don't have to buy it again.
You're most definitely.
It's gonna be a separate game.
Well, sometimes on the PC they just give you the remake. They just give you that remaster.
When?
All the time.
When?
When? I mean, look, they're creating right now a Half-Life 2 RTX remix version. It's free for anybody that owns the game. They do it all the time.
But that's like modded, right? Or no? Like those are modders.
Yeah, but I mean, that's what they do on the PC. They just give you a free upgrade.
So the modern the people they're making a Sky Oblivion, but
A Sky Oblivion. So what? So basically, they're using the Skyrim engine. Is that what they're doing?
yeah, and they're remaking Oblivion in that. That's a different one. That's free.
Mm-hmm. So there's another one.
Yeah,
So
the remakes usually
the
cost
new
money.
the one I'm referring to is the one that's going to be released by Bethesda for money,
Mm-hmm.
like a official one, like a real one, you know.
Yeah. And she says coming
And
out on
that's supposed to
Monday.
be released on
That's
Monday,
kind of
but I
like
don't know,
that's
it
like what
sounds like
Microsoft.
bullshit.
That's what I mean. I wouldn't be shocked because look, the Ninja Gaiden remake came out, boom, just same day. Microsoft
You're right.
announced
Actually,
it.
you're right. That came out of nowhere.
They announced it. It came out the same day, and they don't even own that company. That came from Tecmo. This company actually is owned by Microsoft. The company that makes Oblivion, Bethesda, they're a Microsoft-owned company, so it wouldn't shock me if they just put it out like that. But my guess is that they would put it out before their press conference or the day of. It happens in June. You know that they're having a showcase in June.
Of what?
A Xbox showcase where they're going to be showing off other new software and everything.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know if they. I mean, maybe they will. I mean, it wouldn't shock me that, like I said, that Ninja Gaiden remake just came out of nowhere.
You're right. And they dropped like a fucking remaster of what's the other ones too? Legacy of Kain.
Oh, they did. And Microsoft's done it many times. They put out the Phantom Dust at 4K. Remember that? They just gave. They're like, oh, it's out today and it's free. And they made it was free. You don't have to pay for the damn thing. That's in 4K. They ported it over. What the fuck is that sound? I'm hearing something.
Being ghost hacked.
Hey, what is this app Legion? I posted a link to the PDF for a reader in Marxist philosophy, and it came up with immediate response.
So
It's a bot.
sad GPT.
Oh, it's a bot. Yeah, it's ChatGPT.
His life is just a series of pointless endeavors, and even delving into Marxist philosophy won't bring us any closer to a true understanding of or happiness. Everything is just a distraction from the crushing existential despair that awaits us all. We toil and struggle in vain.
Well, that thing I said that thing I said about youth, that's also in many ways mixed into there is a fear of death. That's what a lot of that is. Because we know we can't go back. We're only going forward towards death. I've seen it many, 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 many times. When you see a celebrity who's all fucked up, many times it could be that they were violated, but it could also be that they know their time is over. You know what they had when they first started and they were hot shit. Now they're not anymore. They've been replaced by a new model. So that's another reason why you see them fall apart. This is why it's not good to get your kids into shit like modeling and all that. That is a terrible thing to get your kids into.
Yep.
They will be destroyed by that. They'll be chewed up and spit out. You never see them recover from it, really. It's very rare that you see a child star grow up and be a functioning person in society. They usually become raging alcoholics or drug addicts.
Hey, with all the Epstein stuff, and we find out from Victoria's Secret and Wexner, how much of the modeling pipeline is used for for sex, the sex trade?
Almost all of it, most likely. Most of it, probably.
Dude, I don't even
I've seen it. They call them up. I've heard it with actresses that call them up. It's like some super wealthy person would say, oh, well, that one I want to do, I want their hoo-ha. And so they'll send them over to the studio. They're just like prostitutes.
You know who would probably know and wouldn't say it would be Diddy.
They diddy them, man.
Yeah.
Completely diddied.
It becomes like a pipeline. I mean, most models don't go they don't make the kind of money like Elle Macpherson and some of those other ones. So they go somewhere and they do other things. So I can imagine a lot of it's just a pipeline for finding prospects for the sex trade,
Mm-hmm.
It's just, hey, if you get enough of these girls in, you're going to find a good portion of them who are going to be down with that lifestyle.
Exactly.
Well, I mean, you got some very wealthy people that probably feel really powerful that they've taken these man-made gods. In a lot of ways, people worship these celebrities. And then you got some ultra-wealthy person that uses them like they're shit and then throws them away. it probably gives them like a kind of rush from that. These very wealthy people. You could tell it happens to the males. You saw what's that guy's name? The guy that was in George of the Jungle.
The guy in the whale.
Brendan Fraser.
Brendan Fraser. Remember he came out and he said that this guy like grabbed his hoo-ha at a party just randomly.
That's funny. The first Brendan Fraser movie you think of is George of the Jungle.
And he came, I watched it as a kid. I
it worked, dude.
I used to really like it. Yeah, that's the first. That's how I found Brendan Fraser was through that movie. It's sort of, there was a movie before that where it had Joe Pesci in it, and I remember seeing that. And then after that, I saw him in George of the Jungle. And
was
then,
he in like a movie with Matt Damon?
No. I think you're confusing it. That was Matt Damon.
No. They were like school kids. They were like
That's the one I was talking about. That's the one that has Joe Pesci in it. I don't think that has Matt Damon. You're confusing it with, I think, Good Will Hunting. And I used to do that all the time. I would confuse those two movies because they're so similar. It had like Robin Williams in that film that had Matt Damon in it. It's also set in a school, just like this other one. But yeah, that dude went from being like a superstar, that Brendan Fraser, and then he said some dude touched him in a party. They completely blacklisted him.
Yeah, they were in the same. It was called School Ties, 1992.
Wait, was that Matt Damon?
Yeah.
You kidding? But that's the film I was thinking of. So I guess he was in two of those school dramas, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the one where he's like the genius janitor or something.
But I thought that was Good Will Hunting.
That's Good Will Hunting.
Yeah, it's Good Will Hunting, but School Ties is the one where...
That's Brendan Fraser.
Yeah, Brendan Fraser,
But Matt Damon's also in School Ties.
Really? What the fuck? He was a Mr. School drama guy? He had typecasted? What the F? So yeah, I see what Sober was saying. This is getting rumored. This is a big rumor that the Oblivion's getting a remaster.
I'm sorry. What is it? Oblivion? Is that a video game?
It's an RPG.
It's an Elder Scrolls.
It's
the Elder Scrolls. Do you know the Elder Scrolls, my man?
Do you even Elder Scrolls, bro? Do you look at this guy over here? You're reading too much. You need to play video games.
My friend told me about it back in the day. It was like a sword and sorcery type thing, right?
Yes. It's a beloved RPG. It's one of the greatest ones ever made, according to many people. I never went through it. I played a little. I did enjoy it, but it is a perfect game to modernize. And I see some of the pictures. It looks very good. Sobers is very excited.
Oh, if it's real, bro, but I don't know if I believe it all the way.
I think it is. I think it's real.
All right,
but the more you guys are saying, but you're making good points. What happened?
Would you rather have an Oblivion remaster or a what's the other one? The one that takes place in the swamp. Yeah, Morrowind. Morrowind remaster.
1000% Morrowind.
Hell yeah.
You mean the old Xbox games?
It's with Morrowind, bro. Look, with Morrowind, it would be hard because I wouldn't trust them to be able to capture the same feel and atmosphere of Morrowind. You know what I'm saying? Like the same art style. Mm-hmm. Like I don't know if they would be able to replicate it. I mean, they would just have to remake everything, right? But I still don't. Even then, bro, like I don't know how well they could be able to do it. And some of the direction they've taken the series, like if you play Morrowind, you can hear how all the dark elves, they sound like really gravelly, and like their voices. And then after that game, they made them all like really British for some reason.
Yeah,
all the dark elves. I don't know if they'd go back to that, with the gravelly, voices. But I don't know, because I like more. I really like Morrowind, bro. I like to mod it. And I don't know, bro. I don't know. I guess I would like it. I would. Yeah, I guess I would.
Yeah, it seems like most people prefer Morrowind over. It feels like Oblivion took away a bunch of shit that's not in Morrowind.
So what I would really like to see them redo would be either the Elder Scrolls Arena or Daggerfall, the first two.
Oh, bro,
because
Daggerfall
those games
so fucking cool.
They're fucking. I didn't know. Like I played one of them on my PC. And bro, I didn't know that you can go basically all over all of Tamriel.
Yeah, I do. I think Daggerfall is one of the biggest games of all time, dude.
Yeah, and I didn't know that, bro. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
So if they could remake that would be really fucking cool because every game after that, after the first one, the second one, they just started taking shit away. Like instead of going all around Tamriel, now you're just in Morrowind. You're in Vardafel, just that one island, and then. They took away the climbing. They took away like a lot of skills, you know, that you had in Daggerfall.
Yeah.
And then for Morrowind's Oblivion, they took even more out. They took the levitating, the spell making, like a lot of shit. Well, not spell making, but
medium armor.
Yeah. They dumbed down these classes. They made everything more simple. You know, they just try to make it to a broader audience, more accessible.
Yeah.
But in doing that, they like take out everything that was so good about the game that, you know, got it to where the fuck it got to be, the popularity, you know.
Yeah.
And then Skyrim, they take even more out.
Yeah, it gets more like casual.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking what's his name? Who's that main dude? The fucking who's the boss of Bethesda?
I forgot his name.
Yeah, Todd Howard, dude.
God Howard.
God Howard.
The guy who
My buddy
looks
always
like
calls him
Michael.
fucking the Charmat, dude.
He sounds like Michael J. Fox.
Charmat.
Yeah, my buddy calls him the Charmat.
Doesn't he sound like Marty McFly? You ever
It
heard him
just
talk?
works, I guess, a little bit. Yeah.
I always think of like Michael J. Fox. He's an asshole.
No, he just
I call him when he was talking about some of the games, like the way the state they were coming in. I used to call him Marty McLie. You know, because he was like, oh, it's going to be amazing. It's going to come out. Yeah, we get one of the greatest RPGs. It comes out.
Times the detail.
It runs at 60 frames to. It runs from 60 to 15 frames per second.
It just works.
It just works, man. Their engine is fucking terrible.
And then what they did with the fucking Starfield too, bro. Oh man, they fucked that game up.
What Sony?
Did you play Starfield?
I haven't really played it. I heard it was kind of broken.
I could have gotten that game for free, but nah.
It's kind of broken. I heard.
Oh yeah, you can get it for free if you have the Game Pass.
Is that? Oh well, that's not free. Well, you're kind of renting it.
When I bought my card, it came with the option to redeem the game, but that wasn't really my style of game, so I didn't redeem it.
You had to get rid of it.
No, I had to redeem it.
Oh.
I didn't redeem it.
So this Oblivion remaster is coming to Xbox, you think? Is that what they're saying?
Yeah, they're saying it's gonna be on the Game Pass.
Oh yeah.
So.
I mean, again, it doesn't. It wouldn't be shocking because the whole point of Game Pass is for you to keep paying that subscription. So all they're going to do is keep pumping games into that. That is the model going forward. This is why the way Sony does it doesn't work. The games take too long, and they're not as big as these Xbox games. You know, Oblivion might take you weeks to beat, or longer. Who knows? You know, for people who have never played it, there's a lot more value there. That's why I told White Devil before. I said, dude, they ain't going on too much longer. They are not going to be around for the long haul. Sony. This generation is one of their worst. People say, well, look, they sold so many consoles. Like, bro, they don't even sell games. They don't have anything.
Well, man, it's all about the PC gaming now, man.
Yeah, it's for the most part, it's an ecosystem, and the Xbox exists on the PC and their own thing, and they want to bring their ecosystem to PlayStation and Sony, but Sony's not going to allow it yet. But eventually, they're going to, because they had to make a deal with the Foreign Trade Commission to allow the transition from Call of Duty, because Call of Duty is one of the biggest games in the industry. Sony they were able to bribe the Foreign Trade Commission enough to make it where Microsoft had to they had to give them a gap of time in order to put something on their platform that was equal to Call of Duty. I think it's somewhere around a 10-year span, I think. After that, they're going to yank it from their platform. They're not going to have Call of Duty anymore. And so what I think Xbox is going to, they not to say that they're going to remove it, but they might leave it there, but the Sony's going to have to give them something. And what that's going to be most likely, I think, is going to be Game Pass. They're going to have to support Game Pass. If they don't, they're just going to pull it from their system.
Yeah, that's what they're pushing.
Yeah.
Hey, hasn't this last generation of consoles been a failure?
I mean,
Usually, I would say so.
I don't think that it's a failure. I think they're just kind of posturing towards the future. They're positioning themselves towards what's coming next. Not on the Sony side, but on the Sony's in many ways living in the past, right? They're living in the past, but they're definitely trying to bring in more DRM. But outside that, their ecosystem isn't in the future. This is why they got to ask Microsoft to help them with their streaming service. And also their software doesn't work for a subscription service. So they're going to be in big trouble in the next couple of years. I'd say on the PS6 is going to be in a world of shit. In a huge world of shit, especially those Call of Duty players are jumping right to the Xbox. They're going to, okay, so I can buy another PlayStation and then get what? I'm going to have to pay for Call of Duty. I'm going to have to pay for Doom. I'm going to have to pay for all these games. This is why you see Microsoft buying out all the studios in preparation for this.
Are like physical discs, is that something of the past?
They're trying to kill it off. Yeah, they're definitely trying to kill it off.
I was reading that like the Nintendo shit that they're selling in stores isn't even like a disc or a drive. It's like a code. So it's not even, like, real.
Exactly. Yep. They're following everyone else. This is why I laughed when the Foreign Trade Commission came out and they were talking about, oh my God, this Activision merger, it's gonna hurt the consumer. And no, it's not. No, it won't hurt the consumer. Who it hurts is Sony. It hurts Sony and it hurts Microsoft. Not Microsoft. It hurts Nintendo. The consumer's already getting fucked over because this merger is going to allow these guys to take up Call of Duty, and then when they make that shit fully digital, now they could do whatever the hell they want with it. So they got one of the biggest games in the world. You think they're going to make a physical copy of it? They're not going to. They're just going to put it on their service. And so what that does, that hurts a lot of these smaller retail stores who relied on selling Call of Duty every single year. That's one of the things they relied on, you know? They buy tons of it because it's one of the biggest games in the world. So they're selling 10, 15, 20 copies a day. That's pretty good. That'll keep your business open. If you're selling, you know? But now they can't do that anymore because it's all going straight. It's coming straight from the publisher straight to you. And then they get complete control over it. It's not that good. I don't think it's that great. And it removes competition. Because you used to be able to go on Amazon.com and buy a $15 copy of Call of Duty 2019. Now you can only buy it from their service, you know, from their online retailer. And they don't bring the prices down on there much. I also think it's bullshit that I got to go and spend $100 on my internet, and then the only way I could play the game that I spent fucking $70 on is if I pay for my $100 internet.
Right.
That to me is just fucking garbage.
I'm surprised people even still play that game.
I mean, but to play any of those.
COD.
Which game? Huh?
COD. That's like.
COD? What do you mean you're surprised people still play? It's like one of the biggest franchises.
COD is
I understand that,
but it's a good
like,
shooter.
It has like the same engine of fucking Quake and Doom.
Does it? I mean, it looks pretty damn good.
Yeah.
I mean, 2019 looks really good. Looks a lot better than Quake.
What do you mean? Do you mean that like a first person angle?
I'm not talking about the graphics, Julio. I'm talking about the engine.
Hey, Julio.
Mm-hmm.
To piggyback for what you said right now, right? About you have to pay for your Wi-Fi in order for you to play your game, right?
Yes.
Well, that's part of the fourth industrial revolution. Because remember, the CD concept of the video games was part of the third world industrial revolution. So we're heading to the fourth. So all the games you're gonna have to, in order to play them, you're gonna have to download them now.
Yes. Well, the idea is you own. Remember what Klaus Schwab said: you will own nothing and be happy. So you will not own anything. The film industry they haven't gone into this yet. You could buy almost every movie on a DVD and you play it. You can play it locally. The plan in the future, from what I see, is to have cloud computing for everything. Films, everything. It's in a lot of ways, it's a Netflix model. When it comes to this with entertainment and gaming and all that, it's gonna be
everything is streaming.
It's all in the cloud, yeah. So you own nothing. You really don't own anything. I have a big problem with that. You're renting, yeah, exactly. You're renting. You own nothing.
Digital currency.
Mm-hmm. Digital currency can be completely manipulated. But that has to do with the changing of the culture. You have to change the culture in order to allow that. Because even with digital currency, it's one thing that they can control it. The real question is if people will allow it. Right?
Yeah, people are dumb, dude. So it'll slowly happen.
Yes, I know. Yeah, that's what they do. That's why I say they go after the right wing, because the right wing know their rights. They've been here for a long time. Not all of them, but many of them, and they know they have family here. They know what the Constitution is. They know all that. So when these guys come in and try to play king, that's the most dangerous party to deal with. The left, they just, if you sell it good enough, you have a good enough advertising campaign, they go with it right away. Like I said, they're subjective. It's today they're not racist, tomorrow they are.
I got a question for you guys. Since you guys play COD, can you play it offline?
You can, but you kind of can't because you need to get on the internet.
No, I'm saying like minus the online factor, and you like
the story mode.
No, I don't think you
play
can.
it offline?
I don't think you can. I think you need it. You need an internet check-in. Which I think is really comical because one of the reasons the Xbox kind of fell off is because of DRM. Because of DRM, they're like, oh my God, we hate them. And that just shows you how fake people are, right? They're so fucking fake. They buried the Xbox because, oh my God, look, they're doing all this stuff. They're doing everything that Sony did. But then they kind of backtracked on it. Like right now, I can go and play Halo Master Chief Collection on my PC with no internet check-in. But you know what I can't play? Call of Duty. I can't play Call of Duty. I can't play Uncharted, God of War, Horizon Zero Dawn, Days Gone. You know, all those Sony games are just heavy DRM.
Yeah, but even a lot of PC games are like that too.
But that's what I'm saying. It's the PC games. Like I can't play Zero Dawn or any of those Sony games. None of them go online without an online check-in. I can go and I can play all those Xbox games. I can play Gears of War. I can play Halo. They're not doing that kind of extreme DRM where you have to check in every single time. So that whole Xbox One generation was a fucking joke. That was just Sony harping, trying to destroy their competition. I don't know if you saw it, but you know they were railing against them when they brought in this discussion of DRM. Just the discussion. They never really brought it in. Sony did. Sony brought it in, and so did Nintendo. And it's just that's why I say it. Like people are like, oh my God, you like Xbox? Like, look, I own PCs and all kinds of shit. If it comes to a console, I'll go with Xbox every time. Those other guys are just pretenders. They're some of the some of the shittiest companies around. They do absolutely nothing for the consumer except rip them off. Like on Xbox, I get just like PC, I get these free upgrades, right? I brought a new piece of hardware, and so what happens is my hardware, I get to use it. I purchase these games, it gets a free upgrade. I go on the Nintendo platform. From what they're saying with the Switch 2, is every single one of these upgrades you're going to have to pay for them individually. It's the same thing with Sony. You have to pay for all the upgrades. So like, why the fuck did I just buy your hardware? You're double charging me for a game I already own. So what I would tell people in the future is if you're going to buy a console, get an Xbox. If you don't want a console, buy a PC. That's it. If you want a game, just buy a PC. And if anything, actually, you might as well just buy a PC because Xbox is simply PC, Xbox is basically, it's simply an ecosystem. It's not even a console anymore. So if you want Xbox,
so supposedly for the next Xbox console, it's gonna be kind of like a PC.
I heard it's gonna be like this, like the Steam Deck.
The Steam Deck, exactly, bro.
I heard it's gonna be like the Steam Deck. It's probably gonna most likely be much more powerful, and it's going to function just like a PC. You're going to be able to play Sony games and all that on there. They're not going to be.
They say the OS is also going to be more versatile.
They're not going to be able to legally stop them from playing those Sony games. From what I heard, in order for them to stop Xbox from playing PlayStation games, they're going to have to actually they're going to have to stop doing dealings with Steam because they're already partnering together, Steam and Xbox. So they'd have to say, well, we're not going to put games on Steam anymore. And that would be a big problem.
You know what, Julio? You know what's going to happen? They're probably, all those game consoles, they're probably going to have to, how do you say it? Fuck. What's the word I'm looking for? Adapt.
Yes.
So instead of coming out with game consoles, they're going to turn them into like PCs, like Steam Decks and shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I heard the opposite. I heard Microsoft is trying to become competition. Steam.
I don't think so. I think Steam and Valve, the company that made Steam, have always had a good relationship with Microsoft, going all the way back to the original Xbox.
But the thing is, the Steam OS is based on Linux, and that's competition. You gotta, because Microsoft pushes their
on PC they push their fucking OS.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Steam is using what are they using? They're using
Linux.
They're using Linux.
Some
Yeah,
type of
Linux.
distro of Linux. Yeah.
Well, from what I heard, they're going to do some dealings with them, and they're going to make it more like a It's basically a PC. I've heard they're even going to run Windows on it, like a version of Windows, so you can use Windows software on it. So they're completely opening the system up. It's a big advantage for them if they can do it correctly. You know, if they bring in all that software without getting viruses and all that in your hardware. Because that is one of the risks of that, right? When you open it up in that way,
What?
you get viruses
On what?
in a console. Because the thing with a console, it's a closed system. When you start bringing in like PC software, you being able to download shit from the internet and all that, like outside of their ecosystem, outside of their whatever data centers they got.
Yeah, but it's mainly, made for like Microsoft and Apple.
Yeah, but if they get into modding and all that, and they let people basically use it as a PC, there's a huge potential for viruses to get into it.
What are you talking about? The Steam OS?
Anything. No, what I'm saying is that they're saying they might treat this thing like a PC. So maybe it's like sort of like big picture mode like you have on Steam, and then you have like basically a full-fledged PC with the ability to play all kinds of different software. I mean, that's what you get with Steam, right? You get that big picture mode, and then you could do everything else. It's interesting. They're definitely trying to change things up. They're trying to broaden the gaming audience or their pool of players. You know, that's why they brought the PC in there. But not the PC. That's why they brought in cell phones. They're big on cell phones. But that's what the cloud gaming brings in, is the people who own the cell phones, right? That's the hope they have, I think, is to bring in all those cell phone owners. You know, there's like over 1 billion cell phones in circulation. So if you could bring those people into the gaming market, it's massive. That's why these guys bought Minecraft. You know, it's one of the biggest properties in the world. These guys are way ahead of Sony, man. It's insane. They bought Minecraft. It's nuts. That's why I told Alan before, he thinks Sony's like the big shit. It's like, no, man, these guys, they own Minecraft. They own all these big, it's Call of Duty.
No, they're falling off, dude.
They own Call of Duty. How can Sony top that? They can't. They have nothing that's even close to that. They're literally making all the money from Call of Duty. That alone is going to bring them billions. Like, Sony can't compete with that. They can't, not at all. They'll say, "Oh, what we got God of War?" It's like, bro, God of War is slipping big time. Oh, Horizon, that's dying. Fucking Last of Us, they drove that shit into a brick wall. They drove that thing into a big ass rainbow colored brick wall. You guys are retarded. I don't know what they're doing.
What are you talking about?
No, I'm talking about Sony.
Xbox versus PlayStation.
I'm talking about Sony, Sony and Xbox. How Sony basically is burying all their IPs. They really don't have much to offer. They don't. This is probably going to be one of their last generations. I would say they have at least maybe 1 or 2 left. And these guys made the big moves. You know, they're buying out all the studios. These guys may play fair with them, but really, if Xbox was to come out and say, "Nah, we don't want to do business with you anymore." Now they got Oblivion, they got World of Warcraft, they got Doom, they got Wolfenstein, they got Call of Duty, they got Minecraft, they got and it just keeps going. The list just goes on and on. They got a lot of properties there. They could literally bury Sony. The last one to get would be to buy Rockstar. Boom. Now we got GTA. Now you don't. Now what you gonna bring? They just buy it all out. They can do it. True. They could really do it, and that's actually what they're doing right now. That Activision merger or acquisition was a huge deal. Like, people don't know how big that is. It's one of big. That's the.
Oh yeah, no, it is, bro. They basically bought Call of Duty.
Yeah, they own Call of Duty. They also own Oblivion, and I could show you a huge list of games they own. They own not only Activision, but Blizzard as well. So that gives them ID Software. That gives them everything. It gives them like shit tons of stuff.
Right. So they own the Doom franchise, and yeah,
they own Doom. They own Oblivion. They own the Skyrim. They own like
they own Bethesda for sure.
Yeah, they own Bethesda. So they have World of Warcraft. Like that alone would bring them. If they were to bring back World of Warcraft, which I'm pretty sure they will. That also.
That was Blizzard.
Yeah, they own Blizzard.
They own Blizzard.
Oh shit.
They own Blizzard. So if they brought back, and dude, there's no doubt about it, they're gonna bring back World of Warcraft.
Well, it's because Activision owns Blizzard, right?
Yes. Well, they were a merger.
That's why if you play Call of Duty on the PC, you have to download the Blizzard launcher.
Yeah. That's a big deal. Like I said, if they were to bring back World of Warcraft, which 1,000,000% they're going to, I'm pretty sure there's no doubt about it that they're going to bring that back. That's going to be worth shit tons of money. You know, with if you integrate it with Facebook and all that, there's all kinds of stuff they can do with that nowadays. They can bring that back, basically World of Warcraft 2.0 or whatever. Crazy graphics, let people mod the hell out of it, you know. Could be a big thing. The guys are smart, you know, that's why they're doing this. They're getting ready for the future while Sony's just sitting there destroying their own IPs. Oh, we'll get this moron to fucking kill off Last of Us. It's like, you guys are retarded. You had yourself a huge potential to make loads of money, and you let this motherfucker come in here with his social justice warrior shit and bury your franchise. Dudes are just stupid. I don't think I've ever seen Xbox do such a dumb thing. You imagine that? They're going to come in, Master Chief is a tranny now? That's the kind of stupid shit Sony would do. Oh, we're going to kill off Master Chief and replace him with the fucking, you know, this character here. Master Queef, yeah. They'll kill off Master Chief and bring in Cortana's granddaughter, who's gay.
Yeah. They put her AI, they put Cortana in his suit, and now she's controlling the the Mjolnir armor.
Cortana and gets into Master Chief's brain and makes him non-homophobic. they somehow put that storyline in there, because that's the equivalent of what they did in Last of Us, right? They got a fucking transsexual in there in the post-apocalypse. Like, are you fucking kidding? And one of them is jacked to hell and beats the shit out of zombies with their bare fists.
That's so fucking stupid, bruh. I didn't believe that shit. I saw the gameplay where you can actually run up on the clickers and shit with Abby, and you just beat the shit out of them and execute them. You could.
Not even Joel
you can only
could
do that
that
to humans.
But Joel couldn't do
Joel
that.
couldn't do that in Last of Us.
He had to like
he
stab
could fight
them.
humans.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you had to have a weapon. Yeah.
Yeah, you had to
So it's
stab
like,
them.
what the fuck?
Like, they made it where you had to stab them. But now Abby could just like break their neck.
It was part of the mechanics. It was part of the mechanics. Yeah, you can't just run up to them because they'll fuck you up.
Because they were supposed to be strong. They were supposed to be stronger than him.
Yeah.
So he had to use a weapon. Where
They're cordyceps fucking zombies. Yeah.
Yeah, and Abby's over here just breaking their neck. I mean, that shit is just beyond retarded. Way beyond stupid.
Oh my god, dude.
But
It's like a game that's supposed to be realistic and stuff. Is like,
But he also did it in Uncharted
Supposed to
4.
buy this.
Remember that little black lady, like she throws like Drake out a window? Remember she throws
no,
Nathan Drake?
I haven't played any of those games.
Well, if you play Uncharted, like he was a kooky, you know, he's basically like Indiana Jones. But in the fourth game, you fight this character who's just like this little short black lady, and he's all like, oh, like he's all scared of her, and she picks him up and throws him out a window. Like they make her like, and then the character model isn't even jacked. She's just like a little tiny lady. Nathan Drake's supposed to be like 6 foot tall, like 200 and something pounds. He's getting thrown out of the window by a woman who's like 120 pounds, like 5'1". Like, it's stupid.
Yeah, you got a problem with that, you bigot?
No, I'm just saying, like, and it's a little lady, man.
No, it's fucking dumb. It's fucking dumb. Yeah, it's fucking dumb. I agree.
Maybe I'm wrong. I mean, she looked very small compared to the lead character. So I don't
That's
understand
why when
how
I
that's
seen
smart.
that shit with what they did with Abby, having her beat up all the zombies, I'm like, this doesn't even make sense, dude. It's like you're just trying too hard to make her look like the ultimate badass. They gave her, and it's weird, dude, because in order to make the females more appealing, they think that the answer is to make them more masculine, while telling you overtly masculine men are a problem.
That is funny. You take your females and you turn them into men. Well,
into the manly men.
into men. They turned them into manly men. It's a big muscular women. It's fucking ridiculous.
like Abby's character, like what she's supposed to like take like 2 years, 5 years off to just get jacked.
It's stupid.
Like, what the fuck is that even about?
I
they got
haven't-
steroids in the They got steroids in the apocalypse now.
Yeah, I haven't played
You
it
can
yet.
cycle
you know?
on and off.
I'm probably gonna play it on my channel. See
Yeah,
how
that's
it
the
is.
only reason to play it, bro. To farm content out of it, because
I've only heard bad things about it, but I eventually I'm gonna play
me
it.
too. Me too, bro. I don't want to fucking waste my time with that shit.
I love the
liked
first game. I thought the first game was really good. It's really sad to see how they just buried it. I mean, Sony wasn't the right people to take care of this franchise because in a lot of ways, Sony usually always destroys their biggest franchises. And look what they did to Killzone. They buried it. They put it in. They just don't respect their fan base at all. They really don't. You saw them do it when Uncharted, right? They're pulling the online out left and right. They're doing it all the time.
Yep.
They just do not give a fuck about the
They did the
fandom.
same thing. They did the same thing to Last of Us. They pulled the online off of that.
Yeah, they pulled the online out of everything. So they take all these properties that they've built good faith in with the fans. Oh, great, online. It just progressively gets better. And then now they're just stripping all of them. They think people
That's
don't notice.
lazy.
Yeah.
And the other game they got coming out, have you seen it? What's it called? The Heretic, the Prophecy, or the Prophecy, or some shit.
Oh yeah, I've heard a lot of people are saying a lot of negative things about that one.
Yeah, because it looks like another game that's supposed to come out like in 2021. You know, another ugly female, like another Abby, bro. Another like what's the word? Insolent girl boss. You know, lesbo haircut. Racially ambiguous.
Yeah,
just ugly
I
character model.
When I saw the trailer, I just wasn't too impressed by it. I wasn't really impressed at all. I thought, yeah, the graphics look okay, but like, and then I noticed, like, you know, that's Neil Blomkamp guy.
Yep, it's the guy who did the same thing. The Last of Us 2. It's that guy. He's in charge. So it's like, bro.
I mean, I just like I said, if I'm going to be into a console, it's mostly I have a PS5. I like it to play PS4 games on, but all their new shit, like, dude, they don't even make games. Sony had what games does Sony put out this generation? Nothing. They put out nothing. Like, people that build this console up, what have they made? Everything is a PS4 game on a PS5. The only thing I guess they have out that's on their system that isn't on the Xbox. Is that Silent Hill shit, and that's not even theirs. That came from a different studio. That's from Konami. So what Sony does is they pay off third parties to put the shit on their system exclusively. Well, when you look at Microsoft, they're buying companies and they're funding new IP. They're actually making games. Sony's not making anything. The only thing they've made is this shit. Like you see on the screen, this Heretic shit. This is like one of the only games they made this generation. Outside of this, it's like Last of Us Remaster 5. You know, they're just remastering the fuck out of everything. Like, how many Uncharted? Look, we got Horizon Zero Dawn 2. That was on the PS4. They put out God of War. What was that on? That was on the PS4. Basically, everything they put out is a PS4 game. They literally have made nothing this generation. I don't think they made a single game outside of, I think they made a Ratchet and Clank game. But that could have been on the PS4. They just didn't put it on.
Hey, wait, so supposedly the character Abby, right, from The Last of Us?
Yes.
Yeah.
She looks nothing like the one from the video game. Am I correct?
No, she doesn't. No, because you know what? In the video game, it's a little skinny white chick, but then she gets like on a revenge tour, right? So she's supposed to take like 5 years just to get jacked. So she's like she looks like China, like a fucking jacked lesbian. Like, it's so stupid. A little jacked lesbian. That's what she looks like in the game.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, shit. I hate that shit, bro. Cause like, even my 14-year-old son told me like, "Hey, Dad, I can't goon to her." Like,
oh my god, oh my god, are you kidding?
So no, I'm
Can't
serious,
goon
bro.
to her.
Like, cause he was saying that that's the
This
number
bitch is
one
ugly.
thing that fans are talking about is that she looks nothing like the girl from the game.
I mean, but look at her. Look, these guys, dude, they don't know what the fuck they're doing.
No, but the bitch in the game looks worse. Way.
Look, this is
Yeah,
cyber.
that's what no, you know, wait. And the thing is this, fool, I hate how they're like downgrading the beauty standards. You see what I'm saying? Because like, look at the new Snow White movie way. Look at all the backlash it received. Fool.
Little feita, you know.
And, yeah, fool. Like the same thing with the show called You with this the character I have on my avatar.
The stalker, the
stalker fool.
But look at the difference in
his wife, fool.
Yeah.
Like she's like this beautiful, fucking white bitch, right? Like short, beautiful way.
Mm-hmm.
He killed her to go after this black bitch with a fucking afro.
Oh my god!
But look at this. Tell me.
I swear, sober, bro. As soon as that shit happened, that was the ending of the 3rd season.
That was the last episode.
Yeah, I almost broke my TV. Fool. Keep it 100.
But look at this. Look at the difference. Look at this trailer. Can you see this here? Look at the difference between the vision of Sony, what they're going into the future, and what Microsoft is putting out. This is a reboot of their game, Perfect Dark. Have you ever seen this? Look at the difference in quality. It's night and fucking day compared to that Sony shit, dude.
I can't see shit, bro.
You can't see it? Let me put it on the screen real quick so you guys can see this.
I can see it now. I can see.
Oh, you can see.
Like,
Okay,
okay. You haven't played it. You haven't.
I haven't played it yet. It's just paused. I'm going to play it right now. Give me 1 second. I got some music playing in the background. I'm going to turn that off. This is the reboot they're making of Perfect Dark.
Your target is in possession of a radioactive device.
Hey, Sobers, look, I put the picture on the chat.
All costs.
Let's hear this for a second.
Yikes.
He went after that bitch, bro.
No, my man. That looks like that looks like Tupac.
I could see the world differently.
So you see this? Look what they're doing. Well, look what Sony puts out. This little like pared back piece of shit with this bald woman, and this is what Xbox is putting out. This is the way they treat women, which is more empowering. I mean,
I thought it would be like any other mission.
now you look at this, it's like some badass female character, and they didn't make her look like a dude.
I was wrong.
Yes, they did.
Well, she's got short hair, but you got to understand, they're not going to have a
she
woman.
got that big jaw. It's that fucking Unreal Engine, brother. Metahumans are ugly as fuck.
Yeah, I guess, but she looks like a Brit. She's supposed to be a Brit. A lot of British women have big chins like that. No offense, they really do. You look at like Katy Perry, she has that kind of face.
Is she British?
Yeah, she is. You could tell she's British.
You know what's funny? DJ,
How far to his last known location?
Joe Goldberg. You always got a different name.
You need to find him before they do.
I'll have to improvise.
I'm like the dude from Split.
The man of many faces. Yeah, I'm just gonna call you the Horde, nigga. But what the same thing happened to me, bro. I was watching the show called The Boys, and it's about superheroes like in the real world, like giving them more like a human touch. They're like pieces of shit and all that. Yeah.
The one on Prime Video.
Yeah, I really like that show, bro, and I just finished the 3rd season. And I try to watch the first episode of the fourth season way, and like less than 20 minutes in, I'm like, bro, they just lost me, dude. They just lost me.
We think we know.
They just lost me, bro.
Why did they break it down? They're on that woke shit or what?
To be a lie.
So at the end of the 3rd season, you know how they're trying to kill Homelander? That's like their whole thing. They want to kill Superman or whatever. They have a chance to do it, right? They bring back Captain America, from the World War II, whatever, this other hero. The only guy strong enough to really kill him. And they have the dude right there. They have him dead to rights. And the guy who Captain America is about to finish him off. And Homelander, Superman's right there with his little boy, right? And the guy who plays Billy Butcher, the main character, the badass who wants the revenge. He's like, wait, he's like, I'm calling it off. He's like, why? He goes, oh, the dude's son right there, his kid's right there. I made a promise. And some shit, and like, the dude's like, he's like, wait a minute, Homelander fucked your wife, and he's like, and he said you want to save the brat. Why do you care about the brat? And bro, that dude, that one line right there, just like ended the whole show because the guy's like.
What this world was really hiding.
I hope you're ready, Agent Dark.
Are you all seeing this?
Once you open this door, there's no going back.
Yeah, and you're like, and then the dude asks you, wait a minute, this dude fucked your bitch, and you want to save the son? You know what I'm saying? And he's like, yeah.
I get you, bro. Yeah.
So it's like
Cuck.
his whole character died. His whole character died right there in a way, right? Because it's like, I mean, after this, how you can even act like you still want to like kill this dude after this? Because you had your chance.
No, I was the same way, bro. Because like, and another thing, a lot of people died through that whole process of all 3 seasons
to get there. Yeah, exactly. And the whole time way, go ahead.
No,
yeah,
sorry,
exactly,
bro.
No, I was gonna say like
so
the whole
it's like
time way that it was by any means necessary. It's supposed to be by any means necessary.
Yeah, so like she fucking died in vain, basically. And like you're right, bro. Like they had him pinned down, like they had TY pinned down in Texas prison. And all they had to do was just fucking go through it, and they would have killed his ass. And even that one bitch died, the one he fucked, that superhero, lesbian bitch, or feminist. Fuck,
Which
I forgot
one?
her name. The one that was like a big feminist. She was hot, fool. But
Stormfront, the Nazi one.
Yeah, the Nazi bitch.
The Stormfront, yeah.
Is it, fool?
What are you talking about, Maeve?
Well,
the one that fought Homelander.
Yeah, Butch fucked her too.
Maeve, yeah, Maeve.
Yeah. So it's like everybody died, right? Everybody sacrificed themselves. Your bitch died too. She got raped by fucking Homelander, and he put a kid in her. Basically, the Antichrist. And
exactly, bro.
Go through it. Yeah. I see your point of view. I see your point of. You're right, bro.
And then,
yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, you go ahead. Wait.
No, just that, bro. To recap, like basically, I don't know if it's these fucking writers, dog, and these new fucking new. Me and Julio were talking about this, fool. Like these new writers, they're like deep on that woke shit. Like I don't know, dog. Like they just suck, low key.
So after that, they do that, right? So you seen it already, right? You already know what happens, way. So so after that, they put that dude Soldier Boy. He has like another nuclear explosion, whatever, and they just put him back in a tank. They just put him back in the tube, right?
Yeah.
So like the whole thing y'all did about like getting this dude out and like, oh, you're gonna be our assassin, blah blah blah. Oh, we're undoing everything and we're putting him back in the tube. Like I thought that shit was hella stupid, bro.
That's stupid.
So now how are you gonna kill Homelander? Now what?
Yeah, that's.
You know what I mean? Like, what are you gonna do now? Are you gonna find another way? And then they're like, oh, you can't take the V anymore, right? Because it kills you.
Doesn't he have like brain cancer or some shit like that?
Yeah. That's what the 4th season's about, right? He's dying, and then I was like, oh my god, that last episode of the 3rd season, I was like, man, fuck, dude. I was like, this kind of lost me. Like, they kind of lost the plot. I kind of don't fuck with this right now. But I was like, you know what? It's been so good. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna tell you wanted to throw the fucking control on the TV, huh?
Yeah, well, I was trying to bother fool, and I was just like, you know what? This is good. I mean, it's been good up until like those last 2 episodes. So I was like, let me just see what's up in the next season. And then in the first like 20 minutes, bro, they're introducing these new characters, these new superheroes, and this fucking morena bien fea way with the fucking psycho eyes. That like, when someone opens their eyes wide and you can see all the white all around it and it looks like their shit's about to pop out.
Yeah.
That bitch got crazy eyes like that. Yeah. And then she's supposed to be the smartest person on the planet. That's her superpower. She's the smartest person. So this fool Homelander goes to her.
Get up.
And he goes, I don't have anybody else.
Get up. Gizmo, get up.
He goes, I can fuck with you. How about you want to be part of my team? And she goes, no, because I'm a black woman and you're a white man and you're not ready to listen to me.
You see?
And he's like, even though I'm the smartest woman in the world, you won't want to listen to me because soy morena y mujer and tú eres un hombre y güero.
Yeah, that's
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And he's like, no, you don't understand. I will listen to you. I'm ready So, and he's like starts trying to convince her. And he goes, you know, what about all that stuff you have in your head? You know that you think can run society better. You want to stay here, like with your stank ass and loneliness, or you want to try to put your world domination, ideas in the plan? Because I'll let you run things. Basically, he's saying I'll let you run things. This egomaniac, this megalomaniac dictator, tyrant, all-powerful dude is telling this Moya, like, I'll let you run me, and I'll do whatever you say, because supposedly you're the smartest bitch on the. And it's like another, like a whole character turn. It's like it's an about face on the character's personality. So when they had that conversation right there, I was like, bro, I'm not watching this season. I just took it off. Like, I'm not watching. I'm not watching him take orders from this bitch.
Yeah, right. It bothers you, right? And look, I'm gonna put this scenario. Just picture this to all the viewers and everybody on the chat right now.
All three of you guys listening. All three of you guys listening.
But look, just imagine this scenario. Quags telling all that shit to Clarissa Shields.
It's extremely late. That's why there's not a lot of people in here. It's a fact.
It's disturbing. It's like, nah, hell nah.
Dude, look. This is an amazing show. This is an amazing show.
We'll be like, hey, dog, what are you doing?
This is one of the greatest panel shows on the internet. Just gotta say it. This is expert panel, people.
Unfortunately, bro, it's this is the new Hollywood.
There's expert panel, people. Expert panel. Remember to subscribe. Yeah, I know.
Oh, and I was talking about I was talking about this shit earlier too, bro. When I was watching, I tried to watch this other show on Disney Plus. Cause I like that the.
Just so you guys know, this is one of the greatest panel shows. Just gotta say it. This is expert panel, people.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, we know what we're talking about.
We know our shit, dog.
They're experts, people. Yeah. They're experts.
So I was trying to watch. I was gonna try to watch that Loki show, right? Because I like that Wolverine and Deadpool. And have you seen that movie, Wade?
I haven't seen it.
Any of you guys?
I haven't seen it.
Nah, ever since all this weird gayified TV shows, oh my bad, all this rainbow narratives, I stopped watching TV shows and movies.
That one's good.
The Deadpool
and Wolverine?
Yeah, I seen it. Way.
That one's good. I like that movie a lot. Right? And you know how they go to the TBV, like the Time Authority, whatever, these guys that watch over the timelines?
Yeah.
That is explained better. My sister told me, like, if you watch that Loki show, that organization is explained more, right? They deal with it more there. And I was like, okay, so I'll watch that show and see what it's about. And I'm watching it, and the show's not that bad. Yeah, and it's not that bad. I'm watching it, but I'm noticing one thing, right? I keep seeing the same thing. That it's a Moya. Like every other scene, she's a person of authority.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
so at first,
propaganda.
Yeah. Propaganda.
Yeah. So at first, the bitch who look, the first person. This guy is supposed to be a god, right? Loki. He runs into like this fat security guard, this Morena, and he's like, "Bitch, get out of my way!" And she tases him, whatever, and she puts him in his place. And then they go to the little jail place, and then the person gonna sentence him is a Moya.
No.
You know what I'm saying? And then this guy gets him out of the he like springs him out, and he goes like, you know what? You're gonna work with me. We're a detective, and you're gonna help me find a variant, a Loki, right? That's gone AWOL. You know what I mean? Because there's all these timelines, and you're gonna help me find him, track him down, blah blah blah. This time cop is basically telling him that, right? So then the time cop convinces him to help him, and then the time cop talks to his boss, and his boss is another Morena. You know what I'm saying? It's like everybody's boss is a Moya in this show, and like it just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it's like directly and
it's
indirectly.
Kamala Harris. Yeah.
That happens.
Yeah, like everybody in charge is Kamala Harris. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I hate that shit. What the fuck, dog?
I know, it's just gratuitous. It's too much. It's like it has to be every fucking scene.
Right. It's not organic. It's not organic.
Yeah, it just doesn't make sense. So everybody in charge is a female, and they happen to have a tan or whatever. It's like, And it's not even like I need them all to be white people. It's like, who gives a fuck about that? But it's just like, it kind of standing out. I don't know. I just think it's weird.
And with that said, I'm going to be getting out of here, guys. It's extremely late. I gotta go to bed. I'm going to bed super late. I got a bunch of shit to do. I stood up really, really late. Got a lot of good conversations, man. We can probably go on all night as long as you guys can stay awake.
Hey, Julio, make sure you DM me the revenue you make off of this video.
Oh yeah. There's gonna be tons of it. So we're gonna probably a couple of $1 million.
Yeah, that's just. I already told you, bro. Just 8%. That's all I want.
When I get there, I'll tally it all up. We'll tally it up.
Yeah, we need our dividends, dog.
But you know, I'm doing a lot of production here. Believe it or not. There's a lot on my half. There is.
Like the other movie, bro. Like the other movie too. They're trying to sell that bitch to everybody. That ugly ass. What's her name? Viola Davis.
Who's that? Is that?
She's in the movie The Woman King.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, the Woman King. Yeah.
Hey, wait! And they just released another movie with her. It's called G20, and she's like supposed to be like a female rock. They're trying to make her into an action star, bro.
Isn't she kind of like out of shape? Am I wrong?
Yeah, but I'm telling you, they're giving her steroids, and she has like that 50-year-old face, that 50-year-old fat girl face.
Yeah.
But her shoulders and her arms are jacked.
Yeah.
Right? And they put her in a faja.
Yeah.
No, I mean they're giving her steroids, fool. They give them all steroids, like.
They made her the Woman King, which is based on the Dahomey tribe, who were a bunch of notorious slavers.
Exactly.
They were slavers. Which I always found that. I always find it funny that these people call each other's homie. I think that's a reference to Dahomey, and I think Dahomey means like snake.
That's Dahomey.
It means like snake in that language. So it's like all these dudes going around calling each other snakes. I think it's kind of interesting. Like, oh, that's my homie. Oh, yeah, because I think that actually comes from
That's LT's word.
That comes from Dahomey. They're from that tribe. No doubt about it. That comes from that. There's all mockery. You know how they use, backwards, sagging. It says like nigga. I think that shit's all intentional. They're fucking with people. Whoever the social engineers are just fucking with people. You see this? She's a she don't look like some superhero, dude. She don't look very rough. She's a little tiny woman.
She's not an action star, bro.
She's little. What is she, like 5 foot what? She's not a big lady.
If anything, if they're gonna put her on the movie, make sure it's about like Aunt Jemima or some shit like that.
Like yeah.
They're like, look, if we make her if she's ugly,
make her cook a nice pie.
If she's ugly, we'll think she's tough.
Yeah, a nice chicken pot pie.
She's 60 years old, bro.
That's crazy. They can make anybody a superhero, huh? This is like the bootleg Troy. Right? Remember Troy? This shit is like some bootleg, like Troy's.
Terrible.
Like I see this trailer, this shit looks like small potatoes. This is trash.
It's like making Napoleon Dynamite a superhero.
Yeah, pretty much. A little tiny lady. That's so stupid. She's not even attractive. Like, what the hell are you thinking, man?
That's what I'm saying. She has that fat girl face.
She's just not attractive. Yeah, she's got a really rough look to her face. And then they basically is revisionist history.
She got that I say in the kitchen cooking or baking type of face.
She's I mean, why would you make your lead an unattractive woman? It's like, and the shit, I mean, I understand if you make it look like real, if you make it look realistic, but they made it look like a Marvel movie or something. It's very over the top. It looks like Black Panther or something.
You looking at that movie G20?
I'll check it out. That's the last thing I'm gonna look at, and I gotta get out of here. So I'm up too late. G20, right?
Yeah.
Bro, remember all those badass 1980s action hero movies, like Rambo?
Kurt Russell's. You're never getting a Kurt Russell again, bro.
Yeah, Kurt
You're
Russell.
never.
Fucking Mel Gibson, Mad Max.
You're never getting that again, bro. You're never getting that again, bro.
Most likely not in our lifetime.
Furiosa. Now it's Furiosa way.
Now it's Furiosa. Yep.
Yeah.
You want to hear this trailer over here? Want to watch this shit?
There's minutes away.
Look at this shit.
A little much, don't you think, Mom? Zip it.
President, Madam President.
To Cape Town
There's
with
a
us.
problem.
Why?
You know why.
All you ever care about is work.
I implore all world leaders to join me.
She's the president, bro. Oh my god.
I implore all world leaders. Is this supposed to be the Michelle Obama story?
Yeah.
People are gonna say, "Well, her cock is too small." That ain't Big Mike. That ain't Big Mike. Oh, they got that dude from The Boys in there, right?
Yeah.
Beta.
Probably. Yeah.
To the government's watching, I've taken the G20 by force.
Damn.
Oh, that is the dude from look, I was just talking about him. Homelander, how far you falling, bro?
That's Homelander, yeah.
You got the same hair and everything, huh?
I guess he just got that classic evil white man face.
Yeah, you got the frosted tips. Nothing says.
that colonizer look.
Yeah, nothing says terrorist like frosted tips. They should have had in sync should have been his henchman. She should have good lines like always bet on black.
Look, she's gonna oh my god, look bro, she's a fucking superhero.
That was quite well done.
And look, her secret service didn't want to do shit.
It's like a bunch of white guys. She's like, I'm the president and I kick ass. Don't you know I'm black? Always bet on black.
Oh look, oh my god, look, she just beat this dude's ass.
Dude. And that fool's like 7'2" way.
This is one of those movies you gotta watch for the cringe factor.
I mean, I mean, you gotta remember that movie with Harrison Ford where he played the president. Remember that he was beating everyone's ass. It's sort of like that in a way. I mean, he was old as hell.
This is fucking cringe.
But this is even less believable because this is a woman.
Yeah, that's crazy, bro.
She looks like a fat woman. Look.
G20. Why is he such a badass? Why is she
looks like she got titties that will stop her from doing anything. You know what I mean?
Hey, and when does it come out?
I think it already came out, right? I like this part where she climbs the fucking airplane. Look at this shit.
Where are my husband and kids?
That's a great delivery. Where are my husband and kids? It's like a robot.
Where are my husband and kids?
We're all here together.
great read there, lady. Where are my husband and kids?
Can you believe we did it in one take?
She sounds exactly.
Oh shit!
Could you believe that every scene in this movie she did in one take?
Was done in one take. She's so awesome.
She's just so good, isn't she amazing? She actually climbed that helicopter. Mom!
I'm boy.
Oh my god.
Oh my god! Look how they turn the men into bitches. He's like super gay. She turns around with this deep ass voice.
Yeah.
You want me to fuck you? Your ass, my dick.
Do you want to put them heels on you?
I wonder
you want
what
to
would
put them heels on?
I wonder what would happen if you show up to the movies, right? To watch this ironically and start laughing at all the retarded scenes. I wonder what the audience would feel like.
I mean, the people that went to see this are probably jumping up and down. It's women empowerment, you know. By turning the woman into a man, you empower her. Oh, April 10th.
Hey, wait, you think the Moyos are gonna actually go and watch it, or are they gonna stream it?
No, they're gonna laugh at it. They're gonna laugh at
they
this.
They didn't watch Woman King, and they're not gonna watch this shit. Oh, this is on fucking. This is gonna be on Amazon Prime.
Oh shit! Okay.
So she's downgrading.
Well,
she was on the big screen. Now she's on the app.
I'm gonna cancel my subscription when I get home. Then.
Seriously, wait.
Yeah, wait. That's it.
That's an amazing one, man. I can't wait till that comes out. That's gonna be so good.
But yeah, I like The Boys a lot, dude. And that shit, I was like, come on, bro. I was like, I was like, dude. I was like, one episode, bro. You put me out the whole thing.
Yeah, fool. It's like most of the producers and all the fucking lead investors, fool, that put money in these projects. Most of them are on that LGTB shit, fool. Like, you know, like BLM, all that shit.
All right, 1 second, people. 1 second, please. All right, people. I want to thank everybody that was in here today. I thought it was some interesting conversations. I want to thank everybody. We can go on all night, people. We can go on as long as we're awake, right? But
yeah, I'd rather fucking watch a romance movie.
if you want to subscribe to the Real Food TV, people, remember to subscribe to the Real Food TV, the greatest channel known to man. You have been watching Expert Panel. These are the expert panelists. You see them over there, right? Amok. Right now we have, not Amok isn't here right now. We have Never Sobers, and I think that's Mars who's speaking. I could be wrong. I got to look. But yeah, I want to thank everybody that came on here. There was a decent amount of panelists there. But yeah, you've been watching, I'm trying to look for the title. You've been watching Expert Panel. Remember to subscribe to the Real Food TV, the greatest channel known to man. We work really damn hard over here, people. If you want to donate to the Real Food TV, our Venmo is in the description. We're going to be getting out of here in a minute.
Like it in the ass or whatever. You like when I used to fuck you with when I used to peg you, and he's like, kind of. It's just like, bro, why does it keep being brought up like that? You know what I mean? Like this. And these are like supposed to be like straight dudes in the show, right? If they were gay dudes, and I guess they're making that, I don't know, like, you know what I mean? But it's like, why you? I don't know. It's like, it's weird. All the straight dudes that have a girlfriend or whatever, you like getting pegged, don't you? You like getting pegged, don't you? It's like, what the fuck?
Your ass, my dick. I'm quoting.
It's just too much.
I'm quoting someone. That's not me. Do you hear me? What the fuck's going on here?
I heard you, bro. You said his ass, your dick.
Yeah, no, I said
like super gay.
I'm didn't hear that guy? That's not me. That's a quote. That's a fucking quote.
And you know what's over is they try to normalize that shit, bro. Like
that's what I'm saying, and it's too much.
Yeah, like they're trying to push that. Spice up your bedroom, peg your husband, type shit.
Let your woman dominate you.
Yeah,
let your woman dominate you and fuck you.
Spice up your bedroom. What?
Crazy,
that's pretty spicy, huh?
No, bro.
Maybe De La Hoya enjoys those kind of scenes, but
yeah, but he's a Hollywood freak, bro. He's been a Hollywood freak.
You know, Julio's into that, right, Julio?
You hope and wish. Who are you asking for yourself or a friend?
For my friend named Julio.
He's asking for himself. No, not into that.
No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, you say you're kidding after I turn.
Sing that one song, Julio.
You said you're kidding after I turn you down.
I'm fucking around, Julio. Calm down.
Yeah, I know you're messing around. But I gotta get out of here, people. It's a good conversation.
You gotta sing this song before you go.
Which one?
The Unwise.
What the hell?
What? The Oscar De La Hoya, right? That's what it is.
Yeah.
Well, what you know
is that?
What that sound effect?
No, the what the fuck is that? Is that a villain?
What are you talking about, man?
The chat. The sergeant posted some picture.
Oh, that dude, I don't know.
Yeah, it's a gimp getting gimped.
Oh, well, who's that? What gimp? Where's this gimp? Is that from Pulp Fiction?
Nah, just hey guys, don't say anything. But it's somebody in the Discord. They auditioned for that role. They got the role, dude.
So we got Maximus Decimus Meridius in the chat saying this is the most boring stream of all time. Jump on the panel, bro. I'll give you the link. Spice it up.
Oh yeah.
Spice it up like AJ did earlier, bro. That was fun. But we know who you are, right?
Sorry, guys. Hey, my bad, guys. That guy Maximus, that's my stepson. Maximus,
okay.
You better go back to bed, dude, before I call your mom right now.
All right.
After I'm done fucking her.
Look, he right now it's going to become a lot more exciting because this is a real food TV.
You won't join the panel, right? Fucking pussy ass.
Playing the song,
Mantequilla. We know who that is.
Am I unwise
It's Butters.
to open up your eyes to love me?
Mark, did you really just ask Julio to serenade you?
I know it's emotional,
Wait,
but
what?
you walk away with a silver medal.
She's like, sing me the song, Julio, before you go.
You take any pride in that?
Yeah, you entertain us.
I don't like to lose.
Oh.
And we're gonna beat up that woman beater. You guys
Julio's
like
an
that?
entertainer, right, Julio?
Yes. I'm an artist, you mother effers.
He's a content creator.
Well, I'm an artist that creates content. That's the difference.
But
tomato.
Before that,
So yeah, I don't have any good TV to watch, bro. You know what I've been watching, dude? I watch King of the Hill.
I don't know. I'm thinking of watching all the series of I don't think I've seen them all the Tales of the Crypt TV shows and maybe like Beyond Belief and like Twilight and shit and Outer Limits.
Oh,
Did you say Twilight, bro?
Yeah. Yeah.
Actually, you know what's so ironic too that I'm actually gonna start doing that. I'm gonna watch all the seasons of Tales from the Crypt.
Yeah, me too, dude. I'm gonna watch all that shit because like
it's on YouTube. Wait.
I have all of them on DVD. I'm gonna be getting into them. I'm gonna watch that.
Julio? Shit.
Yeah, I have all of them.
Bro,
all the
they
seasons.
don't sell them no more, Julio.
The what? They don't sell.
sell those DVDs anymore, bro.
Well, they're hard to get, but I got it. I got the box set.
You got to get them off of like eBay.
Yeah,
I'm sure you can dub them.
I bought them a couple of years ago. The whole set. I'm gonna be watching. I haven't even watched the whole thing. I watched most of the episodes, but that's one of my favorite shows. That is one of
them.
them.
Go to like a website and just dub them, dude. There's that.
Yeah, you can
Bro,
do that
that's
too.
like one of the greatest fucking intros of all time, bro.
Oh, it is. It is.
That
Really
shit
is.
fucking tight, bro.
Which one?
The Tales from the Crypt.
Mm-hmm. I got it somewhere
like,
around here.
that creepy ass song. It has that creepy ass song, and it's like going inside the mansion and shit.
You know that was that. You know that was created by Danny Elfman. That intro's made by Danny Elfman, the weird guy with all the tattoos, right? He's weird. He is pretty damn weird. Wait, where the hell's his music?
I still like the Twilight Zone. I thought that shit was crazy.
That's also one of my favorite shows. I have that too.
Yeah, The Outer Limits is good too.
I grew up watching all that.
Actually,
Are
I
You
really-
Afraid of the Dark, all that shit.
I really
Yeah,
enjoyed
me too.
the Outer Limits reboot. Was actually really good on Showtime.
Yeah, I never got to see it, but I think I am because all these shows are just too fucking weird that I just like I don't know. Like I tried watching Vikings and they just made it weird.
I never got into that.
I tried watching The Walking Dead. They made that fucking shit weird.
Hey, wait, you know they remade Goosebumps? It's on Hulu.
Nah.
Yeah, they remade Goosebumps. Wait, it's streaming on Hulu, but I don't know. I still like the original.
I haven't got to see the modern version of Twilight.